Aluhu.
Aluhu.
El Shaddai Hanu Malaya Botenu. Abiyam Mabiyis Kababiyako. Atakwados with Shemeka Kwados Baru Shemeka Maye. With Shaman Bene Israel El Shabbat La Sot El Shabbat La Doro Tambili Ola. Beni Bene Israel Otilola. Kisha Shekim Masa El Shaddai Wa Shamaini. Where Taris Humayom must be Shabbat Wa Nafash. Baru Shemeka, Baru Yemeka, Baru Tolateka, Baru Kushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok Lolam Wahed. Baru Shem Kabul Makuto Lolam Wahed. Baru Kabul Lohimi Kumon Melech Elyon. Hallelujah. Lolam Wahed. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Today is a day that God gave us because the Most High didn't want us, the Most High knew that we was going to be a sinful people. So therefore, because we was going to transgress and sin, he gave us a way out to counter that and to relinquish and to make atonement for iniquities. So in order, how do we atone for our sins today? Not by feeling, look, listen, how do we make atonement for our iniquities? The first way of making atonement for your iniquities is not by sinning presumptuously. Another way of making atonement for your iniquities is by mercy and truth. Another way, in the Apocrypha, it states in the Apocrypha, Ecclesiastes chapter 3, it states the honoring of your father makes atonement for iniquities. Another way to make atonement make atonement for sins is charity, giving alms deed given to thy brethren. These are other ways and other avenues that we can get rid of iniquities. But the main way, one of the key things, I can't give alms if I don't stop sinning. I have to make my mind up. I have to make my mind up whether I want to serve this God or not. That's the first thing we got to do, is make our mind up if we truly want to serve this God. Now, if you truly want to serve this God, now I'm going to start seeking and investigating how to please this God. Because God gave us the laws, commandments, and statutes and gave us an avenue and showed us a way on how to please him. You can't please this God by hugging him and kissing him because you can't see him. You can't please this God by giving him gifts because he don't want your gifts. All right? We're going to go into a prayer. My brother just enlightened me about a heavy, heavy prayer. A heavy prayer that I read here in Daniel chapter 9. And this was a man that was in captivity, in the Persian captivity, but he did not follow after the ways and the customs of the Persians. He stuck gun-ho to the commandments of God, to the ways of God, to his diet, while the rest of the Israelites turned away from God. Okay? Let's go to Daniel 9, chapter 9, verse 3.
And I set my face unto the Lord God.
He said, I set my face unto God. I directed my attention towards God. I directed myself towards God and his laws. Became Tom Sheep.
And I set my face unto the Lord God to seek by prayer,
supplication,
with fasting, sackcloth, and ashes.
You see, all this goes hand in hand. When you're fasting and you're seeking supplications from God, I have to refrain from entertainment. Entertainment meaning pleasure. Meaning I'm not having sex. I'm not watching TV. I'm not drinking. I'm not smoking. I'm not doing nothing that's gonna
get your mind off.
To get my mind off of what I'm fasting for. Okay? So what read that again?
And I set my face unto the Lord God to seek by prayer. By prayer and supplication with fasting, sackcloth and ashes. And I prayed unto the Lord.
And this is one of the ways that we this is one way to show that we humbled ourselves before God. Example, King Saul. King Saul fasted. He put on sackcloth. Now, the spirit was gonna, one of the angels, one of the spirits said, man, that was gonna go at King Saul. But God stopped him. He said, don't you see he humbled himself? You see, we gotta realize these angels don't pack spirit and mercy and all that. All they here for is to accomplish the command of God. Once you go against God, those angels is against you. Those spirits is against you, and they enforce his will. You don't see when the angel was stretched forth across the heavens that God had, the Most High had to stop him. Because he's across. He was about to light up. Look, he was going to hit Jerusalem up. Okay, let's read.
And I prayed unto the Lord my God.
And I prayed unto the Lord my God.
And made my confession and said. O Lord, the great and dreadful God.
Oh Lord, see, anytime we pray, anytime you start a prayer, you start off your prayer by giving God his glory. You start your prayer off by giving God his glory, man. By giving him his honor. Okay, Tom Sheep.
Oh Lord, the great and dreadful God.
The great and dreadful God.
Keeping covenant.
He kept the covenant. He kept his side of the bargain. We didn't keep our side of the covenant. We didn't keep our side of the bargain. We broke the covenant. And we caused God to turn his back on us. We the ones that caused God to turn his back on us. Go ahead, read.
Keeping the covenant and mercy to them that love him.
Keeping the covenant and mercy to them that love him. Now, if you truly love God, you will keep his laws. See, love is shown by actions. Love is not told.
That's right.
Love is not spoken of.
That's right.
I can't look at you and tell you I love you, but then stab you in your back. If I love you, I got to show you that I love you by honoring your word. And that's how you show your love for God. We got to show obedience to the commandments and the statutes and the laws of God. So then and only then, that's how you show your love. Tom Sheep.
And to them that keep his commandments. We have sinned. We have committed iniquity.
We have sinned. We have committed iniquity.
And have done wickedly.
And have done wickedly.
And have rebelled.
And have rebelled.
Even by departing from thy precepts.
Even by departing from thy precepts.
And from thy judgments.
And from thy judgments, Tom Sheep.
Neither have we hearkened unto thy servants, the prophets, which spake in thy name to our kings, our princes, and our fathers, and to all the people of the land.
We don't have prophets today. We don't have priests today. But what we do have today is that people, certain people that is determined to serve God. Yes, you do have some people today that is determined to serve God and go directly according to what God says. And these are the same people that the rebellious ones go against. Yeah. So you will be the same ones to want to stone the prophets. You will be the same ones that want to stone the priests, because you don't listen to people today that show you the law. You don't listen to the ones today that open the book and say, listen, brother, you can't do this. Look, these are the ways of God. This is what God don't accept. This is what God disagree with. You, with your stubborn and stiff-necked self, turn away from the command of God. Not my command. Not my command. The only thing that's supposed to stop us is when we say, Abba said. Then you refrain. When we say, Ima said, then we refrain. You know what's the ultimate? When we say, God said. God said. God said, and we read it off. But the wicked sucker get more stubborn and stout-hearted. God said. They don't care. We don't care. And we don't even acknowledge what the Creator said. These people will be the same ones that reject God in the book. You the same ones. You are definitely the seed of these abominable people that turned on God. Killed the prophets. Killed the priests.
Killed Moses and Aaron.
Exactly.
Do that to Moses and Aaron.
Tom Sheik.
O Lord, righteousness belonging unto thee.
O Lord, righteousness belong unto thee. Righteousness come from thee. He's the author and the beginning of righteousness. So that's why in order to be righteous, or to even be the chosen one of God, we have to walk in the path of righteousness. And the book shows us what is righteousness. The book is how we read. When we read this book, the book shows us how to be righteous. What we should be doing to be righteous. What we shouldn't be doing. What is righteousness? The book shows us that. And the book also shows us what is wickedness. What is evil? What is wickedness? It shows us the difference between good and evil, holiness and profane. But when the book shows us, we question God. We question the book. You're not questioning me or this person or that person, because these laws, commandments, and statutes came from God. So when you question these things, you're questioning God.
That's what Moses told me.
You're questioning God. Your words are not against me, but against God. That's right. It's the same thing today. That's right. Realize what we are doing to ourselves. When the law is being presented to you, and you question it and go against it, your problem and your anger is against God. How many people you don't told and say, no, that's not right? God said, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this. Read this for them, read that for them. Right. And the person stubborn up and go against it. And still go, I see people today do it today.
They do it everywhere.
People do this today, which means we are the same people that approach God with their abominable ways in that wilderness. Why? Because the book don't matter no more. This don't matter no more. You open the book and read it to a sucker, and the sucker go against it. That's a fact. You open the book and say, hey, listen, you shouldn't do that. That's not the ways of God. The sucker go against it. That's a fact. You are a sucker for sin. That's sin. Yeah, talk about it. Let's read.
The Lord, O Lord, righteousness belonging unto thee.
What verse you at?
Verse 7.
Let's read it. O Lord,
righteousness belonging
unto thee.
But unto us confusion of faces.
But unto us confusion of faces. Why did God confuse us? What caused God to give us confusion of faces? Because we're not following the commands of, first of all, our minds ain't made up. And when your minds are not made up, God gonna confuse your thoughts. When your mind is not made up, when the Lord is brought forth, it's gonna be a confusion to you. You're not gonna understand it. Why? Because it ain't for you. These laws is not for everybody. That's right. Just like I read in the book, God gave these laws to a people that he chose. He didn't give these laws to no other nations. And in return, the nations will learn from Israel. The nations round about learn the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God through watching this nation that God possessed to himself. That's why you hear people say, Israel is a light to the nations. You're right. So if we is a light towards the nations, there's a certain manner that comes with that. There's a certain behavior that comes with that. There's a certain ways comes with that. We can't move in a manner that's not accepted by God because now I'm causing you to kick dirt on God's name. I can't act a certain way out there. I can't do just any and anything out there because I represent something. I represent the Creator. That's right. You got your frontlet and your bracelet on, your fringes on, your robes on, and you acting like a pagan. You acting like heathens. You're supposed to be a light to the people. Which means what? If you are a light to a people, then that means your lifestyle attract. It has to be attractive to the eyesight of the strangers. The people on the outside has to be attracted to your lifestyle.
The treatment and behavior.
Kidding me? That's right. But we think we know it all. Yeah. And then you have students want to raise up in the teacher's face. Students want to be. Man, listen. Let's read, man. Let's read. You're not going to get it that way, man. No, you're not. You're not going to get it that way. Let's read.
But unto us, confusion of faces as it is this day.
Where you at? Unto us, confusion of faces as it is this day. Yeah, we confused. Yeah, God has put confusion in us. Baffled us. Huh? That's why you still have Israelites eating blood and fat.
To this day.
That's why you have Israelites balding their heads and taking Caesars. Yeah. Next thing, your child is only but 3 years old. He balding the child head. Yeah. Confusing. Yeah. Anytime we go against the laws and the commandments and the statutes that's in this book, that's confusion. Confusion. God said, no burdens on the Sabbath day. We want to come up with a reason why I can carry this. God ain't talking. How do you know what God? You ain't go up in that mountain. You didn't go up in that mountain and spoke with God. How you know? You can only go by according to what you read. That's right. We can only go by according to what we read in the book. That's right. That's it. It's plain and simple. Plain and simple. We shouldn't be using mops and brooms on Shabbat. I don't care if you're in the camp. Oh, the camp got to stay clean. You know what God meant by clean? The only thing that God spoke about in that book is the clean and the unclean. Food dropped on my clothes. But that don't make it unclean. No, that's right. That don't make it unclean. That's right. Let's read.
To the men of Judah. To the inhabitants
of the men of Judah,
and unto all Israel that are near and that are far off, through all the countries whither thou hast driven them, because of their trespass.
Because of their trespass, because we have sinned.
That they have trespassed against me. O Lord, to us belong a confusion of face, to our king,
to our kings,
to our princes,
to our princes. See what the confusion hit first? The confusion of faces hit the heads first.
Go on down.
And then it started trickling on down the line. The kings, the princes, the chiefs. Now the people is all confused. Why? Because the head is sick.
The head says okay.
The head is sick. That's why it's not no light thing to be standing above no people teaching about God and explaining these laws, because whatever you teach or whatever you tell them, they go by it. They are living according to your statutes. You're causing the people to sin against God by teaching them contrary to what God says. Let's read.
Because we have sinned against thee. Verse 9. To the Lord our God belonging mercies.
To the Lord our God belonging what?
Mercy.
Mercy.
And forgiveness.
And forgiveness.
Though we have rebelled against him.
Even though we turned against God, he still see fit and see a way and gave us a way to make reconciliation. To correct ourselves so that he can forgive us, have mercy upon us, and accept us again as a people. But for this to happen, we as a people have to have a conscience. Conscientious. Conscientious means to make amends for that which was done wrong. You got to acknowledge your fault before God. But people are so stubborn. Like I always say, vanity and pride is in the way of you serving God. Because of your vanity and your pride, I won't acknowledge my fault. I won't say I was wrong. I won't say I'm sorry. And when you say I'm sorry or when you acknowledge your fault, correct it and don't go back. Don't go back.
That's how it's corrected.
That's how it's corrected. Don't go back.
I'm not going back.
Let's read.
Neither have we obeyed the voice of the Lord our God to walk in his laws.
To walk in his laws.
Which he set before us by his servants, the prophets.
Time sheet.
Yea, all Israel had transgressed thy law.
All Israel had transgressed thy law.
Even by departing. That they might not obey thy voice.
Even by departing. That they may not obey thy voice. They done left off. They done left off from serving God. They done left off from keeping these Sabbaths and Yom Kippurs and all the appointed seasons that God has appointed for us to keep and hold. To the people that want to change the calendar, you got to leave the calendar the way it is. This is what God gave us. I said, this is what God gave us.
Talk about it.
I said, this is what God gave us. Why? He gave us this, and he shift all the days to where we ain't worshiping it and doing the things on the right, according to the right way, because of us.
Because we did that.
Because we did that.
We threw those days.
So now we got to show we got to show that we want it again in order to get it back right.
I got to see that you want it, man.
That's right. That's what God. I got to see that you want it. In order for us to get this thing right and correct, I got to prove to God that.
Show me that you want it.
I got to prove to God that I want this. Okay?
That's how this goes.
You're never going to get it the right way the first time.
Tell him again.
You're never going to get it the right way the first time. When you read certain laws, God is going to make you stumble and do things the wrong way to prove your diligence. To prove your diligence. And when God sees, man, this guy is diligent. He's bent on finding out and doing the things that is lawful and right by God. They ain't lead you to a chapter, or he open your eyes to certain things to show you the right and correct way of doing this. That's how God is, man. You don't get it the right way automatically. You just learning about God. You just acknowledging that all those deities and idols are fake. You think your understanding is going to be?
Doesn't just happen.
You think your understanding is going to be compared to the one to a person that been there,
been trained.
That's why you don't question your teacher.
Studying.
That's why you don't question your teacher, because the teacher been here. He been studying and studying and studying and learning and learning.
That's right.
So God put that person there for a guide.
Like Samuel, from a child.
That's right. For a guide to guide you towards the correct and established way that God has set.
To show you the right way.
That's
to guide
right.
you. That's correct.
Sure. I mean, time sheet.
Therefore, the curse is poured upon us.
Oh my goodness. Therefore, the curse is poured upon us. It's all over us. And it's a part of us, man. Iniquity, that's why I said it before, iniquity has been our nature. Our nature. See, one thing we got to realize. When we sin, it's because our emotions got in the way. When we transgress the commandment of God, it's because our emotions got in the way. Okay? Now, emotions, it's a good thing to have emotions when it's channeled towards the right way. Because it take emotions for a person to want to serve God. That's right. Desire is an emotion. That's right. Huh? That's right. It take emotions to serve God. Huh? A desire, pleasure. Huh? You're not going to love God if you don't desire. It goes hand in hand. But then again, we channel our emotions towards the wrong way, and it causes us also to sin against God. That's right. Because of my anger. That's right. Because of my anger, which is the emotion, the laws of God is out of my mind. It's out the window. Hatred. And I act according to how I feel right now. Hatred. Hatred is one also.
Most people is hatred now.
That's right.
Not even anger no more.
That's right. Tom Sheik. And the oath that is written.
Therefore, the curse is poured upon us, and the other that is written in the law of
the
Moses.
Oath that is written in the laws of Moses.
The servant of God.
The servant of God.
Because we have sinned against
him.
We have
sinned against him. That's right. That's right. That's when we met God at the grounds of Mount Sinai. That's when we met God at the grounds of Mount Sinai. Better believe it, man. Better believe it. All these laws came from out of the mouth of God. That's right. Huh? That's right. Huh? That's why these words have an effect on your spirit. That's right. You just don't start fearing God automatically when you just learn about this. All this comes in steps and stages and in time of what you put in. Because whatever you put in, that's what you're going to get. That's what you're going to get out of it.
That's going to be your strength. That's
why I tell my Easter all the time, I said, read that law. I said, read that law so that you don't get confounded, so that you don't get confused, so that when you hear something else that's foreign, you can correlate it with what the law says.
That's correct. The law.
I'm not going to eat salami and turkey slices because the law said don't eat meat that died of itself. Huh? Yeah. The law said don't eat anything that died of itself. Yeah. So why we eat Franks, turkey slices, bologna slices, salami slices, chicken, all these things out the stores, and you don't know how it died.
And it still got blood in it.
And it still
got back.
Let's read.
Talk about it. And he had confirmed his words which he spake against us.
And he confirmed his word which he spake against us.
And against our judges.
And against our judges that judged us.
By bringing upon us a great evil.
Great evil. God brought evil upon us, man.
Amen.
I said, God brought evil upon us. One person asked me, why is there so much evil? I want to read a part where it was good at a point in time. There was a time when we was good with God. There was a point in time, one of the appointed times that it was good, we were good with God was when Balaam tried to curse the nation.
He said, there's no sin amongst them.
Huh? And God said, he said that curse ain't gonna work because there's no sin in them.
That was a good time.
That was a good time. There's no iniquities found in Jacob at that point in time. Because us as a nation, as a whole, was steadfast, following after the laws and the commandments and the covenant of God 100%. But because sin is found in us, you can't repay. I can't repay evil with good. If you do evil, God gonna repay you with evil.
That's right.
If you do good, God will repay you with good.
That's right.
And sometimes we do good and evil come to test your diligence. To test your diligence with God. To see how steadfast you is with God. To see if you're gonna pull back.
I feel like I'm doing nothing.
Yeah. Let's read.
For under the whole heaven
hath
not been done as had been done upon Jerusalem.
Tom sheet.
As it is written in the law of Moses, all this evil is come upon us, yet made we not our prayer before the Lord our God, that we might turn from our iniquities and understand thy truth.
This is a person, a man, or people. This is Daniel. This man acknowledges his sin. And when you acknowledge your iniquities before God, the first thing we got to do is acknowledge. After that, we got to turn from our iniquities.
That's right.
You're not going to turn from the things that is unlawful by God if you don't acknowledge that it was wrong. Acknowledgement bring forth a change. You're not going to change if you don't acknowledge. You have to acknowledge that you was wrong.
That's right.
I got to acknowledge that I offended you. I got to acknowledge these things in order for you to change. And that word, I don't care. I don't care. You should care.
Okay.
You should care.
They get away from you.
That's one of
There's only certain things that you should care about.
You can't have people like that around.
Care about God. Care about offending God and his laws.
That word brings that.
Huh? Care about offending your parents.
Yeah.
Care about offending your brother.
Yeah.
Care about offending your sister.
You gotta care.
You gotta care. Okay? And if someone offends you, it don't mean you have to offend them back. That's why God listened. That's why God stopped King David. From avenging himself. For making vengeance against Nabal.
It didn't pay him back,
Because he did good to them, and the good that he did to them wasn't repaid back. And he was going to wipe everybody out. And God stopped him. Have you ever wondered why God stopped him? Which means what? That is held in high regards with God. God said, vengeance belongs to me.
Right.
That's it.
No matter how.
And you know what vengeance, you know what God is talking about? Vengeance against your own. Not vengeance against the heathens. Okay? The heathens violate, by all means, let's ride. But vengeance against one another, against each other. Now think now.
That means it's going to always be back.
We got to think.
That's right.
I can't look at you and say, he's just coming in here. He's just starting. I can't take vengeance against you.
Talk about it.
See, I can't do that.
Say it again. No.
Does it matter? Did God say that?
No.
Show me in the book where it said that.
No, it don't matter.
Once a person agree to serve this God, I got to treat him as one of the homeboys. Now it's up to God to prove to him. Because you don't know this man's heart. I don't know your heart, and you don't know my heart. So now it's all, he already did the first step to make agree, to agree, to conform to the commandments of God.
That's right.
It's not up to you to prove nothing.
That's right.
To see whether his heart is really like that or not.
That's right.
You know who it's up to? That's up to God.
That's right. Oh, stubborn.
That's up to God to prove. That's when God start proving people, man. That's why God prove you.
Talk about it.
Huh?
Not to you.
Certain things, that's why, listen. You know what God said? He said, stay in your place.
That's right.
He said, I'm going back to my place. Because you people don't want to acknowledge your offense. Huh? And that's the way I'm moving now. When people don't want to acknowledge their offense, I go back to my place. And when God went back in his place, what happened? What happened when God went back to his place? It was very little communication. There wasn't no communication, man. Huh? He said, and he had confirmed his words. He had confirmed his words, which he spake of Damshimit, Chief.
Therefore had the Lord watched upon the evil and brought it upon us.
What verse you at, brother? Oh, I see you. Go ahead and read. Therefore had what?
Therefore had the Lord watched upon the evil and brought it upon us.
Therefore had the Lord watched upon the evil. What do you hear what that says? He said, therefore, the Lord washed us.
Evil.
He washed us committing evil. And the same thing that I done committed in the eyes of God, he poured it upon us. Whatever you put out, God repay you with that which you put out. Huh? Let's read. You busy?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
For the Lord our God is righteous in all his works, which he doeth. For we...
What verse you at? Oh, I see it. For the Lord our God is righteous in all his works. And everything that God does, he's right. And everything that God do, he's right. Whether you agree with it or not, you fools. Who are you to agree or disagree with what God says? You got to train yourself to correlate your ways according to what God says. You got to train yourself to accept what God says. You got to train yourself to hate and despise what God hate and despise. You got to train yourself for that.
That's right.
But we want to train God.
Uh-oh.
Ain't that Prince Ruben used to say, that's a bad motorcycle. Then he step and do a spin.
Yeah.
He said, that's a bad motorcycle. You hear that? We want to train God. We want God to accept us the way we are. Like I said before, like that rebellious song from this rebellious woman that don't know the ways of God. She said, take me as I am, or have nothing at all. Those are rebellious words.
That's an ultimatum.
That's an ultimatum.
That was an ultimatum, man.
Huh?
It just sounds.
No, I can't take you as you are.
Or nothing at all.
I gotta accept you in a way that God accepts you.
That's right.
And if God don't accept you this way, you gotta change.
That's right.
And if you don't change, then I can't accept you.
That's right.
This is the only thing that binds. This is the only thing that binds man to man.
That's right.
This is the only thing that binds man to woman. This is the only thing that binds man, parents to children.
That's right.
Understand that. This is what binds you.
Talk about it.
This.
Talk about
If you ain't living in the manner that God accepts, I can't accept you.
That's right.
I will not.
You hear me? Let's read.
For we obeyed not his voice. Verse
We
15.
obeyed not his voice.
Verse 15. And now, O Lord our God, that thou hast brought thy people forth out of the land of Egypt with a mighty hand, and has gotten thee renowned.
He said, now, O Lord our God, that has brought thy people forth out of the land of Egypt with a mighty hand. Oh, yeah. God did bring us up out of Egypt with a great mighty hand. A hand that could, a vicious mighty hand, man. He did wondrously in the land of Egypt. Wondrously. Wondrously. Defeated all the gods of the Egyptians. And put their iniquities right in front of their faces.
Hey, God did a new thing.
That's right. That's right. Thomas Street.
And now, O Lord our God, that thou hast brought thy people forth out of the land of Egypt with a mighty hand.
With a mighty hand.
And has gotten thee renowned.
And has gotten thee renowned.
As it is this day.
As it is this day. What do you mean by renowned? What do you mean by that, huh?
Everybody knows.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Ring bells.
What went down in Egypt was worldwide.
Yeah.
Worldwide. Worldwide. This thing here traveled across the aisles. Traveled. It's still traveling. It's still happening right now, man. Because the glory of God don't dissipate, don't disappear. It just don't disappear and just vanish out in the clouds. Huh? Huh? Let's read. He said, but now, as at this day, we have sinned, we have done wickedly. Verse 16.
O Lord, according to all thy righteousness, I beseech thee, let thine anger and thy fury be turned away from thy city, Jerusalem.
He said,
thy
O Lord,
holy mountain.
O Lord, according to thy righteousness, I beseech thee, Let thine anger and thy fury be turned away from thy city, Jerusalem. Jerusalem is a city that God loved. He said, all those that pray for Jerusalem is what? Shout. I forgot what one of the prayers. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem, man. That's what one of the Psalms said. One of the Psalms, right? He said, our holy mountain, because for our sins and for the iniquities of our fathers, Jerusalem and our people are become a reproach to all that are about us. 17.
Now therefore, our God, hear the prayer of thy servant.
Hear the prayer of thy servant.
And his supplication.
And his supplication.
And cause thy face to shine upon thy sanctuary that is desolate for the Lord's sake. Oh my God, incline thine ears and hear. Open thine eyes and behold our desolations and the city which is called by thy name.
By thy name.
For we do not present our supplications before thee for our righteousness, but for thy great mercy.
Yeah, I'm not doing this for my righteousness. It's not about my righteousness. It ain't about me. It's about your mercies. Yeah. So we can gain mercy from you or from thou, O Lord. So we can get back in favor in thou eyesight, in your eyesight, O Lord. This is why certain things is done. This is why we ought to start doing certain things, because we are completely out of the eyesight of God. We're far away from God. We're far away from God because of our sinful ways, because of our atrocious ways that do not correlate with what we read in the book. Let's read.
Oh Lord, hear and forgive.
Oh Lord, hear and forgive.
Oh Lord, hearken and do.
Hearken and do.
Defer not for thine own sake, oh my God, for thy city and thy people are called by thy name.
He said, don't defer for thy name's sake. He said, because the city and the people is called by your name.
That's what they named after.
We named after you, O Lord. We come from you, O God. We're your possession. Tamshi.
And whilst I was speaking and praying and confessing my sin and the sin of my people Israel, and presenting my supplication before the Lord my God for the holy mountain of my God. Yea, whilst I was speaking in prayer, even the man Gabriel, whom I had seen in the vision at the beginning, being caused to fly swiftly, touched me about the time of the evening oblation.
You know who Gabriel is? That was one of the angels of God. While he's saying this prayer, the angels came through, flew by, touched him during the evening sacrifice. You know what that's called? Minka. Listen, man, those was appointed times where these prayers went up.
Prayers and confession.
Prayers and confession. Morning, shakarit, and the evening sacrifice, man. Right. Evening sacrifice. Tamshi.
And he informed me and talked with me and said, O Daniel, I am now come forth to give thee skill and understanding. At the beginning of thy supplications, the commandment came forth. And I am come to show thee, for thou art greatly beloved. Therefore, understand the matter and consider the vision. 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and upon thy holy city to finish the transgression and to make an end of sins.
Wait a minute.
That's the 70 years.
Wait a minute. That's what?
That's the 70 years.
That's the 70 years. You hear what do we understand this? He says the 70 years was determined. We had to fulfill that 70 years. We had to fulfill the sentence. That remind me when my father, Chief Eliezer, was in jail. He's in prison. He said he got euphoric, where someone came into a cell, kneeled down before him, put a pad out, drew a circle, and stopped. He said, you got to complete the circuit. Yeah. You got to complete the circuit. Once you complete the circuit, he said, you get it out.
That's the time.
That's the time. I got to fulfill the time that God had prescribed for us to accomplish because of our iniquities. We don't have no set time here. Every captivity had a set time. The 400 years passed already. We ain't been nowhere yet. What that tell you? You ain't going nowhere. But God did say, this is why God did say, the Creator did say that we're going to inhabit Jerusalem again. Huh? God said we're going to inhabit Jerusalem again. He ain't talking about now. And when that time comes, there is not going to be no other place. This world going to be destroyed. That's after. After the day of the Lord. Huh? But a lot of people don't believe that. After the day of God. Yeah. After the day of judgment. That's right. Let's read.
To finish the transgression, to make an end of sins, and make reconciliation for iniquity, and to bring in everlasting righteousness, and to seal up the vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy.
Let's go. Let's chop that. Let's go to Numbers chapter 15. Numbers 15, verse 24.
And it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance without the knowledge of the congregation.
And it shall be, if aught be committed, in ignorance, right? Ignorance is shagar, means sin of error. When you commit and transgress in error, in error, by mistake. We don't sin anymore by mistake. We know now. We acknowledge and we know that what we are doing is wrong according to what God says. We're not ignorant. We're just doing and following our own wanting ways. No matter how many times you tell a person that the anatomy of shrimp and lobster is the same anatomy as a roach, people still eat it. People still desire it. No matter how many times you tell a person, you can't eat Franks, you can't eat salami, you can't eat turkey, you don't know how that animal died, they still eat it.
You can't eat out of restaurants.
Can't eat out of restaurants. Let's read.
Then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance without the knowledge of the congregation, that all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering, for a sweet savior unto the Lord.
One young bullock. We don't have offerings anymore. We don't have offerings no more because we don't have a high priest. We don't even have a temple where the priest resides at. See, remember, the high priest don't leave the grounds of the temple. Yeah. So why do we call people Kohen? Kohen Gadol.
He's not separated.
High priest, priest. There's a consecration that comes with that.
They're separated.
And just because we're fasting, that doesn't just relinquish iniquities. You can't get rid of sin just by fasting. There's a lot of things that comes with fasting. The reason for Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, was because the high priest confessed the sins of the nation upon the head of the scapegoat. We don't have the high priest now to confess our sins upon the head of that scapegoat. No. So the same sins that I did yesterday is still riding me. And we're adding on. Now, how can I stop and get rid and make atonement for iniquities? I gotta make my mind up and stop. First.
That's the first thing.
That's the first thing. Now, before I stop, I gotta acknowledge my fault before God. Before you stop transgressing, we have to acknowledge our faults before God in order to stop. You have to acknowledge that you was wrong in order to stop something. If you don't acknowledge that you was wrong, you're going to continue doing it. You're going to continue doing it. That's why when people don't acknowledge their fault and don't acknowledge their wrong, I got to put distance. I got to put distance because you're not going to keep violating and doing this thing over and over. Now, isn't that how God works? That's how God works. You don't acknowledge your faults, O nation of Israel. I'm going back to my spot. I'm going back to my place till you acknowledge your fault before God. That's how God works. You don't acknowledge, I'm going to stay right here. I'm staying here because you still think you're right. We need the high priest to get rid of these sins.
Yes.
So therefore, the Most High gave us different avenues to get rid of iniquity. Acknowledge your fault. Stop sinning presumptuously. Another way to get rid of iniquity is mercy and truth. In the Psalms, it says mercy and truth make atonement for sins.
That's right.
Another way to get rid of iniquity is the honoring of Father in Ecclesiasticus chapter 3, verse 3. Giving alms to thy brethren. These things is what, but in order for these things to work, I have to go back to what I said in the beginning. We have to stop. I can't continue sinning and then do that and then think it's going to have an effect. It's not going to happen. It's not going to have no effect because you didn't stop. You didn't acknowledge your fault to stop. So all the rest of the stuff that's there ain't going to work. Tom sheet.
That all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering, for a sweet savior unto the Lord, with his meat offering and his drink offering, according to the manner, and one kid of the goats for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and it shall be
forgiven them.
For it is ignorance.
Ignorance.
And they shall bring their offering, a sacrifice made by fire.
Sacrifice made by fire. How do we know when God accepted our offering? The fire came from heaven.
Fire comes down
and sucked up that whole offering. That's how Cain knew that his offering wasn't accepted.
That's how the sacrifices were accepted.
He saw the reaction. A reaction didn't take place.
No fire came down.
God didn't accept Cain, so therefore he didn't accept his offering. But Abel was accepted, therefore God accepted Abel's offering. Like he accepted Solomon's offering. When that fire came down from heaven and sucked up that offering, that prayer that Solomon sent up was accepted. Accepted Elijah's offering. Tom Sheet.
And the priest shall make
an atonement.
An atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them for his ignorance. They shall bring an offering, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord, and their sin offering before the Lord for their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel, and the stranger that sojourned among them.
The stranger that sojourns among them, which means we did have strangers amongst us.
Yeah.
Strangers did dwell amongst us. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You always had to make smoke too. You always
That's
had
right.
Strangers that sojourn with us.
That's right, Tom Sheet. And we was told how to treat these people.
Don't vex them.
How to treat them.
Don't vex them.
God said, he said, you know the heart of a stranger, because ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. We was not sojourners in Egypt because we lived there. We lived there. So yes, there is a such thing of Israel having strangers amongst us because they lived with us, but they were strangers. Right? Go ahead, read.
Seeing all the people were in ignorance. Verse 27.
Tom
If any soul sin through ignorance.
And if any soul sin through ignorance.
Then he shall bring a she-goat of the first year for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sinned ignorantly.
All these offerings was useful to us, man. Was useful to us, man. This was the only way that we can regain favor in the eyes of God, was by those offerings. This was the way. It was a way that we can get rid of iniquities and sins. God gave us that way so that he don't have to wipe us out. Because then if God wipe us out, clean us out, then his covenant that he made and his agreement that he made with one man would not be kept. So God already knew that I made agreement with this guy here. So I got to come up with an avenue or a way for people to relinquish and get rid of sin and iniquities. Let's read.
When he sinned by ignorance before the Lord to make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. He shall have one law for him that sinned through ignorance, both for him that is born amongst the children of Israel, and for the stranger that sojourneth among them. But the soul that doeth
does aught presumptuously. What is presumptuous? In the Hebrew, it says Beyad Ramah. Beyad Ramah means a high hand. What is a high hand? A high hand is having or showing no regard for God, or for the rights or concerns or feelings of others. That's the proud man. That is the proud man. When you don't show no regard for God, and I don't show no regard for you, which means I don't care how you feel. I'm gonna say it anyway, whether it hurts your feelings or not. Which means when you don't have regard for others, you say things to hurt people, not considering their feelings. You say things to hurt people, not concerned how God feels about it. We got to correct ourselves and realize and learn what is presumptuous, man. When we don't regard each other and when we don't regard God.
They don't know the whole meaning of that.
Huh?
People don't know the whole meaning of it.
Now, to regard, when you don't regard how God feels about an unrighteous deed you have done, that's presumptuous, man. Huh? Now, what is regard? Regard means showing lack of respect for God. Showing respect for God is when you agree and accept the laws to be right. And when you agree that the laws and the commandments of God is right, because guess what? The laws was put here concerning our neighbor. The laws of God tells us how I should deal with you and how you should deal with me. Same way. But you know what's our problem? Pride gets in the way.
That's right.
Pride gets in the way of us serving God.
That's right.
Pride gets in the way of you acknowledging your faults.
That's right.
Vanity.
That's right.
Vain is what? Self-esteem. You esteem yourself too much. You esteem yourself too much.
Exaggerated self-esteem.
Exaggerated self-esteem.
That's what it is.
Tom, see? Now, hold up. Now, also, B'yad Ramah, it says high hand also means arbitrary or overbearing. Now, what is arbitrary? See, when we read the book, when we read these laws, we got to look up these words. Don't think you know the definition.
You really don't.
Because when you look up these words and it has to correlate with what the book says, it will show you who you are. This book will show you who you really are and what you need to change, what you need to take out, what you need to be, how you need to be. That's what the book shows you. Now, arbitrary means what? When you act without thought of what is fair or right, done without violence. When I do things without thinking about it. When I do things without thinking about it. You didn't think that you would offend this person by doing that? I'm supposed to be angry. And I'm going to remain angry until you acknowledge your faults.
Facts.
I'm going to remain distant until you acknowledge your fault.
Facts.
And if you don't want to never acknowledge your faults, good, but stay over there.
Stay over there with Johnny.
Stay there.
Facts. Talk about it.
Stay there, man.
Talk about
That's how God deals.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm moving.
Yeah.
People don't want to acknowledge their faults after they done offended you. I'm not rocking with you, man. Stay away from me.
Yeah.
Because you'll do it again.
Yeah.
You'll do it again.
Yeah.
Overbearing. Overbearing is what?
Not too much.
You will begin to assert your will over other people in an arrogant way. You know how that means? When I don't agree with you, you angry. You want me to agree with what you said. Whether it's right or wrong according to what God said. It doesn't matter. No matter if I tell you, yo, it's wrong. You shouldn't do that. God said don't do this. The Most High said don't do this. Hey, even Allah said don't. They don't care about that. No more. All they want to do is assert their will over you. And they want you to agree with them according to how they feel. And if you don't agree with them, guess what? You everything in the book. Your wife is everything in the book. Your children is everything in the book. Man, forget him. Now all these abominable things start coming up about him. Oh, yeah, I saw him around the corner eating blood and fat. Oh, I saw him doing this over here. Well, why you ain't say that in the beginning?
Yeah.
When you wasn't angry. Learn. We gotta learn that our ways stink before God. We gotta learn that our ways stink before God. We gotta learn that we have to change our ways to get recognized by God. If we have dirty and stink ways, God's attention will not be turned towards you.
It turns them off.
That's right.
It turns them off.
That's right. Talk about it.
Huh? Let's read.
Verse 30.
Let's
But
read.
the soul that doeth aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Lord.
The soul that does aught presumptuously, he said who?
Whether he be born in the land or a stranger.
Whether it be born in the land or a stranger.
The same reproacheth the Lord.
The same reproacheth God. To reproach. The word for reproach is gadeth. Huh? Gadeth. Gadeth means to insult and blaspheme. Okay? Let's go into blaspheme. Okay? Let's go into reproach. How do you reproach God? How do we approach God? We reproach God by expressing disapproval to that when you refuse to accept. When you disapprove the word of God.
You don't want to agree.
When you go against the word of God. God said it's okay. Man, it's a problem with you.
You got a problem.
Man and woman have a problem with what God said. Man and woman and children refuse to accept what God says. But you know why people don't accept what God said 100%? Because they hasn't fully come to terms. They haven't fully come to terms. They haven't fully made their mind up on what God they want to serve.
That's right.
Because if you made your mind up 100% to serve this God, you're gonna agree. You're gonna agree with every cotton picking word that you read in that book, and you're gonna acknowledge that my thoughts are wrong, and God is right. How I feel is according to what this is wrong, and God is right. But we ain't come to terms with ourselves. What God you want to serve. But it's acknowledged. All this comes in time and steps and stages, but you're not going to get there rejecting. You're not going to get there rejecting the word of God.
Oh, say it again, bro.
You're not going to get there rejecting the word of God. God is going to enhance and increase the lust of your own heart.
That's right.
The disagreements and how you think, he's going to increase it in you. So that you can follow your own wanton ways and follow the stubbornness of your own heart.
That's why they don't read.
Why? Because you disagree. You disagree. You have disagreement in you. Tom sheet. Now hold up. Right? Gadeth also means blaspheme. Blaspheme is when you have no respect for what God has respect for. Huh? That's why the Most High gave us rules on how to not profane the Sabbath day. How to not profane the Sabbath day. So that we don't go down as one that blasphemed the name of God. Huh? Because when you don't respect the things that God respects, when you don't respect the things that God respects, when you don't hate the things that God hates, this is a training.
That's right.
You have to train yourself to despise the things that God despises and love the things and respect the things that God respects.
That's right.
That's a training that you have to do with yourself. I can't train you in that. I have to train myself. You got to train yourself. Each and every one of us have to train ourselves to respect the things that God respects. And hate the things that God hates. That's a training. Okay? That's a training, man. Let's read.
Because he had despised the word of the Lord and had broken his commandment, that soul shall be utterly cut off.
That soul shall be utterly cut off. And the word for that word cut off in the Hebrew is niked, nun kaf resh. It means alienated. It means betrayed. It means estranged. It means denied. And we, as a people, we that surname ourselves after the name of Jacob is alienated from God. Right. We have betrayed God. We are estranged from God, and God has denied us. Right. Why? We are so far away, so far away. We put ourselves in this predicament. That's right. We put ourselves in this predicament that we are in today because we refuse to hearken. God said, "Don't do." We want to come up with a reason of why we doing it. We want to justify why we doing it. Don't matter if I show it in a book where God said don't do. Well, I could do it as long as I don't do it in this way or that way or that way. That's what you said. There's nowhere in the book that states that.
Confusion of mind.
There's nowhere in the book that states those things.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. Thus coming out of the fermentation of your own mind.
Right.
You know why? Because you're eating too much blood.
Say it again, brother.
You know why this is coming out the fermentation of your own mind? Because you're eating too much fat.
Yeah.
You know why this is coming through the fermentation of your own mind? Because you have profaned the Sabbath day numerous times. Huh? You know why this is coming out the fermentation of your own mind? Because you continuously had your children, had your girls, and have your daughters wearing pants. When God said, those are men clothes. Why do I see Israelite women wearing pants?
I see this more than ever.
Huh? Miknasaim is a masculine word. What made that word Miknasaim masculine? Was the final men.
That's correct.
Final men. That's teachings of Hebrew. Final men makes it masculine. There's no feminine word in Miknasaim.
No. It's masculine and possessive. That's what it is.
There's no feminine word for Miknasaim. Women wore dresses and robes and skirts. Men wore the pants.
We wore breeches.
We wore the breeches.
We wore breeches.
That's why God said, I got to put a separation. God separated man and woman. We not the same.
No.
Get that out of your mind, you Western thinking people. Man and woman is not the same.
Western minded. Yeah.
Men and women are not the same.
Two total opposites.
Two total opposites.
Yeah.
Huh? When the word is a word. Let's go back to the law. Huh? In the beginning of times, in Genesis 2, right? Huh? In Genesis 2, where it says, okay, there it is. And Adam gave names to all the cattle. For Adam, help me. Okay. The word kinegdo. Kinegdo. Neged or kinegdo means what? His opposite. His opposite. His counter. A balance.
On the balance. That's right.
Balance. You know what's the balance? Want me to tell you what's the balance that God speaks about? There's many different examples. The balance is when I'm angry, you can't get angry.
Balance.
Huh? That's the balance.
Wow.
When I'm angry, you can't get angry. Because now you got to balance me out and pacify my anger.
Being mad with me ain't gonna.
Being mad with me ain't gonna balance nothing out.
It's gonna
I'm 100 and you 100. No, you gotta meet my anger with peace.
Gonna get hurt.
Yeah.
Let's read, man.
Back to Numbers 15.
Numbers 15,
verse 32. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness.
Numbers 15, verse what? No. I'm sorry. Hold up. Okay, we went into. Okay, cut off. Niked means alienated, right? We're gonna learn what every one of these words means. Alienate, right? To cause someone to feel to isolate his or herself. You know what that means when you isolate yourself? I don't see him no more.
Stay away.
I don't see her no more.
Stay away.
You done alienated yourself away from God.
I'm not with the routine that I used to be.
And how do you alienate yourself by God? By like that. By staying away. By staying away. Estranged. To cause a person to be no longer close. To cause one to break that bond. And this is why God has been estranged from us. Why? Because we done broke the covenant that God brought to us at the grounds of Mount Sinai. We broke that covenant. We broke that agreement. So once the agreement got broke, there's no closeness.
Same thing like man and woman.
That's right. The word deny. Deny means what? When one refuses to admit the truth or existence of.
Ooh.
When one refuses to admit the truth, God said, but they won't accept it.
And that's
the laws of God said, but they won't accept it.
That's true.
Huh? Right. To betray, to be unfaithful to God, failure to repent, to acknowledge sin is betrayal to God, man. Antagonistic is a feeling of opposition to go against God. Those are feelings that stirs up within us to what? To go against the Creator. To go against the Most High.
In the movies, the person that they call the antagonist is
that's
the
right.
bad guy, the villain.
That's right. That's right, man. Mm-hmm. We go against God continuously, man. Continuously. Tamshi.
Verse 32. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the Sabbath day.
Now, hold up. What verse you at?
Verse 32.
Okay, Tamshi. Now, hold up. 31. Because he had despised the word of the Lord and had broken his commandment, that soul shall be utterly cut off. What is despise? Huh? What is despise? Bazah means to contemn. Huh? Now, contempt, despise means what? To look down on with contempt and aversion. Aversion is a feeling of repugnance with a desire to avoid or turn from God. A desire to avoid and turn away from God. So you avoid this
so you don't come around.
Exactly.
To avoid God is not to
exactly.
Come
now all these feelings will be stirred up within us. God gonna stir these feelings up in you. Huh? Now, despise means to feel contempt. What is contempt? Willful disobedience to God. When you willfully disobey and go against God. Willfully disobey God.
Whereas blatantly saying,
blatantly. Don't do it and still do it. Huh?
Talk about it.
Now, to feel contempt or deep repugnance for. What is repugnance? Repugnance is when you contradict. I'm telling you, thou shalt, and you want to tell me a reason why it's okay to do it.
Okay to do it.
That's contradicting. That's repugnance. It says to show opposition, to contend against, to resist.
Yeah.
Huh? Tamshi, you can't submit to what is right by God because you are being rejected.
You're blocked.
Huh? You can't submit to what is right by God because you are being rejected. You're being rejected. God is rejecting you. So you're not going to be able to submit to that which is lawful and right by God. Huh? You're not going to be able to submit. Tamshi.
And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses.
And they that found him gathering sticks. He said, hold up. I got to go to another one. It said, broken, right? Right? It said, and had broken his commandment. What do you mean by broken his commandment? Hepad. Hepad means what? To break, to violate, to void, to nullify. So when you broke or when you break the laws of God, you are causing it to be invalid. Right? To weaken or destroy the cogency. Huh? To weaken or destroy the cogency. Right. What is the cogency? Huh? The cogency is what? Having the power to constrain oneself. The cogency is having the power to restrain, to constrain yourself.
Right.
Huh?
Right.
How do you constrain yourself? When you're able to rule your spirit. When you're able to rule yourself from violating the commandments of God. Right? Now, violate means to fail when you fail to keep or to observe. Right? Now, it said utterly cut off. The one that has broken the commandments of God shall be utterly cut off. The word for utterly cut off is hikaret, tikaret. Mm-hmm. Those are two different words for being cut off. Mm-hmm. Hikaret, tikaret, and you have nikad, nikad. One is to alienate, estrange, or to betray or deny. And hikaret, tikaret is what? It means to destroy, to exterminate, to wipe out.
To make non-existent.
Non-existence. Right. Huh? Tamshi.
And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses and Aaron and unto all the congregation. And they put him in ward, because it was not declared what should be done to him.
It said, no, and while the children was in the middle, they found a man gathering sticks. The word for gathering is quashash. Huh? Yeah. Means to gather. Mm-hmm. They found him gathering sticks.
That was the violation.
He didn't kindle the fire. God don't kill you and come at you for your intention. Or his intention was to kindle the fire. No, did he kindle the fire? No, he didn't. So what did he do? What did he do that caused him caused the violation? It means to gather. The action of gathering is work. This is why I don't use brooms and sweep.
Because you're gathering
the dirt. And God said it's work. I said, God said it's work. Okay? But people say, oh, it's okay to sweep the dirt because we're in the camp and we're in the temple. No, cut off. No.
Same as going out in the
I can't go outside and sweep. I can't come in the camp and sweep. I leave all that until after Shabbat.
The dirt ain't going to do nothing, man.
All that is left till after Shabbat, man.
Facts.
Leave the dirt alone.
Leave that alone. Tamshi. So he got caught gathering and they put him in ward. Tamshi.
Because it was not declared what should be done to him.
It wasn't declared what should be done to him, Tamshi.
And the Lord said unto Moses, The man shall be surely put to death.
The man shall surely be put to death. Tamshi.
All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all the congregation brought him without the camp and stoned him with stones, and he died as the Lord commanded Moses.
Tamshi.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments.
Bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments. Right? Now, in the Hebrew, the word for borders is kanaf. Kanaf means borders, and kanaf also means corners. But what made the difference was in Deuteronomy 22 when it says arba. Arba is four corners. Yeah. Put the fringe upon the four corners of your garments. Which means they didn't wear fringes around the borders, okay, of their garments. Okay, Tamshi.
And they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders
tekel, patil tekelet, a thread of blue. It said one thread of blue shall be put upon the fringe. They didn't make blue fringes.
No, that's right.
God's commandment is clear. He said one thread of blue was put upon the fringe. One thread of blue. There was a book called Bar Kokhba, and it showed the fringes that our forefathers wore. And it's just like this. The same way that we wear it today. Don't come up with new fashion fringes.
Yeah.
Don't come up with new ways to make fringes. Let's stick to the ancient path, the way God showed us, the way we need to do these things. Because the ancient path is the only way towards God.
Yeah.
We cannot remix and come up with new ways to serve God, man.
Yeah.
Huh? Everything that we did was different. Different than the heathens, than the nations. We didn't celebrate the same thing. Doesn't that register in your mind?
Everything has to be different.
Everything that we did was different, man. Even our celebrations.
You don't get it yet? You don't get it yet?
They don't get it. But we want to incorporate New Year.
No.
We want to incorporate Hanukkah bush and all these foolishness. There's a brother, and I gotta read this. You know why? Because this brother, I ain't gonna say no names, and I'm gonna read the post. right? He said Rosh Hashanah with a question mark. He said today is Yom Teruah. That's the name of the day.
That's the name of the day.
Yom Teruah. That's what God said. Not no Rosh Hashanah.
Blow them off.
Huh? Yom Teruah is the day of the blast. Yeah. He said not Rosh Hashanah. Rosh means head, Hashanah means the year. Well, this is the 7th month.
Thank you, I've been saying it.
The 7th month.
I know what I'm talking about.
How is it a new year in the 7th month?
The end of the year.
Huh? And the season is the fall. In the fall, the earth is dying. So how can this be the beginning of head of the year? The Almighty says in Exodus, the 12th chapter, that the month of Abib shall be the beginning of the months for us, or the head of the year.
That's it.
That's it.
Head of the year.
That's it. Not no new year.
This is the beginning.
And then you go on YouTube and all these Instagram, and you see brothers with 57 with the year 57, whatever it is, showing up in balloons. Happy New Year! That's our problem, man.
Want to be like,
and that's been our problem from in the beginning of times. We always wanted to be like the people around the Bible.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
But God gave us the laws, commandments, and statutes to differentiate us from the people. To put a separation from the people.
Right.
The year is now 5784.
That's the year.
That's the real year. 5,784, not 2023.
See, everybody got their own version.
Exactly.
Everybody.
Let's read.
Talk about it.
And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord and do it.
And remember, he said that the fringe serve. Hey, wait a minute. Fringes serves a purpose.
Yep.
The purpose of the fringes is to make remembrance of the laws of God.
It's going to stop me in my tracks.
It's going to stop me in my tracks. But the fringes are not making the fringes are not used for its purpose. The fringes stop me from sinning. When I see the fringes, it's supposed to stop me from transgressing. I'm supposed to remember the laws of God, and it will stop me in my tracks.
That's right. You're going to feel weird.
It will stop me in my tracks.
That's right. You're going.
Let's read.
And remember all the commandments of the Lord and do them, that ye seek not after your own heart.
That ye seek not after your own heart. And this is what's happening now. Every man and woman is seeking after lust of their own heart. They are going according to what they think and how they feel. And if the book doesn't correlate with what they say, it's wrong. It's wrong. And that's when God is enhancing the lust of your own heart. Yeah. He's causing you to follow after the lust of your own heart. That's right. And that's what makes it hard and difficult to agree with God.
That's why you can't
stop. That's what makes it hard and difficult for you to stop.
That's why you can't stop.
That's why you can't stop doing it. Yeah. Because that's not okay. Let's read. Talk about it.
And your own eyes, after which ye used to go a whoring. That you may remember and do all of my commandments.
Okay, let's cut that. Let's go to Isaiah 58. Let's go to Isaiah 58. Now, one thing we got to realize now. First, God took us as a possession, and he gave the law to the nation of Israel. But because of our disobedience to God, because of our disobedience with God, now what happened? God made exceptions for those that make exceptions for his laws now. Now all people accept it. All people are accepted because now once you, look, Israel don't mean nothing no more. I said today, Israel don't mean nothing no more. You know what matters today? Who's gonna make exceptions for the laws of God? Now God will make exceptions for you.
Down to the wire.
Down to the wire, which means all nations is accepted. If they are willing to buckle down and bow down and accept what God said, then they are accepted by God. That's why God said, he said, I'm a God for all people now. Chinese, Japanese, whites, this one, that one. What color you are, it doesn't matter. As long as you accept this and wants to do the things that is lawful and right by God, God will accept you.
That's right.
God will accept you, man.
That's right. Heed to the word.
Let's take heed. to what God said, and he will accept you.
That's right.
It don't matter if you're black.
That's right.
That's right.
This was for a black nation. Stop saying that.
Stop doing that.
Stop saying that. Don't matter if you're black, white, pink, purple, green, tan, get off that color.
We're not racist here.
Get off of that color. We ain't racist here. And God don't preach racism. God don't preach racism, man.
Right.
He said, serve me, serve God, man. That's what counts. In sincerity and truth.
That's right.
That's what counts.
That's right.
So let's read Isaiah chapter 58.
Talk about it.
Cry aloud.
Cry aloud.
Spare not.
Spare not. You
Lift up
know what
thy
I mean by
voice.
don't spare? He said, spare not.
Don't hold
He said,
nothing
don't hold back. I said, don't hold back. Never hold back the truth. Never hold back the laws and the commandments of how to do and accomplish the laws of God. That's not the secret things. That's not the things that God said for you to hold back. Huh? If someone asks you about the laws and the commandments of God, I can't agree with you and you wrong. Because now I'm putting the stumbling block before the blind. And I'm causing them to fall into waywardness. I gotta show you and tell you. I have to.
You do what you want.
You do what you want after that.
Yeah.
Tom C.
And show my people their transgressions.
Show my people their transgressions.
That's what it's about.
That's what it's about. Me showing you when you're going wrong with God. That's it.
Not a debate.
It's not a debate. It's not a back and forth thing.
That's right.
My job is not exactly. It's to show you when you're going wrong with God, whether you hear or forbear.
That's it.
Whether you love it or you don't love it.
That's right.
Whether you hate or despise it. I gotta show you when you're going wrong with God.
That's right.
That's it.
That's right.
There's no other way. Tom C.
Yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways.
He said, and show my people their transgressions and the house of Jacob their sins. Tom C.
Yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways.
Yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways. Huh? What do you mean by delight? You take pleasure in. To take pleasure in the ways and learning the ways of God. Take pleasure in learning the laws and the commandments of God. Take pleasure in the things that God take pleasure in. Then and only then you will begin to love God.
That's right.
Huh? You will begin to understand certain things. Certain things will be cleared. Because you got the delight and the pleasure in serving God and learning his ways and his customs. And how do you show that you show delight and pleasure in learning his ways and his customs and his laws? When you learn it, you put it in action. When I learn it, I put it in action. God said, I put it in action. You don't go against it. You don't go against it. Because that's not what Abraham did. And Abraham was a man that God said, he's my friend. He said, this guy is my friend. Huh? Because Abraham had what we don't have. Again, blind allegiance. To where you explain certain things to people and they got a million questions. A million questions.
You explained it to them.
When I already explained it. Out the book. You still have questions.
I Googled it.
No good. Time sheet.
Shows you all over.
He said to take pleasure in. Delight and pleasure in God's law is first. It's first. Before you begin to attain love for God.
That's right.
I got to show delight and pleasure in God first before I love God. I'm not going to love God and I don't have no delight in it.
That's right.
You got to love the Sabbath day. You got to love and take delight in the Sabbath in order to love the Sabbath.
That's what the people do.
You got to take pleasure in something in order to love it. If you don't have no delight in me, you ain't going to love me. If you don't have no delight in your man, you ain't going to love him.
That's right.
If you don't take pleasure in me, you ain't going to love me.
That's right.
And anything you take and anything you have delight and pleasure in, you don't piss off.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
If if I take delight and pleasure in God, I'm not going to anger God.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
So when we anger God, we don't delight in God. We don't take pleasure in God because you're angering Him. And how do we anger Him? By sinning and transgressing and going against the laws and the commandments of God.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh? Everything is hand in hand.
Yeah.
These things is hand in hand, man. It goes together, man.
One activates
That's
right.
Huh?
Yeah. Talk about it.
Let's read.
Yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways as a nation that
He said, what? Read that. What verse you at?
Verse 2.
Go ahead, read it.
Yet they seek me daily.
Yet they seek me daily. How do you seek God? I said, how do you seek God?
In performance of the law.
Huh? You seek God, number one, by making your mind up. Where do we seek God at? We can only find God in the book.
Only one place to look.
Right here. God has left the book here for us to find Him. He said it ain't far away. I don't have to cross the ocean to find it. It's right there it's right there on your bookshelf. It's right there on your dresser. He said the word of God is near. You don't have to go to heavens to get it. It's very close to you. It's all up to you whether you want to serve God or not.
That's right.
Make your mind up. Guess what? Before it's too late.
Make your mind up, Johnny.
We have to make our mind up to serve God before it's too late. You know when it's too late? When you die.
Yeah.
Huh? When you die. I was listening to a person. He said, you know what Bible stand for? He said, basic instructions before leaving earth.
Facts. B-I-B-L-E.
Basic instructions. These are not hard rules. It's not hard instructions. It's basic instructions. Before you die, before you leave this earth.
Yeah.
And if I don't accomplish these instructions and these laws before I leave this earth, you are damned.
That's right.
You're done off.
That's right. And that's majority
And this is our job on earth. To accomplish the laws and the commandments of God before you die.
That's
Each and every one of you must accomplish the laws and the commandments of God before you die.
That's right.
Before you take your spirit back.
That's right.
Because your spirit don't belong to you. My spirit don't belong to me. Your spirit belongs to God. And you borrowed it for a certain amount of time. And when that time is up, God called your spirit back home.
He said if I gather my spirit,
God called that spirit back home. Guess what? The corpse drops. Immediately.
No more life.
Because there's no more life.
No animation.
No animation. Time sheet.
Man.
Yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways.
He said, yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways. What is the ways? Dedek, the path, the mode, the manner, the custom, the course, a chosen manner of conducting oneself. A custom is a repeated practice. Anything that you practice becomes habitual, becomes a habit. It becomes a part of you. Now I'm accustomed of doing this. And when I'm not doing this, I feel weird. I feel weird not coming to a congregation. I feel weird sitting home talking about I'm streaming because I wasn't raised to stream. I wasn't raised to sit home and watch some computer. Leave the streaming. I said leave the streaming for people that can't get to a congregation. The ones that can get to a congregation, by all means, get there.
He ain't talking about if you choose.
Get there. You know why? I said get there because to congregate is what? A gathering of people. And now I got to watch who I have my congregation with. Because the people that's there has to be a certain type of people. God said, Nehemiah 8, he said, people that understand the difference between good and evil. He's not talking about my 5-year-old. That's not a congregation. If I have 6 5-year-olds and 1 grown-up, that's not a congregation accepted by God. Children don't count in that. God said that. He said, gather the people to me, all the ones that have understanding. That can discern between good and evil. Like Paulie said. like Paulie said, you grown suckers on the over here. Don't worry about the innocent children. Don't worry about the babies. Don't worry about them. All you grown suckers, come on in here. You the ones that God is talking about. The abominations and the evil is in you guys, not the children.
Right. Only make sure all of us.
That's right.
Leave them kids alone.
Now, the word for manner. Manner is a person's outward bearing. What is outward bearing? Outward bearing is a way of speaking to or treating other people. Goes into what? Behavior and treatment. Who said that ain't in God? That's not in the law. Who said that ain't? That's not godliness. It's all in here. Dedek means a manner. Dedek also covers the way you treat people and how you speak to people. I can't speak to people any old how I want to speak to them. I can't do to people however I want to do to them. He said a person's outward bearing or way of behaving towards others. Now it also goes into a path. Your path is a way of life, a way of conducting yourself or thoughts. Now my thoughts and the way I conduct myself is gonna be according to the way God says. Why? Because my head is constantly in the book, and I'm reading and I'm reading and I'm reading. This is a program. We must program ourselves. I can't program you. We got to program ourselves towards the things that is lawful and right by God. That's it. Anything, everything else don't count. Nothing else counts, man. When we gonna realize that nothing else counts? Right? Because I don't want to die in my iniquities. I don't want to die sinful. I don't want to die in my lustful, stubborn ways. Because in order to change that, we got to acknowledge that we are stubborn. I got to acknowledge that I have evil in me. And we got to correct it.
That's the door.
And replace it with righteousness.
Reprogram.
That's right. Let's read.
Yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways.
He said, yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways.
As a nation that did righteousness. And forsook not the ordinance of their God. They ask of me the ordinance of justice. They take delight in approaching to God.
Take delight in approaching to God. What is approaching? It's quirba, means to draw near, to get close to.
They didn't forsake it.
They didn't forsake and abandon that. How do we get close to God? We can't get close to God sinning.
That's right.
We can't get close to God transgressing.
That's right.
We can't get close to God sinning presumptuously, man.
That's right.
There's no way we can get that closeness.
You're going to get that link.
We can't get there, man. Sinning.
You're going to never get it.
Because when we sin, that sin is betrayal to God.
Pushing
God away, and we're pushing ourselves away from God when we sin. And then people make excuses of why they do it. One brother I told him, I said, listen, brother, you ain't supposed to be shaving. He said, well, I got to do it for my job. I said, so your job is more important than God's law. So your job is more important than God's law. No.
All this freedom.
So I got to work on Shabbat. Well, I can't take that job because God said this day is a day that's dedicated to Him. This is God's holy day.
Talk about it.
And this is supposed to be our mentality. This is supposed to be our mentality. Nothing is over what the commandment of God. Like Principal said, you know what Principal said? God over everything. God's laws is over everything. Nothing supersedes the laws and the commandments of God, man.
Thank God for my father.
Why do you have to keep asking me about a situation when you know the law? You just want me to agree with you. You know you can't take no job if it includes the weekends.
You want me to tell
you brother, the only way I can take this job if I work on Saturdays. Why are you telling me that? You should know the answer to it.
Me to say, all right,
I said you should know the answer to it.
Man.
You know the answer. You want me to straighten what you want. Really, I know what you really want me to say. Well, if it's for your job, it's going to, no,
that's
not
what
me.
you want to hear.
Not me.
That's what they be wanting to hear.
Not me.
That's why they don't like you.
Not me.
I thank God for my father's teaching.
Let's read.
Wherefore have we fasted and said, and thou
wherefore have we fasted?
Why?
Why did we fast? You know what a fast was? When you fast, the Hebrew word for fast is zoom, zadeh, shabutz, mim, sofi, mim, right? It means to abstain from food.
Yeah.
Abstain from food. So when you pick up a fast to recollect and go back to look at yourself, you abstain from food and drinks because you are afflicting your soul. The only way to afflict your soul is fasting and putting on sackcloth. You are afflicting your soul. My soul is what is sinful. My soul is what I am fighting. Myself. We fight ourselves. We're trying to correct our spirit. We're trying to correct our spirit to correlate with what God says. So you afflict it, and you afflict them, and you afflict them, and you afflict them until you break it. Yeah. That's how you break your spirit. I said, that's how you break your spirit. That's how you break yourself. That's why our don't you notice why our forefathers fast so much?
Yeah, to break their spirit.
To break their spirit. You can't break your spirit without fasting. If you don't never fast and you only fast on Yom Kippur, you are done.
That's right. That's what he said.
That's the keys to life. That's what you call the keys of life. The only way to break yourself, man and woman must break themselves to succumb to what God said by fasting and afflicting yourself. And not only on Yom Kippur. That's the reason why sometimes when I had a chance and I was able to, I pick up on the fast.
That's right. During the week.
Why? During the week.
Right.
And it ain't Yom Kippur.
That's right.
I pick up on the fast. Why? To afflict my soul, to break myself.
That's right.
Not the flesh, not the physical, but the spirit. But the spirit. But the spirit. Fasting breaks your spirit. And that's what we need to break before God so that we can succumb and accept his laws, commandments, and statutes.
That's right.
Why do you think our forefathers fast so much, man? I said, why do you think our forefathers fasted so much? To break themselves. And they had to.
God see the humble.
They had to.
That's when the humble.
Because remember, the grain of evil seed was sown in the heart of man. And the day that Adam from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the grain of evil seed was sown in them.
Yeah.
It was there.
Bringing forth fruit.
It was there. And it got stronger as the generations went off. It got stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger.
Reproducing.
Huh? Let's read. He said, wherefore have we fasted?
And thou seest not.
And thou, you hear what they talking about? He said, asking God, he said, why are we fasting and you ain't acknowledging it, oh Lord? Why are we fasting if you not acknowledging it? God, even though you fast, I fast every week, every Friday I fast, or I fast 2-3 days, or I fast this day. Does God acknowledge your fast?
Right. Return to your vomit.
Because you can fast, but if I'm not doing this fast in sincerity of heart and with the mindset to change, God's not going to accept that fast.
Right.
Now we're going to see what else. Go ahead,
It's
other. That's right. Tom Sheep.
Wherefore have we afflicted our soul, and thou takest no knowledge. Behold, in the day of your fast.
He said, wherefore have we what? Have we fasted, say they, and thou seest not. Tom Sheep.
Wherefore have we afflicted our soul, and thou takest no knowledge.
And you take no knowledge. He said, why you didn't acknowledge our fast, oh Lord? Let's read.
Behold, in the day of your fast.
In the day of your fast.
You find pleasure.
He said, you find pleasure. When you fast, you find pleasure while you're fasting. That's why I said you can't watch TV on Yom Kippur because that's your pleasure. That's your pleasure. That's why I say you can't listen to music when you're fasting, because that's your pleasure. That's why we don't smoke when we fasting, because that's your pleasure. That's why we don't drink when we fasting, because that's your pleasure. Our whole duty and reason for this fast is to seek the attention of God. So you restrain from doing your pleasure because you're afflicting your soul.
That's why
your soul is the one that yearns for this. And you go and you give it to it. That's not affliction. You're satisfying it. So I have to restrain from the things that satisfies yourself. Restrain from things that satisfies you. And that's the fast that God accepts. That's the fast that God accepts. Number one, you fast because you want to change. You fast because you want to do that which is right before God. You fast because you want to curve and bend yourself, curve and bend that spirit towards the things that God accepts. That's why we fast.
That's how you be able to humble.
That's Let's read. He said, behold, in the day of your fast, you find pleasure, and exact all your labors. You know what exact all your labors means? You made these people work. You took care of business. You're working. Tom Shee.
Behold, ye fast for strife and debate.
You fast for strife and debate.
Oh boy.
You fast just to say, I fast. That don't count. But what's the reason why you fasting? Why are you fasting? Why are you praying so much if you don't have the intentions of changing? Tom Shee.
And to smite with the fist of wickedness.
You
shall not fast as ye do this day, to make your voice be heard on high.
To make your voice to be heard on high. When you fast, you're quiet. You walk softly. Like
Ahab was staying in one spot.
Yes.
And he was by himself.
We gotta realize something, man. When you fast, you're breaking your spirit. And that comes with humbleness. So if I'm fasting and I'm praying and I'm fasting and praying, you can't be loud and stout-hearted and stubborn and pride. That doesn't count. And that's why people look at you and say, aren't you supposed to be fasting?
Correct.
Aren't you supposed to be fasting? Why are you so loud and getting all crazy? Why? Because the fasting is supposed to humble you. That's why Ahab walked quietly and humble before God. He didn't have much to say. He humbled himself and shut his mouth. Had to stop. Most High had to stop the spirit from coming towards him because he humbled himself. How do you humble yourself before God? Fast and wearing sackcloth. Fasting and putting on that sackcloth that will push that would draw God's hands back.
Most I said, hold on, man.
Hold on. That's right. How he humbled himself.
The way
he's doing it. That's right, man. Let's read. I see a bunch of things on Facebook. If I have offended everybody, please excuse me.
That's not.
If I had done this to you, please excuse me.
That's not what this.
If I have looked out for you, please excuse me.
This is not New Year's resolution.
What about? Listen.
That's what that is.
Listen here.
That's not New Year's resolution.
Listen here. What about if you offend God?
It's about the sins.
What about offending God? Because if you restrain from offending God, I won't offend you.
That's right.
But the reason why people get offended or why you offend people, because you don't consider the laws and the commandments of God. Because the laws of God is what keeps me from offending you.
Period. Period.
That's how it is. Let's read.
Is this such a fast that I have chosen?
Is this such a fast that I have chosen?
A day for a man to afflict his soul.
A day for a man to afflict his soul, to afflict his spirit.
Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush?
Humble yourself and bow your head. Humble yourself and break yourself. Nothing to say, read.
And to spread sackcloth
and ashes under him.
Wilt thou call this a fast and an acceptable day?
That's the fast that God accepts. This is what God accepts. And with this comes a repentant spirit, a repentant soul, someone that is coming towards God, ready to repent himself of the evil that he has done before God.
My spirit uncomfortable. Is not this the fast that I have chosen? To loose the bands of wickedness.
To loose the bands of wickedness. To loose means to release from being restrained. To loose the bands of wickedness. Stop violating the laws of God.
That's right.
Stop. It comes upon a time when you have to come to terms with yourself and stop.
That's right.
Stop. If you're trying to be better with God, if you want to be better with God, if you're striving to be better with God, T means to do good. To improve, to be better.
Do what you know you're supposed to do.
God said that Cain, he said, man, he said, if you do well, he said, I will exalt you. And the same God then is the same God now. If we do good, God will exalt you. What is good? Accepting the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God. That's good.
To do it.
To do it.
And putting your own feelings to the side.
Putting my own feelings away. Putting my feelings aside. Tamshi.
To loose the bands of wickedness. To undo the heavy burdens.
To loose the bands of wickedness. To undo the heavy burdens. To undo means to free. To free from the yoke. To free them slaves. These people had servants under subjections, man. Their own people. Where God went to Zedekiah and he said, yo, man, he said,
do this one thing.
If you do this one thing, he said, I will hold back is it Babylon? Hold back Babylon.
They're on their way right now.
He said, release your brethren from subjection, from being bond servants. Release them. They released them. The prophet left. They went back and brought them right back into subjection. He said, see? He said, okay, Babylon is coming. And this guy tried to run off and escape the hand of God. Zedekiah took his sons, his chariot, his wives, everybody, and started trying to get to the other side of the river, other side of the Jordan.
They already knew the passage.
But they got caught.
Hezekiah
and they already knew the passage. Why? Because Hezekiah showed them the secret passage. And it was for Zedekiah. He was supposed to do that. He was supposed to do that because God knew later on the people was gonna reject God.
Right.
The people was gonna be in a certain way that he did not accept.
So they had to know that secret.
Even though the Most High said what he said to him,
for him.
That was for him. He said, but the people that had to get discovered. Tamshi.
To undo the heavy burdens and let the oppressed go free, and that he break every yoke. Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry?
Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry? The Most High said, he said, when you feed the wicked, he said you heap hot coals upon his head. He will heap hot coals upon their heads. So feed them. But what God did say was don't strengthen the hands of the wicked. How do you strengthen their hands? How do you strengthen their hands? Now the wicked is who? Anyone that go against God. That includes Israel.
Anybody. That could be anybody.
That could be anybody.
It could be your relative.
That's right.
Your son.
Well, you said, go ahead, read.
And that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house.
Bring the poor that are cast out to thy house, Tamshi.
When thou seest the naked.
When you see the naked, you cover him. What verse you at?
7.
Go ahead.
And that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 8. Then shall thy light break forth as the morning. And thine health shall spring forth speedily. And thy righteousness shall go before thee. The glory of the Lord shall be thy real reward. Then thou shalt call, and the Lord shall answer. Thou shalt cry, And he shall say, here I am.
You see how?
That's when
God is going to come toward. That's when God is going to answer your prayer. When we start doing these things and start putting these laws and what God has expect from us in effect, now when we call, guess what? He going to answer. You ever wondered why your prayers are not being answered? Because there's certain things that we do in our life that cause God to push us away. We got obstacles in front of us, man. Let's read.
And if thou draw out thy soul to the hungry, middle of 9.
Right.
If thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke, the putting forth of the finger, and speaking vanity. And if thou draw out thy soul to the hungry. And
speaking vanity, right? The word, he said, if thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke, the putting forth of the finger, and speaking vanity. All right? What is the yoke? Slaves. Yeah. When you put the yoke under
subjection,
let them go free. Pointing the finger instead of looking at yourself. Yeah. Pointing of the finger. Blaming, but I'm not blaming myself. I'm not looking at myself. Right? And vanity. The word for vanity is awang. Awang is injustice, evil. Now, injustice is when you disregard others. I treat other people and I do things unjustly before God.
You don't teach them.
Okay?
Treat them justly.
Right. Now what? And if thou draw out thy soul to the hungry
and satisfy the afflicted soul, then shall thy light rise in obscurity, and thy darkness be as the noonday.
Go to verse 13.
And if thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day,
from doing your own pleasure, from doing your desire, from doing your wish on my holy day,
and call the Sabbath a delight.
You call the Sabbath a delight. The only way you're gonna accept this day and delight yourself in the day, you have to have delight in it.
That's right.
I gotta have delight in it.
That's right.
I gotta want to be around. I gotta want to congregate. I gotta want to keep the Sabbath day.
Look forward to it.
You look forward to it. Tamshi.
The holy of the Lord.
The holy of the Lord, honorable.
And shall honor him, not doing thine own ways.
Not doing your own ways. How do you not do your own ways? The Sabbath day is not a day to visit. The Sabbath day is not a day for me to be traveling.
Visit who?
The Sabbath day is not a day for me to be doing nothing. This day is a day for God. It's a day for the Creator. And those are my own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words. You know what that is? Which means our conversation can only be about God. We can't conversate about nothing else. That's speaking your own words. That's how, see, the book teaches us how not to profane the day, how not to profane the Sabbath day.
The guidelines.
Okay, the guidelines, the standards that's set. Okay, let's cut that and let's go to Psalms. Let's go to Psalms 51. Got it?
Yeah, right now. 51.
Yeah.
To the chief musician, have mercy upon me, O God.
Have mercy upon me, O God.
According to thy loving kindness.
That's what King David. It said the man that God said has an eye or has a heart like him. He said, have mercy upon me, O God, according to your loving kindness.
According unto the multitude of thy tender mercies. Blot out my transgressions.
What is mercy? Mercy is one of the attributes of God. That's what mercy is. Mercy is a godly attribute. And when we don't show mercy, that's why God said to the merciful, he said, what? I will be merciful. To the merciful, to the one that shows mercy, I will be merciful unto him. So how a person that don't want to show mercy expect mercy from God? Huh? You don't want to show mercy, but you expect mercy from God. Huh? That's not how it goes. Now, what is mercy? Mercy is compassion or forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within one's power to punish or harm. Okay? Okay? Now, that's God.
That's compassion right there.
It says what?
You said compassion, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That's compassion right there.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Compact. Now, what verse you at? What was that?
2.
Yeah, okay. Now, mercy, right? Compassion or forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within one's power to punish, right? Now, compassion, brother just showed me, said it means to compel by physical, moral, or intellectual means, forced to admit my errors. Huh? That's when a person is able to accept when they are wrong. When a person is able to accept when they did wrong. Because the only way to correct things with yourself, you have to accept that you was wrong. Or else you ain't going to make no corrections. Right? It says to blot out my transgressions. Blot out, right? Blot out means what? To cause your sins to disappear.
Yeah, erase them.
Erase them. Huh? Make it disappear. Huh? Blot out my transgression, or to remove something unpleasant from your thoughts. Huh? Now, we conjure up thoughts that causes you to have froward thoughts. Right. Now, froward thoughts separate from God. Yeah. Froward thoughts is what put a distance between you and God. Now, because I have thoughts that are against God, your words is going to be froward. Everything you say is going to be froward and against what God said.
You'll always disassemble.
You will always disassemble. You will always go against. He said, blot out my he said, multitude of my tender mercies, blot out my transgressions. Tom sheet.
Wash me thoroughly from my iniquities and cleanse me from my sin.
Wash me thoroughly from my iniquities and cleanse me from my sin. Not from dirt, not actual dirt, but when you're washed and cleansed from iniquities, I got to stop. When you wash the dirt, it ain't there no more.
Keep the dirt on it.
You're asking God to remove these sinful things away from me so that I don't continue in the path or in the way of sin. Tom Sheep.
For I acknowledge my transgression.
He said, for I acknowledge my transgression.
And my sin.
I acknowledge where I went wrong at. I see where I went wrong at, man. I messed up. Huh? People have a hard time doing that. People have a hard time acknowledging their fault before God. People have a hard time acknowledging their fault, who they offend. Tom Sheep. And my sin is ever before me. You don't forget a person that has did wrong and acknowledge it. You don't forget what you did. You're always sorrowful about what you did so that you don't repeat it. Huh?
He said, don't worry about it, man. It's all good.
No.
But I do have.
No. This is the book shows us a repenting, how we repent and refrain from doing that which is unlawful by God. I could never forget the wrong that I did. I always gotta have that sorrowful spirit in repenting so that I don't repeat it again. Because that's who you are. Right. That is who you are, and you're trying to change that. Each and every one of us have to learn how to change that which is in us, right, that is against the things that God accepts. Tell us. It's in us, man.
That's how we was born.
Tom Sheep.
Against thee only have I sinned.
Against thee only have I sinned.
And done this evil in my sight.
And done this evil in thy sight.
And that thou mightest be justified when thou speakest, and be clear when thou judgest.
Oh my goodness.
Right,
he said, against thee only have I sinned. Now you're justified in what you said. Now God is justified. He's correcting what he said. Why? Because you violated.
That's right.
Why? Because you sinned. Why? Because you turned against and you turned away from God. So God is justified in whatsoever he chose to do. Don't ask God why when it goes down. Because we called it on ourselves. All I got to do is say, blessed be the name of the Most High. For the Most High give it and he take it. Blessed be his name. That went down with that person because God saw fit to do it to him. This happened to this person because God saw fit to do it to that person. Nothing happened without God accepting it to happen. Even the evil, they got to get permission from God to do evil. They got to get permission from God to do evil. And if he seen fit to put it on you, it's going to happen. Curse causes cannot come. Tom C.
Behold, I was shapen in iniquity.
He said, behold, I was shapen in iniquity. You know what's the word for shapen? It says koleoti. Koleoti means to be born in. He said, I was born in sin. I was born in iniquity. I was born in transgression. We was born in iniquity. That's why when we're born, our spirit leans towards the things that is unlawful, more so than righteousness, automatically. Automatically. This is something that is done automatically. So now God gave us the counter. God gave us the counter. You know what's the counter? The book, the laws, and the commandments, and the statutes that we read in this book that tell you thou shalt. The commandments that we read in the book that say thou shalt not. The laws and the commandments that is written in this book that tells us to amend our ways. It shows us and tells us how we should be to be accepted again by God again. To get back in good graces in the eyes of God again. Let's read.
And in sin did my mother conceive me.
He said, behold, I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. You know how a child is born in sin? It goes, that's why my father always said. He said, get grounded in the laws in that first 5. Because if you're grounded in the first 5, you'll be able to understand everything else that comes after.
The wisdom is in the law.
So now when it says, and in sin did my mother conceive me. You know how your mother conceived you in iniquity? Because God said in Exodus 20, he said, remember. He said, I will remember. Paquad means to remember, or I will command the sins of the fathers upon the children. That's right. He said, we can't see iniquity. And sin cannot be seen with the naked eye. It's spiritual. And this thing called iniquity, which is spiritual, affects your spirit. And it weakens your spirit. It weakens your spirit to where it's a stumbling block towards so that you cannot push up for God. It keep you pushed off. It's a stumbling block so that you won't begin to desire the things that God said. That's what it is, man. Tom C.
Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts.
What verse you? I see it.
And in the hidden part thou shalt make me to
know the wisdom. It said, in sin did my mother conceive me. Right? That, again, she conceived me in sin because what said in Exodus 20, when God said, remember the sins of the fathers upon the children. All right? Go ahead, read that verse, verse 6. Behold,
thou desirest truth in the inward parts.
Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts. What is the inward part? The word for inward part is tukah. Tet, het, he. Tukah means the reins of man. He said, the reins of man, right? What are the reins? He said the reins is what limits and controls you.
Discipline.
Your reins is what limits you and controls you. Okay? God is the one that put truth and wisdom in your inward parts, in the inward parts of man, which is your reins. That is what controls you and limits you. Now you have certain boundaries that you won't cross. You have certain boundaries that you'll end up and stop and pull yourself back. When a woman says, "Oh, I'm married," you go, "Oh, back up." Those are the reins. Those are the things that control you. That's the discipline. What controls you? You say, "Oh, you said this ain't mine. Oh, this ain't yours. Oh, it ain't somebody's." Well, your reins will stop you from stealing.
It's like a leash.
That's right.
It's like my own
your
leash.
reins will control you against doing the things that is unlawful by God.
You need it.
The reins will hold you back from offending people with your words. Your reins is what control your behavior. Your reins is what control what you do. Come on. He said that's why one person will understand more and accept more about God than some.
Some most are reckless.
Because some people are reckless.
They have no reins.
Some people don't have nothing to control them. Some people look at you and say, "Man, I will knock you out and accept the consequences later." That's not a good thing to say. I will do and accept consequences later. That's not good. That means you don't have no reins. That means nobody in authority, God or man could tell you, don't do, and you won't stop.
You have a limit to your authority.
And you won't stop.
There's a limit.
That's not good, man. That person can't serve God. Let's read.
And in the middle of the 6, and in the hidden part, thou shalt make me to know wisdom.
In the hidden part, thou shalt make me to know wisdom. Tom C.
Purge me with hyssop.
Purge me with hyssop.
And thou shalt
the word for purge is kata. Tekat eni means purge me, purify me, disinfect me. And when you're purifying something, when you purify something, it means to remove contaminants from. What contaminates you?
Sin.
What contaminates us is sin. What contaminates us is iniquity. Purge means to rid something of an unwanted quality, condition, or feelings. Because there are certain qualities in man that's not accepted by God.
That's correct.
There's certain qualities that are accepted by God. So King David is asking God to clean him from all these things. Tom C. He said, "Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean.
Wash me, and I shall be whiter than
snow. Tom C.
Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice."
You hear that, man? He said, "Make me to hear joy and gladness, so that my bones that are broken may rejoice." I'm not going to rejoice off of bad news or for things that break your spirit. I don't want to hear that, man. Sometimes certain message ain't for right now.
Right.
Sometimes I got to hold back certain messages because
it's not for right now.
It's not for now. Like King Solomon said, it's a time for everything, man.
Yeah.
A time to laugh, a time not to laugh. A time to be serious, a time not to be serious. A time to sleep, a time to get up and awake from your sleep. There's a time for everything. And when people can't consider the time, something is wrong. It's a time to be quiet. It's a time not to talk. A time to talk and a time not to be quiet. But we got to have the wisdom to acknowledge when to shut up and when not to shut up.
You get that through performance of the Lord.
You get that through the performance of the laws of God.
Thou shalt not.
That's right.
Give you strength.
Tom C.
Hide thy face from my sins and blot out all mine iniquities. Create in me a clean heart.
Create in me a clean heart. The word for create is bara. Bara also means to establish. That's the same word that God used when he created the earth. Because when you're establishing something, it's not there.
Right.
I'm putting it there. Right. To establish means to bring into existence. Which means, he said, make me clean. put this clean heart within me because I'm acknowledging that my heart is filthy. Yeah. I'm acknowledging that my heart is dirty. He said, only God can do that. You can't do it. Can't do it yourself because God is removing sin and replacing it with good. Tom C.
Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not away from thy presence.
Cast me not away from thy presence. Cast me not away from thy presence. And this is why a lot of our forefathers, they really got they got desperate, man. Not really, I can't really say desperate, but they got in a certain way when they couldn't find God or get an answer from God, they got in a way that because that's who they depend on. They depended on God, man. So when God pushed them away and they couldn't get an answer, they lost it, man. And this is why King Saul went and inquired of the witch of Endor to get an answer. To get an answer from God, man. Because these people depended on God 1,000%. 100%. They really depended on God, man. For everything. Everything. That's when your trust is in God. Tom C.
Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me.
See, this is heavy. You know why? Because our forefathers was able to detect. They were able to detect when we are not in good graces with God.
Because it ain't close.
We were able to detect that. And because we can't detect that now, why we can't detect that now, but our forefathers were able to detect it then? Why? Because we do things to push ourselves away from God.
Way off.
We are way off. And what's keeping us off and pushed aside is when we transgress, man. Sin, iniquities, transgressions. That's what pushes us away. Tom C.
Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and uphold me with thy free spirit.
What verse you at?
Verse 13.
Go ahead.
Then will I teach transgressors thy way.
Then will I teach transgressors thy way. Not hide it. No, they're sinners, and they sin against God. And it's up to you to teach these people the ways of God. Yeah. Show these people and bring these people into the clearness of the laws of God. Those type of people, God have an eye for. Because you done turned a man away from doing something that is unlawful.
Teach 100 people, one person.
That's right.
You're good.
That's right. You're good.
Big points.
You're good. You get big points for that, man.
Teach everybody.
You get big points with that. Tom C. Then I will teach transgressors thy ways.
And sinners shall be converted unto thee.
That's right. Tom C.
Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, thou God of my salvation.
Deliver me from blood guiltiness. You know what blood guiltiness? Blood that was taken unjustifiable by God. Yeah. You want to kill everybody. Person do this, I'm going to kill him. Everything. Oh my goodness, what if God did that to you?
He killed you for everything you
did. The punishment for that ain't death. But you want to kill him. I said the punishment for this is not death. But you want to kill him. You want to do your own judgments. Your own statutes. Tom C.
Deliver for me blood guiltiness, O God. God of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of thy righteousness.
Tom C.
O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise.
Tom C.
For thou desirest not sacrifice, else would I give it.
He said, thou desirest not sacrifice, else how would I give it? God didn't desire sacrifice. That wasn't his desire. Mm-hmm. Let's read it. Thou delightest not in burnt offerings. 17.
Now, the sacrifices of God are a broken spirit.
The sacrifices of God is a broken spirit. A broken spirit. What is a broken spirit? And how do you break your spirit? By fasting.
Fasting and wearing sackcloth.
Fasting and wearing sackcloth. That's how you break your spirit. That's how you afflict your spirit. That's how you break yourself.
That's how you
so when yourself. A person is trying to break themselves and make themselves accept the things that God says, you will be incorporating more fasts.
That's right.
You will be fasting more and praying with the desire to accomplish, with the desire to accomplish the laws and the commandments of God, with the desire to change. Because people fast, but don't change. That's not accepted.
Ulterior motive.
He said to break a broken spirit, a sacrifice of God or a broken spirit.
A broken and a contrite heart, O God.
Thou wilt not despise. What is a contrite heart? A contrite heart is what? Feeling or expressing remorse. Feeling or expressing remorse or penitence. Affected by guilt of your wrongdoings. What is remorse? Remorse is deep regret or guilt for a wrong you committed. That's being remorseful. That's being remorseful. Deep regrets or guilt for a wrong you committed, which means you have to regret and have some type of remorse and guilt for the things you did. And if you're not remorseful for the things you did, then you ain't gonna change. Time sheet.
Do good in thy good pleasure unto Zion. Build thou the walls.
Okay, cut that and let's go to Psalms 25. Let's go to Psalms chapter 25. Got it?
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. Oh my God, I trust in thee. Let me not be ashamed.
He said, unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. Do I lift up my soul? He said, oh my God, I trust in thee. Read.
Let me not be ashamed. Let not mine enemies triumph over me.
He said, the Creator, he said, the Creator lifts your spirit up and cheers my spirit up. That's in the Hebrew. He said, unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. He said, God is the one that lifts your spirit up. God is the one that cheers your spirit up. Tamshi.
Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause.
Let them be ashamed that transgress without cause. Right? What is ashamed? What do they mean by ashamed? It's when you don't have regrets of the wrong you've done against God and man. I gotta be ashamed of those things. I gotta show some type of shame. I gotta be ashamed when I violate the laws of God. Because when you're ashamed, then that's what's gonna feel you have remorse. Now you're gonna now you're gonna change. Now I can expect some changes within the person because you feel bad about what you did. You feel bad about what you did. Time sheet.
Show me thy ways, O Lord.
Now, hold up. He said, I trust in thee. Let me not be ashamed. Let not my enemies triumph over me. Now, triumph means what? To rejoice. Right? Yeah. To rejoice. Time sheet.
Show me thy ways, O Lord. Teach me thy paths. Lead me in thy truth and teach me, for thou art the God of my salvation.
He said, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause. The word for without cause is requam, means to be in vain. You go and you do things in vain. He said, well, now what? To be perfect with God, we have to remove that vain, being vain, and pride. Being vain and pride is what gets in the way of you serving God. Those are the two things that we got to relinquish and get rid of. Tamshi.
Lead me in thy truth and show me thy ways, O Lord.
Show me thy ways, O Lord, and teach me thy path. Right? Hodi aini. Hodi aini. I want to know. I want to know or acquire thy ways. I want to know or acquire thy ways. He said in Psalms 119, he said, how can a man attain the ways of God? He said, by taking heed to every word that is in this book. But we don't take heed to everything. We want to pick and choose what we want to take heed. I'll take heed to this, but this over here, I'm not going to listen to that. That's how I feel. How I feel and what I think counts. But I accept this over here. We can't serve God like that. We got to accept everything. We got to accept 360. Let's read. Now, hold up. Okay. I want to acquire the ways or the path, right? Ways of living, lifestyle, right? Okay, Tom C.
Verse 5. Lead me in thy truth and teach me.
He said, teach me thy path, instruct me, guide me. Tom C. Lead me in thy truth.
And teach me, but thou art the God of my salvation.
To lead means what? When you're leading someone, you're guiding them. Yeah. When you're leading someone, you're directing them towards the truth, towards the laws of God. Now, the word for truth is emet. Emet means truth. Emet means firmness. Emet also means stability. What is firmness? Not weak or uncertain. And when you're uncertain, you're doubtful. You have doubts. You have doubts. Firmness is when you're firm, you're able to resist pressure. The pressure that's outside, that's against God. External forces. Stability is what? It's having the strength to remain firm without breaking, without giving in. You remain strong. You hold your grounds. You hold your grounds. That's right. Tom C.
Verse 5. Lead me in thy truth and teach me, for thou art the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all the day.
Tom C.
Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies.
Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies. Thy tender mercies, your pity, your compassion. That's what it means. Rakam. Mercy, pity, compassion. Mercy is forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within one's power to punish or harm. Pity is a feeling of sorrow caused by the suffering or misfortune of others. That's why when my pop seen certain things go down with certain people, he cried and he didn't even know them. Because when you do these laws, you will begin to acquire the attributes of God, which is pity, merciful, compassion. Go ahead, read.
Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindness, but they have been ever of old.
Ever of old. Compassion is sympathetic pity, concern for the suffering of others. Tom C.
Remember not the sins of my youth.
Remember not the sins of my youth. These are things that we need to be asking and praying to God for. You know why we got to ask God for this? You know why we got to ask God for this? Because there is no high priest to relinquish iniquities. And you could count, look, the only thing that God said about King David, and this is a song of King David. He said, save in what? In the manner of you right. That's it. And guess what? And Nathan, he sent Nathan to erase it.
So it didn't happen.
So it's like it never happened.
We're just showing.
But guess what? King David knew that God sent Nathan to erase it. He still moved in the way like he was sinful, like he was wrong.
That ain't even happened yet.
Like he was
That
wrong.
ain't even happened yet. You said the sin of his youth. That ain't even happened yet.
That's right. That's right.
The man them ain't sin yet.
Right. Tom C.
Remember not the sins of my youth.
Remember not the sins of my
transgressions.
Nor my transgressions.
According to thy mercy, remember thou
according
me.
To thy mercy, remember thou me.
Remember
me according to your mercies, O Lord. Read.
For thy goodness' sake, O Lord.
For thy goodness' sake, O Lord. Right? What is good? What is good? Good is being agreeable with God. Good is being approved of by God. That's what good is. We want to look at people and say, oh, that's a good man or that's a good woman. but they don't agree with God. So what good is in them?
Yeah,
They don't have no good in them.
sin too much, dog.
They don't have no good in them because good is to agree with God.
Right.
Huh? Good is when you are approved of God. When God approves you. And when God approves you, you are following everything in this book.
That's right.
Everything.
That's right.
Come on.
You covering all. You covering 360.
That's right.
Huh?
That's
now
right. Can't be lacking.
Good also means pleasant, being agreeable. Being agreeable. That's what pleasant means. That's pleasant. You got to be pleasant in order to agree with God.
Right.
You got to be pleasant in order to agree with your husband. You got to be pleasant in order to agree with your parents. Huh? That's pleasant. That's being pleasant. And if you don't agree with the things that God said to agree with, you are not pleasant. There's nothing pleasant in you. He said, good and upright. Huh? Good and upright is the Lord. What is upright? Yashar. Yashar means just and honest. And also upright. What is just? Just means what? To adapt oneself to that which is right. What does adapt mean? When you adapt, I have to rule my spirit and make myself accept this. That's how you adapt yourself. I gotta force myself to accept this. And how when you force yourself, you gotta rule your spirit. You gotta break your spirit. And the key to breaking your spirit is fasting. It's fasting. You can't fast and there's no changes. You can't fast and you ain't breaking your spirit to accept the things that God said. That's why our forefathers fasted so much to break their spirit, to break themselves.
Exactly.
That's right.
All slaves are broken spirits.
That's right.
That's how you rule them.
He said upright, showing regard to that which is right. And it also means conscientious. Conscientious is to have a conscience, right? A conscience of having a conscience, the feeling of obligation to make right that which was done wrong. The things that you did wrong, your conscience is bugging you to go and make right what you did. Right? You will begin to make amends with God and you will begin to make amends with man. Because the laws of God is for every man concerning his neighbor. Tells me how I should treat you and you how you should treat me. How I should rock with you and how you should rock with me.
According to the book.
According to the book.
Yeah, the matters according to the book.
That's right. According to the book. That's why we got the laws. That's right. Tamshi.
Good and upright is the Lord.
Good and upright is the Lord.
Therefore will he teach sinners in the way.
Therefore he will teach sinners in the way. Where you at?
That was 8.
Okay, go ahead.
Verse 9. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way.
He said, therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he guide or lead in judgment. The meek is when you submit yourself to God. That's when you meek. And when you're submitting, when you show complete submission to God, I gotta follow the ways of God. The ways, the manners, the customs, the tradition, everything that God showed us how we should be. Okay, let's read.
Verse 9. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way.
And the meek will he teach his way. Tamshi.
10. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth. Unto such as
all the path of the Lord, all the ways of God is mercy and truth. Another part of the psalm, he said, by mercy and truth, you can make atonement for iniquities. By being merciful and truth, following truth, being truthful. Me, Tamshi. Unto such as keep his covenant and his testimony. Tamshi.
For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon mine iniquities, for it is great.
Pardon my iniquity, for it is great. It is great. But these men were so godly that they looked at themselves. They always was at fault. They always was at fault with God, and they didn't violate always look at themselves as if they was at fault with God. Because you know why? That's what keep you humble.
That's what keep your pride
and that
low.
will keep your pride low.
Right.
That should keep you from being vain.
Okay.
Those are the things that's the ways of the godly.
Man, they sitting on one time.
This is the ways of the godly, man. Tom She.
What man is he that feareth the Lord?
What man is he that fears the Lord? Where is he? Where is the man that fears God? Because fear is what keeps you from offending God. If you are not afraid, you will continue to offend God. And the book shows us how to offend God by breaking his laws. Right? What else?
Come on, man.
What else?
Come on, man. Your ways.
Your ways.
Is according to that law.
Your ways.
The ways is according to that law.
Those are two things.
It's in that book.
Now, your
It's
ways
in that book.
and the laws are different. Why? Because what Jeremiah said.
The ways is in there.
What Jeremiah said? He said, amend your ways.
That's right.
Amend means to change your ways.
That's right.
And that also, your ways is according to the law, yes. Yes, it is according to the law. And it also tells you how to behave. Your behavior pattern.
That's right.
Yes.
It also tells you how to talk.
That's
How
right.
I should talk to you.
Right.
Because guess what?
Right.
Guess what King Solomon said? He said, a soft answer.
Turn it right.
Turn it away right.
That's right. Of course.
That's the ways of God.
That's right.
All that is the
That's
ways
right.
of God.
Of course.
Let's go.
That's
Let's read.
What man is he that feareth the Lord? Him,
What man is he that fears God? Tom C.
him shall he teach in the way that he
Him
shall
shall he
choose.
teach in the way that what?
That he shall choose.
That he shall choose.
His soul shall dwell at ease.
His soul shall dwell at ease.
And his seed shall inherit the
His
earth.
seed shall inherit the earth.
The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him.
The secrets of God is with them that fear him.
Talk about it.
So God ain't gonna open your eyes to things, to nothing. He ain't gonna open your eyes because there's no fear in God. And you don't develop this fear right away. It takes decades. It takes years. It takes years and years of work to develop that fear.
And a made up mind. Once God sees your made up mind and see what God said about it.
Huh?
Your host effect. It's a man made a man.
It takes years to fear. Right? Tom She.
The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant.
Tom She.
Mine eyes are ever towards the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the net.
Out of the net.
Turn thee unto me and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted. The troubles of my heart are enlarged.
The troubles of my heart are enlarged.
Oh, bring down me out of my distresses. Look upon my affliction and my pain, and forgive all my sins. Consider mine enemies. For they are many. And they that hate me with cruel hatred. Oh, keep my soul. And deliver me. Let me not be ashamed. For I put my trust in you. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me.
Let integrity and uprightness preserve.
Live long. For I wait on thee.
Now, uprightness is the acknowledgement of the laws and the commandments of God. That's upright. Being just, right? Integrity is your
not breaking.
Right. Not breaking.
Not
breaking. You don't break, you remain steadfast in the laws of God.
No shame.
And the righteousness that you do, it remains firm in you. Right? Go ahead.
For I wait on thee. Redeem Israel, O God,
out of all his distress, out of all his troubles. Okay, let's cut that and let's go to this. Let's go to Psalms. Let's go to Psalms 119.
Moses was Leviticus. He still called bodies. You know, they make you soft. You still catch bodies.
No, meat means they don't understand that meat means to the commandments of God.
Submit to God. That's all it is.
That's right. Doing the laws. Lord, yeah.
Time sheet. Psalms 119. God.
From the top, first chapter. Blessed are the undefiled in the way.
Blessed are the undefiled. Who is the undefiled? Who is the undefiled? The word for undefiled is temime. Temime means the innocent, the complete, the faultless. Now, blessed means what? To speak gratefully of. To speak good about. So now I gotta watch what I speak good about, because anything you speak good about, you bless it. Anything you speak good about, you bless it. It says to grant prosperity and happiness upon. To grant prosperity and happiness upon. That's the reason why I don't say prayers, and I pray for people and hope that God add life and bless them, because now I'm speaking good about a soul that dishonor and goes and is against God.
As my father said, he watched me pray with.
That's right.
Yeah, I only do that to
That's right. That's right. Now, go ahead, read.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way who walk in the law of the Lord.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way who walk in what?
In the law of the Lord.
In the laws of God. Right? So now Joshua and Caleb followed God wholly. Wholeheartedly. You know what wholeheartedly is? Everything was covered. 360. Everything was covered with these guys here.
That's right.
Because that's the only way it will be accepted. I got to follow God 100%. Not 50-50. Not 75-25. 100%. Go ahead, read.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies and that seek him with the whole heart.
He said, blessed are they that keep his testimonies and that seek him with the whole heart. Tamshi.
They also do no iniquity.
They also do no iniquities.
They walk in his ways.
They walk in his ways.
Thou hast commanded us to keep thy
when
precepts
you're walking
diligent.
or going in the way of God, you follow a certain course or procedure that is set up in the book.
You gotta read that book.
You follow the course or the procedure that is set up in the book. I can't follow my own wanting ways. I can't follow my own wanting ways. Okay? I have to follow the ways and the ancient path and the ways that our forefathers showed us. Because they know the way better than us. We don't know nothing. God left this book here for us to figure it out and learn how we should be, how we should walk and live our own lives, so that we can get his attention.
Let's be his holy name. He showed my father.
Tamshi.
Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently. Oh, that my
Now, hold up. Now, the Most High was strictly against following and doing anything like the nations did. Anything like the nations did. God was against it.
Talk about it.
Let's read.
Verse 4.
Verse
Thou
4.
hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently.
Thou hast commanded us to keep what? Thy precepts diligently.
Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes.
Oh, that my ways was directed to keep thy statutes. Oh, that my desire was directed to keep God's statutes. Tamshi, that's what he wants to desire. That's what I want to desire. That should be our desire.
I want to get rich.
To desiring the ways of God, so that we can walk uprightly with God, so that God can look at you and say, this is my chosen one. This is my saint. Why? Because he has not changed according to what he sees that's round about him.
Right.
You only live once. Deliver you out of trouble.
That's right. Tamshi.
You only live
Then
once.
shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments.
Then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments. And the word for respect is habiti, right? The root word is nabat. It means to look, to direct one's attention to be mindful of, to be mindful. And when you're mindful of something, you don't forget. When you're mindful of something, you're going to make sure you complete what you have to complete before the Shabbat comes in.
Remember the Sabbath.
You're going to remember. Tamshi?
I will praise thee with uprightness of heart.
I will praise thee with uprightness of heart.
When I shall have learned thy righteous judgments.
I
will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly.
Tamshi.
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his ways. The word for cleanse is yizane. Zakeh, sorry, yeah. Kazakah. Yizakeh. It means to attain. Wherewithal shall a young man attain the ways of God. Huh? Attain means to acquire the ways of God. How can you acquire the ways of God? By what?
By taking heed thereto.
By taking heed.
According to thy word.
According to God's word. Huh? According to God's word. That's everything that God said is good.
That's right.
Huh? That's everything he said is good.
Right.
Okay? Tamshi.
With my whole heart have I sought thee.
With my whole heart have I sought thee.
Oh, let me not wander from my commandments.
With my whole heart have I sought thee. Don't cause me to stray away from your laws. Don't cause me to err from thy laws, or to wander away from thy laws. Tamshi.
Thy word have I hidden in mine heart.
I ain't gonna forget it. If you hear God's word in my heart, I'm not gonna forget it. I'm gonna always remember it. Tamshi.
That I might not sin against thee.
That I might sin against thee. That's why he gave us certain things to do. Certain things God told us to do. He said, he commanded the king to read the book every day. Read that law every day in your life so that thou may learn to fear God. Right? Read the book every day so that it will muffle that thing called pride. Huh? What else he said? He said, talk about it. When you sit in the house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up, huh? Talk about it. We repeat it in the ears of your children.
That's right.
Tamshi.
24/7.
Blessed art thou, O Lord. Teach me thy statutes.
Blessed art thou, O Lord. Teach me thy statutes.
With my lips have I declared all the judgments of thy mouth. I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies.
I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies.
As much as in all riches.
As much like I really rejoice. I rejoice in your law like I'm rich. Huh? That's why when you see certain people, when certain times come up, and they be like, man, what's wrong with you, man? It's new moon. What happened? Man, what happened to you, man? This is the first from the last day of feast of unleavened bread. Pick your spirit up. Because if it was Christmas, you'd be happy in the bed. You'd be up.
No, it was your birthday. Your birthday. Let's keep it real. Your B-Day.
Huh? Your birthday.
What's wrong with you? It's the Sabbath. Why is your spirit so?
That's right.
Why is your spirit so angered?
That's
You worship the devil.
That's right.
You serve the birthday, you worship the devil.
That's right. Tamshi.
I will meditate in thy precepts.
I will meditate. I will meditate in thy precepts. You know what's the word for meditate? The word for meditate is sika, right? Sika means to meditate, to discuss, or to talk. To meditate means your thinking pattern. Your thoughts is towards God. Right? 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 You say, I will meditate in thy precepts. I will talk of thy precepts. And have respect unto thy ways. Tamshi.
I will delight myself in thy statutes.
I will delight myself in what? In thy statutes. Tamshi.
I will not forget thy word.
Tamshi.
Deal bountifully with thy servant that I may live and keep thy word. Open down mine eyes that I may behold wondrous things.
Deal bountifully with thy servant that I may live and keep thy words. In the Hebrew, don't say bountifully. It said, deal with thy servant. And what is a servant? A servant is one that complies to the commands of God. That's a servant. You comply to God's command. You're a servant of God. Tamshi. That I may live and keep thy word. Verse 18.
Open thou mine eyes that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law.
Open thou mine eyes that I may behold wondrous things, marvel things, right? Right? To be filled with wonder or astonishment. Get you excited. Get you excited when you read certain things. That's why when you read and say certain things, You looking for a reaction, and everybody dead.
It gets you tight.
Everybody dead.
Now,
And you feel away.
Yeah.
And you feel away.
Yeah, you will feel
Because
away.
he feel it, and nobody else feels it. You don't see no reaction. Tom She.
I am a stranger in the earth.
He said, I am a stranger in the earth.
Hide not thy commandments from me.
Hide not your commandments from me.
My soul breaketh for the longing.
My soul breaketh. My spirit is broken. For what?
For the
longing, for the desire that it had under thy judgments at all times. King David done broke his spirit to desire God's judgment. He broke his spirit. I can't break your spirit. You gotta break your own spirit.
You gotta break yourself.
And in breaking your spirit, changes comes. You have to change according to when you're breaking your spirit.
That's right.
Which means I can't remain the same way.
That's right.
I cannot remain the same way.
Sinning before God and offending.
Can't remain the same way, man. Tom She.
Thou hast rebuked the proud.
Thou hast rebuked the proud. The word for proud, it means presumptuous. Presumptuous. Now, when you're presumptuous, guess what? You overstep your boundaries with God.
Okay.
You overstep your boundaries with God. You take freedom in violation the Most High's laws willfully. So that's presumptuous. Tom She.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed. So when you sin presumptuously, nobody got it 100% right. And we all still sin presumptuous.
You got to level that. We don't have to do it.
No, we don't have to do it.
Away.
No, we don't have to do it. But we still doing it.
Reminders on. Don't lie. You can do this.
But we still, of course.
It's
but
possible.
we still sinning presumptuous.
It's possible. It's possible.
Yeah, I said it's possible. But nobody here can say that they don't sin presumptuous.
It's possible though.
It's possible to accomplish. Right. Nobody here can say that they ain't sinning presumptuously.
It's possible.
It's possible to stop.
Get on.
All you gotta do is be on yourself. Right? Go ahead, Tom She.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are
Thou
cursed.
hast rebuked the proud that what?
That are cursed.
That are cursed.
Which do err from thy commandments.
Which do err from thy commandments. So it's certain people that errs from God's commandment. That's the proud. That's the presumptuous one. Tom She.
Remove from me reproach and contempt.
Remove from me reproach and contempt. Now we're going to learn one of the things that King David asked God to remove from him. The things that we need to remove from ourselves. Okay? So now we're going to dig deep. What is reproach and what is contempt? What is contempt? A feeling that a person is not worthy to be considered.
Write that down.
A feeling that a person is not worthy to be considered.
Write that down to me.
Right? And King David did that. You know how you know King David did that? Because look at the man that spit and kicked dust at him.
Yeah.
He said, leave him alone, don't curse him.
Yeah.
He said, leave him alone.
God told him to do
He said, God told him to do this. He said, leave him alone. Leave him alone. So certain things King David looked over. Certain things King David looked over. It's a person that a feeling that a person is worthy to be considered, right? Now, what is reproach? Reproach is to express disappointment in or displeasure. A feeling of annoyance or disapproval. Now, when you start to express your disappointment and your displeasure in God, when you start to disagree and disassemble with what God said, that's your reproach.
You can show that too.
That's your reproach.
You can show that.
That's right. It said to remove from me reproach and contempt, for I had kept thy testimonies. Tom She.
Princes also did sit and speak against me. But thy servant did meditate in thy statutes.
He said, princes also did sit and speak against me. He said, man, everybody sat down, they conversated about me, say things about me. He said, but what I did, I didn't speak about them. He said, I went and I meditated on God. I kept my mind on God. Because I'm not going to, what you do to me, I'm not going to do it back to you. Because now you're going to put me in the same category as you.
That's right.
Right? Go ahead, read.
Thy testimonies also are my delight and my counselors.
Let's read.
My soul cleaveth unto the dust. Quicken thou me according to thy word.
He said, my soul cleave it to the dust. Yeah. Right? Right? Now, let me go back to the law now. It says, a feeling that a person is not worthy to be considered. Right? Yeah. Why King David said that? Because in Leviticus 19, it said who? He said, consider our neighbor. Right. God said to consider your neighbor. And your neighbor is one that lives like you. Okay. Doing these laws, commandments, and statutes. Okay. Right? We also got to consider the neighbor also. Paulie said. The people that don't, because how you consider them by not robbing their spot. Oh, you ain't gonna do that. So you ain't gonna do right. You ain't gonna do that. Right. There's a certain limit that you will go with the outside. You ain't gonna say, well, oh, they don't do God's law, so I could do this. Rob them. No, right.
Or the man that just came in, the brand new man.
Right.
The brand new man, you consider him too.
That's right.
Consider him too, because they live in the same way.
Everybody consider. Then we have rank and file. We have rank and file. A man can tell a man something to tell him something if you're a layman.
Tom sheet. What verse you at?
I'm at verse 24. Thy testimonies
what verse you at? What verse?
Verse 24.
Okay, we're in verse 24. Right? Now, he said, my soul, verse 25 now.
My soul cleaveth unto the dust.
My soul cleaveth. My soul cleaveth unto the dust.
Quicken thou me.
He said, wait, King David said, he said, my soul cleaves to the dust. It's joined to the dust. Right? He said, quicken thou me according to thy word. Now, people don't believe that. Quicken means what? To revive. And in order to revive something, you got to die. In order to revive something, you gotta die. Okay. You gotta come to life. Okay. It said, which means the laws of God give life. Tom She.
Quicken thou me according to thy word. I have declared my ways, and thou heardest me.
I have declared my ways, and thou heardest me.
Teach me thy statutes.
Teach me thy statutes.
Make me to understand the way of thy precepts. So shall I talk of thy wondrous works. My soul melted for heaviness. Strengthen thou me according unto thy word. Remove from me the way of lying.
Remove from me the ways of lying. Because we all are liars by nature. Every last one of us. That's what God said. But you don't have to succumb to it. You don't have to lie. You know the book says we are all liars by nature. But it came upon a time when my pop said, man, I don't lie. He said, I don't lie. He said, I don't lie to y'all, but y'all lie to me. Yeah. He said, remove. Go ahead, read.
Remove from me the way of lying.
The way of lying.
And grant me thy law graciously.
What verse you at?
I'm at verse 30 now.
Go ahead.
I have chosen the way of truth.
I have chosen the way of truth.
Thy judgments have I laid before me. I have stuck unto thy testimonies. O Lord, put me not to shame. I will run the way of thy commandments.
I will run the way of thy commandments. To run means what? To move in a particular direction. I will move in the ways of your laws, O God. I will react only in the ways of your laws, O God. Tom She. When thou shalt enlarge my heart. When God enlarged his heart, he said he give greater scope to it, which means you're under the scope. He's watching you. God watching you. Tom She.
Teach me, O Lord, the way of thy statutes.
Teach me, O Lord, the ways of thy statutes. Because if God don't teach you, you ain't going to never get it right. You're not going to get it right. You need God to teach you these things here. You need God to open your eyes to these things because you by yourself not going to see it.
That's why every
you by yourself not going to understand it. That's why what?
Every camp got an opinion.
Every camp got an opinion, the brother said. Every different camp has an opinion or a way of doing God's law when there's only one way. This is why we can't come together. This is why we can never come together. Because everybody look at the law one way. That's right, Tom She.
Teach me, O Lord, the way of thy statutes, and I shall keep it unto the end. Give me understanding, and I shall keep thy law. Yea, I shall observe it with my whole heart.
I shall observe it with my whole heart, Tom She.
Make me to go in the path of thy commandments. For therein do I delight.
Tom She.
Incline my heart unto thy testimonies.
Incline my heart unto thy testimonies. Cause me to lean towards your laws, commandments, and statutes. And
not to covetousness.
And not to covetousness. Covetousness in the Hebrew word, it says batzah.
Talk about it.
Batzah is unjust gain.
Yeah, scamming.
Not to unjust gain. Scamming.
You're a scammer.
You using false what's it called? Credit card scams, and you base your life according to scams. That's unjust gain, man. Tom C.
Turn away mine eyes from beholding vanity, and quicken thou me in thy way. Establish thy word unto thy servant, who is devoted to thy fear. Turn away my reproach which I fear, for thy judgments are good. Behold, I have longed after thy precepts. Quicken me in thy righteousness.
Where is you at?
I'm at 41 now.
Okay. And with that, I already got what was bought.
Time.
And I'm call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikael Ben Levy.
Kippur Shalom.
Yom Kippur Shalom.
Kippur Shalom.
Keep it in.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my teacher and my leader, Chief Eleazar, and Dodo, of the tribe of Lewi, Chief Levite. Giving all due respect to princemen, chief men, leaders, visitors, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Because today it is a Sabbath of rest also. What we're doing today is what we did 2 days ago. But the difference today is we are fasting. We are fasting because all of this is about us getting better with God. And getting better with God. I can't let my emotions get in the way. Okay?
Talk about it.
I can't let my emotions get in the way. I keep everything on me. Because you can't, as a teacher, I can teach 100 people. Only one could get it. Right? Because only God wants that one to get it. I did my job though. Because the Most High said, teach the children of Israel. He was talking about Israel. He wasn't talking about the world. Right? He said, when you teach Israel, he said, look, they're not going to listen either.
That's right.
But you still teach them, whether they what?
That's right.
Hear or forbear. So as certain people's position, I can't do what you do. I can't say what you say.
That's right.
I have to do this here. Now look, you want to run off? That's in the cards for you to run off. That's why I say, fret not themselves. Fret not thyself over evil doers.
That's right.
You are run. My Abba said one time, y'all are evildoers. So I said, how? He said, y'all are evildoers.
Right.
I said, you know what? I'm going to stop fretting them over y'all.
Facts. He's right. Facts. Ain't nobody
because nobody's pushing up. When you're not trying to push up, you are going to be an evildoer.
Everything's emotions. Facts. Talk about it.
So you have to control them. Okay? Let's go into the book of the law. Because this law,
gotta read.
What we said, the ways, thoughts, our actions, everything come from what? The performance of the law.
That's right. Not capping. Not capping.
Okay.
Perform the law, man.
Performance of the law. So we're going to go into thou shalt and thou shalt not. Whoever feel a way, take it up with God.
Talk about it.
If you disagree, take it up with God.
Talk about
See, all these things start and end with the Most High God.
That's right.
Okay? So we're going to go now to Leviticus 19. A lot of people don't like that chapter because it got certain laws in there that are debatable for them, that they like to argue. Look, one time, Mahaba was told not to teach that no more. Yeah. Not to teach Leviticus 19, the law. So you just think about that. What you don't want me to teach about. What you can and can't do. What you can and can't do.
What I'm doing right now.
What you can and can't do. That's what this is about. That's what the instruction, the law is instructions. Do and don't. The ways will come in the performance. I will get my emotions correct doing more commandments. And stop worrying about
Talk
you.
about it. Yes.
That's what has to happen. In my house, when I go home, my house has to be exactly the way my father has his house.
That's right. That's right.
This is what I personally, I said, okay. I'm a Kalika Bed. I was doing Kalika Bed. I'm tired, remember? He said, man, but you can't do that. Listen, man, my pops told me this is what it is. Guess what? I got the money. So I spent the money. Everything brand new. Woman in that room. I better not catch you in this room. Right or wrong, son? I better not catch you in this room. And everybody was like, yo, why are you acting like, yo, man, listen, you know better. The healer's supposed to ask that. You know better. You belong in there. No woman came in the men's room. No men went in the women's room. I had everything separated. And it's been that way. If I stop doing that now, and then how long that's been going on, Kalika Bed, we've been taught that from my father from the 80s.
Notion, baby.
So everywhere I go, that has to be the same way. I have to make sure that everything is separated in my house, man. You ain't got it like that, then buy plastic.
Talk about it.
Okay? Okay, you worried about dishes on the Shabbat? Buy plastic. That's what we do. Buy disposable thing. After you use it, you can throw it away. You don't go in the sink, you ain't collecting nothing. If you want to do these commandments, my Abba told me, he said, if you want to, every one of these commandments can be fulfilled in this country, in this city, in this land, in this time, right now.
Right.
All you got to do is want to be able to do it.
Right.
When that comes, you sit down and you're going to think, how am I going to get this off? How are we going to get all this law here, or in between your eyes? He had sat down and think about it. He said, so that's why he said he wanted it. He said, meditate on his laws. That's the meditation. Figuring out how to get these laws off. And when I get it off, keep it. I keep telling everybody, it's not, see, if a person, oh man, I won $1 million, yay! Okay, now I want to see you keep it.
Yeah.
Because the Most High said, you got the commandments, now keep it.
Yeah.
We got the commandments, but we not keeping it. Our emotions let us go off.
What's letting us go off?
Our emotions let us go off. My emotions. I get emotional.
Emotional damage.
Hold on. I get emotional.
Emotional damage.
And when I get emotional, let me tell y'all something. In business, right?
Emotional damage.
Sometimes I get too emotional in business.
Yeah.
I don't make no money.
Emotional.
I'm too emotional. I have to calm that down.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm using me as an example.
Emotional damage.
Outside, when I'm making money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I let that person say things to get me upset.
Talk about it.
Get out of here.
Talk about it.
And if I do that to everybody,
Talk about it.
I don't have no money.
Emotional damage.
So my emotion is stopping me from doing these commandments.
Emotional
And that's why
damage.
God said, ye shall keep the commandments.
Talk about it.
Keep means now that you
Do
got
them.
it, you have to
Do
them,
Talk
and
about
you
it.
don't stop
Do
doing them.
You live
Because
in
if
them.
you don't stop, if you stop doing them, you won't keep them.
Talk
You
about it.
live in them. When you do them, you do them. You live in them.
But you gotta keep living them.
Emotional.
That's why he said keep the right. That's why he said keep the
Until you
law.
die.
Because it's not this now you do it, and then next week you ain't doing it,
Right.
or now you're doing it, and 2 years later
about
you're not
elevating.
doing it. Because you got people that say, yeah, I used to do that.
That's right. No such thing.
The majority of people today,
Gotta elevate.
we have more people out there that used to be Israelites than the people that are Israelites. That's all I'm saying. They're out there and they let their emotion. Some of them say, hey man, the reason why I ain't in one person said it's because of Mick. Why I don't do, or why I don't serve God no more. That's my point.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? No, and that's a true story.
Yeah.
How can I blame anybody why I don't serve God?
Right.
Does that sound right?
No.
That's what people are doing, and that's their emotions.
Right.
Because I hate you so bad, I don't see that my doings got me kicked out, not you.
Emotional damage.
So, but I'm blaming you. And I'm blaming this. And I say, oh no, because this happened. No, it's because of me. So I don't have too much to say unless I'm up here teaching. Other than that, my mouth is shut. I'm on me because my emotions and my pride is so high. He said this to me, but he was right. But guess what? I didn't like it. So I'm up some. I have to stop. I'm not talking about me. I have to stop that because that's my pride.
You don't like it?
That's my pride. Oh, so now I know what I'm doing. Oh, I'm checking my pride. Oh, okay. I said, why am I upset? This is correct. This is correct. What she said was right. Even though my wife, she didn't even say it. But she said the right thing. She said something I taught her. She declared something I taught her. Why am I upset? Why am I upset at my wife?
What is this concerning?
So I gotta check this. Now I can keep these commandments. Tell she.
Leviticus 19. And then Israel speak unto Moshe, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, you shall be holy, for I, Israel, your El, am holy.
Before we start with this, man, all of this is for us to be different and holy. Okay? So I'm going to show you how to be holy. These and everything that we're going to read right now in order. It has to be done in its order, the way God has given us. He said, you shall be holy, but you don't know what holy is, right? Now, these next verses is going to tell us what holy is, okay? This is how you become holy.
Not going to the Labor Day parade, man.
Correct. That's right. No parade at all. No parade at all. We got to stay away from that. We made that clear a long time ago. Time sheet.
You shall fear every man his mother and his father.
Okay, hold up. He said, ye shall now, the law is being declared now. He said, ye shall fear every man his mother and his father.
Say it again.
He said, ye shall fear, because you're not going to fear God.
That's right.
You're not going to know what honor is. One guy said, I know what honor is. I said, no, you don't. It's two of us is telling him, you don't know what honor is. He said, I know. You don't know what honor is. So the man asked him a simple question. He said, if your mother get up and smack you out of nowhere, what is your reaction going to be? He said, oh, I don't know. Wrong answer. Man. We said wrong answer. You know why? That means you have limitations to your honor.
Right. Okay.
So in your heart, you have some honor, but it's limited. That's why our use of always tell us we don't know what the meaning of honor.
That's right. Let's go in on that.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's go in on that.
Whoa. He said, you shall fear every man his mother and his father. A lot of people only honor their father, don't honor their mother.
That's right.
A lot of people only honor their mother and don't honor their father. What? What they say?
Forget about my daddy. And they used to always spaz and my nerves flying.
So we gotta watch these things.
Talk about
these are the things that's gonna help you keep the rest of the commandments.
It's gonna
these are the things that change your ways.
It's gonna muffle.
Your ways change as you perform these as you go along. You're not gonna say, okay, I got the commandments set now I gotta deal with my ways. No, don't go like that. They go together. You work on them together. They accommodate each other. But when you start doing these certain laws, your ways is going to be different because of the commandment.
Always remember the Maccabees was righteous, but ruthless.
Ruthless in war. Vicious. Vicious in war. In war, though.
Not to their brother.
Not to each other.
Not to their brother.
Not to each other.
Not to their brother.
In war.
Okay.
Like I said.
Okay.
I said, boy, look. You can get away with it in here. Out there, you can't tell me. Somebody out there tell me, look, man, it's different because that's how David dealt with them. David, everybody who David let slide was an Israelite.
That's right. You saw what Moses did when he saw two Israelites? He left it alone.
Okay?
Left it alone.
But when it comes to the outsiders now,
they get it.
We're getting there. Time sheet. It says, ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and what? Keep my Sabbaths. So these things go together. Keep the Sabbaths. So if I'm not here next Shabbat, did I keep it? I don't hear nobody now. Everybody's quiet. I asked a question. If I don't keep the Shabbat next year, did I keep it? No. So it's a non-stop thing. This is a non-stop thing that's been going on. You understand that? That's how you keep it. He said, you shall fear every man his mother and his father and keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God. If you can't do that, you can't do these father, mother, Sabbath. Why, if you can't honor that, why you want so much honor? Right or wrong?
Say it again.
You want a lot of honor, but you don't honor the Shabbat. You don't honor father. You don't honor mother.
Talk about it. We had on Friday night.
That's pride.
Talk about it.
You know what that is?
On Friday night.
You're supposed to be home, in your house. Okay? That's where you're supposed to be at. All right? It said, turn ye not unto idols. Okay? How do you turn unto idols? By having the statue or not having the statue in your house. You go by the rules of the people who worship those idols. That's how you turn unto idols. Okay? Some Israelites say you can have it in your house. They say, well, you can have it in your house as long as you don't bow down to it. As long as you don't bow down to it. God didn't say that. God told them not to make it unto themselves. If they don't make it unto themselves, they won't have it. Talk about it. It doesn't exist. He don't want it to exist among y'all. He don't even want y'all to say the names. That's why. That's how you turn to idol. But they keep saying, "Well, I can have that. I'm not bowing down to it, brother." A statue or a picture of anything you have in your house is an idol. Once you take it and set it up, it's an idol. Idols are set up. You take it, you put it on the wall, you venerated it. You know what venerate means? All idols are set on high. Statues are set on high.
The Nike swoosh
is an idol. It's set on high. Okay? These things are for people to look up to and dwell within. They go in the statue and dwell in the statue of liberty. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
You know they had idols that people would go and live in. Big giant idols that you can live in.
Statue of Liberty is one of them.
That's one of them. That's a copy of one of the actual ones. See, they visit that one, but back then they lived in it, like how they lived in the wall. So this is how you turn to idols. When I follow the rules of the people who follow idols, that's it. You don't have to have nothing in your house that's against these commandments. But I follow it. Okay? Time sheet.
You shall fear every man his mother and his father and keep my Shabbatot. I am El Israel Yael.
Stay on the verse that I'm at. I'm at verse 4 now. So push up to where I'm at. Turn me
not
to
idols. Nor make to yourselves molten gods.
Nor make to yourselves molten gods. Don't turn to them. Don't grab them up. And don't make them to yourself. Time sheet.
I am El Israel Yael. And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offering unto El Israel, you shall offer it at your own.
Yo, I just want to say something. We just read Isaiah 58. He said, the fast that you pick is for you to strife and debate. Today is not a day for us to strife and debate. We're not supposed to be going at it. Nobody spoke today. It's the day for me to be focusing on my atonement. Let's do this tonight or tomorrow or another day. Today is for what God prescribed. Let's stick to that. No arrows thrown, no stones thrown.
Talk about it, rebel.
I want to speak. I want to talk about my atonement, my sins.
Talk about it.
You ain't got to tell me about my sins. I got to tell you about your sins. You know your sins.
Talk about it.
We're talking about the laws right now because I'm hearing it's on the chat, it's in the air. This is not for fast and debate.
Talk about celebrating holidays.
The Isaiah 58, God said the fast is not for fast, strife, and debate.
Talk about it, rebel.
So it should be no debating and strifing.
Talk about it, rebel.
Tom Sheep.
Talk about it, rebel.
It's
the holiday.
It shall be the same day you offer it, and on the morrow. And if all remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted.
So that's for sacrifices. We don't have nothing to do with sacrifices. Keep going.
Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hollow thing of El Israel, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field.
All of this is for back in the land.
Neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest.
But if you have your own homeland, do it. Do it. But most of everybody don't have no farmland. But if you own farmland, stick to these rules here. You just ain't gonna have nowhere to take your tithe up to. There's nowhere to take the tithes up to. You're gonna have to keep that for yourself. Okay? Tell sheep.
And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard. Neither shalt thou gather the single grapes of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am El Israel Yael. You shall not steal.
Okay, now the thou shalt not. Getting close now. He said, you shall not steal. You don't take nothing that don't belong to you. Plain and simple. However it's done. However it's done. You have ways, you have people who do it through paperwork. You have people who do it through digital. You have people who do it through guns. You have people who do it through just telling you, you have extortion. I used to be an extortionist. And I had to realize that I had to stop being an extortionist. Because the word larceny, one of my men said, yeah, man, you got larceny in your heart. And I had to tell I said, wow, do I got larceny in my heart? Hold on. I don't even know let me get the full word of larceny. I really went and I looked up the word larceny.
Yeah.
Ooh. Desire to take or own what does not belong to you.
Yeah.
Right? So I said, man, I can't extort people no more.
Yeah.
That was my thing. I wasn't just stick up. My thing was extortion. See all these stick up guys? They're gonna mess your store up if you don't pay up or allow me to do what I want in here. I was doing that. That was it. And when I found that out, that's why I left the store alone. And people still ask me about the store, but I've been left that. And the reason why is because I was extorting them. See, y'all didn't know that. I was extorting them guys, man. That's why they let me do what I wanted to do in there.
I knew, Johnny.
You knew. No, you knew, but not everybody knew. You knew. You was helping me extort. But look, we had to recognize that we can't do that no more.
Yeah.
And I said, well, damn, man, I got larceny in my heart. All these days and times I'm saying I ain't got it no more because I don't steal, I don't take it no more. But that's what I'm doing. I did it on a different degree. Now you got this guy over here. See, you got the digital age now. This is the digital age. We have phones. Digital means your money be gonna be digital now. I can take cash, take it, and it gets put in the machine and press numbers, right? And the amount that I give up in monetary value gets put in the digital world with devices. Right. People have found ways to get your money. They call it scamming. Yeah. People have found ways to get other people's money in other accounts through digital means. That's also stealing. Yeah. Then you have the old school. You know what the old school way is? Stick them up. That's the old school way. Sticking them up. But with violence, using violence to take something from people. And then you got the sneaky way. You got the guy or the girl that goes, you got people who still do it today. That's why I don't buy nothing off the street. I don't buy nothing off the street.
Stay away from it.
Okay? Okay? I don't buy nothing off the street. You know what I'm saying? Because even in business, people will come and, hey, man, I got this here for you. Look, the lifestyle that you lead, you don't even have a job. You don't work in Home Depot. How in the world did you get this color copier machine? Brand new. You didn't order it. You ain't paid for it.
Everybody you want to buy this.
And he's going up there, man. Once you see that, you know it's stolen. It's stolen. Okay? That's why they say, you don't buy things that are stolen and you don't eat stolen food.
That's right. That's right.
You don't eat stolen food. You say, man, yeah, man, I took this from the supermarket. I got 9 strawberries here, and this is what you eat, right? I said, nah, man. He said, because I mean, I don't buy nothing off the street. Nothing stolen. You don't buy nothing off the street. Because know why? Know why I say that? Because people, when you buy stuff off the street, it's a deal. That's the rule. You know that, right? Yeah. It costs $100 in there, but for you, $5. And that's what's going to catch your greed. That's what's going to tap into your greed. And you buy it, And now you bring the stolen item in your house. Now you have stolen items in your house, and you have stolen food in your stomach. It's digesting and going in your bloodstream. That's how bad stealing is. God said it's no good. All right, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you like when somebody steals from you?
No.
One more time. Do you like when somebody steals from you? That's it. See, I couldn't get everybody to say no. I want to hear everybody say no. Do you like when somebody steals from you?
Not the time. Well, the right is out in the still. Nope. Not the time. Nope. Not the time.
So why do you do it? You gotta leave it alone. We're just, we recognize, analyze, and delete.
That's a fact. That's a big fact.
Leave the emotions out.
Say it again.
Recognize,
analyze,
and delete. That's what we have to do because we're too caught up on analyze, recognize, delete. That's it. Not to deal falsely. He said, you shall not steal, not to deal falsely, not to lie one to another. Okay? So, hey, you ain't gonna like what I'm saying, but I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh, look, you know what? I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Don't ask me nothing. How about that? But don't ask me no question, and I tell you, and you get mad because that's the truth. People get mad at the truth. I get mad at you. You know why I got mad at you? Because you didn't lie. You were supposed to lie. But you did not see this the way I'm saying it. You were saying it exactly the way you saw it. I'm lying. But I'm mad because you told everybody what you saw, and that was the truth. So I'm mad at you for that. You know, we get mad at each other because we don't lie to each other.
Emotional damage.
We listen to lies and love lies so much. We hang on to lies so much. Or we hang on to a truth so much that it's not there no more.
Emotional damage.
Tashi?
And you shall not swear by my name falsely. Neither shall thou profane the
Now,
name of
in
thy God.
Deuteronomy, it says, you shall swear by my name, right? Okay. When you say El Shaddai, they never said his name. There are times in this law, right, that you have to take an oath that you didn't put your hands to your neighbor's goods, right? When you take that oath, you still don't say God's name. All God means is, I'm the God that you swear by, not Jake, not Boo-Boo, not your grandma, not on yourself, because people swear and dedicate their words to things that have no life, or to human beings that are dead, or to themselves. You only do that with God because he is the only God. When it comes to swearing, you got to do that with the Most High God. And you still don't have to say his name to swear in his name. He's not going to tell you don't say my name, but then over here, you got to swear my name over here. He's not going to do that.
That's right.
Okay? There are times when the judges make the guy come up and say, yo, you got to swear that you didn't put, all he had to do is say, yo, man, I did not put my hands into my neighbor's goods. He don't have to say in God's name. He don't have to say, well, I swear to El Shaddai. He don't have to put his hand up. He don't have to put his hand on the Bible. All of this is heathenism. All they said was, I did not do it. That's it. And the judges accept it. And I accept it. Even though I still think you took it, I got to stop now. Because God is in it. And I just leave it alone. That's what it means when he says swear, you shall swear by my name. Okay? Because when you swear by God's name, you are not saying Yod, Hey, Wav, Hey.
Fact. Say it again. You're not saying God's name. Say it again, brother.
Not in God's name.
Say it one more time, brother.
Not Yod, Hey, Wav, Hey. He said, you shall swear by my name. He said, I was known by El Shaddai, by Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So when they swore, they said El Shaddai. That's it. We make these things more complicated than it is. We make matters more complicated. We make situations more complicated. All they do when they swore God's name was say El Shaddai. That's right. It.
Not his name. The matter is left alone.
And the matter is left alone.
So we're supposed to be the same way, man. As far as us together, not a nation.
After that, after the declarations, boom, 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 that's it. Now, this guy swore he was lying. We will see.
Exactly. Yeah.
See, that's something for God to deal with, not me. Not me, man.
Come on.
Our pride is so high. We think it's a zeal for God, and it's not. It's really not. Tamshi?
I am El Israel. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hiding shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. Thou shalt not curse the deaf.
So, if I'm supposed to pay this brother, and I don't pay him, and I hold it all night, because back then you got paid at the end of the day. The work that people did was farm work. Okay? There weren't jobs like messenger jobs, working in stores. You didn't have none of these things. You didn't have Wall Street. There was no trains to go to work. I had a construction job and unions. We didn't have none of that. The work that you did was tilling the ground, sheep, herd, cattle, right or wrong.
Right.
And I will offer my services for pay. At the end of the day, the person is supposed to pay you. That's how it was. That was the system set up, the payment system back then. So that's why I say, never rob him. He said, the wages of him, this is how you rob someone, the wages of him that is hired. Meaning, I hired you. When I hire you, we talk about what? What you gonna do, how long, what the hours is, and what I'm gonna pay you. At the end of the day, at the end of that conversation, it goes down to payment. Am I correct? Okay. So I hired him. The wages that I hired you for can't stay with me all night. And then in the morning time come. You know why? Because when the morning time come, you back to work. You back to work. I don't give out wages in the morning. I give it out in the evening when the work is done. And everybody lining up and they get their money. So if I tell you, if I hold your wages, right, and hold it till the morning, then when the morning comes, I'll be like, okay, get to work. I'm gonna pay you later on today. So now it's a game being played. So that's why the Most High said, pay that man at the end of the day, because he finished working. Yo. It's not God sees that it's not a good feeling, right? And he sees that's not a good thing when a man feel a way when I work or you work and you don't get paid for your work. Right or wrong? Some people shoot up the place. Right or wrong? They say, yo, that you got robbed.
You're not gonna do that to me.
You got robbed. He would look at his check and say, man, they robbing me, man. That's right. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
That's how you rob a person. When you don't give them what is owed to them. You hired them for a job. You don't pay them that. Back then, it was at evening time. Okay?
Yeah.
The system of payment has changed. So I would just say this. Pay what you owe. Whatever came out your mouth, stick to that. Because if not, you are defrauding your neighbor. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind.
Why would you want to do that? Why? Why would anybody want to do these things? He can't hear what you're saying. And he can't see the stumbling block.
That's how I said Jonah, man.
God don't like, see, these are what you, this.
Don't know.
Look. See, he even gonna get taught what is inhumane. This is inhumane. Things like this is inhumane. That's why God say for us not to do it to each other, because he see the world does it to each other. Right. So he don't want us to do it. And by us not doing it to each other, we also are different to them. Time sheet.
But before the blind, but shall fear thy God. I am El Israel. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment.
And this is for the guys who got say so in matters. These is for the guys who say, man, who mete out punishment. These is for the guys who make sentences and declarations on violations of what was going on. The judges. These are the guys who we bring our matters and our problems to, and they judge between who is right and who is wrong by what? By God's laws, not by the judge's laws. The judge has to be unbiased. You know what that means?
Right.
That's why he can't accept the gift.
Right.
That's why certain familiarities the judge can't deal with.
Judge gotta read the book.
He gotta stay on that.
You gotta know the book.
No. He know the book. Those judges, I'm talking about these judges back here. These judges knew the book. That's why they said you bring them. They were made judges by Moses.
That's right.
So the matters came to them. And they judged according to the law of the book. But what will throw those same judges off is if I give them a gift.
Right.
That's my point.
Yeah.
That's why he said, you judges, everybody else can take a gift. You can't take no gift. Because if you take the gift, then when this guy come, you're going to be a little lenient with him.
That's right.
And that was for them back then.
Those I said don't take it.
You know what I'm saying?
That's my dog.
So I can't take.
That's my dog. That's my dog. You ain't gonna watch how you talking to my dog. It's my dog. And we doing judgment here.
That's right. Talk shit.
Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor.
All right, he's poor, man. He ain't got nothing. Let him go. No, he got to get. He whatever he did, him not having is not an excuse. Because we make up excuses. Okay?
That's right.
It said, nor honor
The person of the mighty.
the person of the mighty. You know how you honor the person of the mighty? It's scared of him. You agree what he said, because he mighty, because he could get you hit, because he could get you whacked. But he got some type of power that's greater than yours. So you honor him. You know what I'm saying? You got people who are kissers. They call them kissers. All right? You know what kissers is. They kiss up to people. All right? But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. It's just, listen, according to these commandments, if your neighbor is wrong, he's wrong by this and that's it, man. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people.
He said, don't go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, or I kill. You taking slanders, which are lies, about a person and you're spreading them.
Right.
That's it. He said, among thy people. He said, neither. So look, I just gauge everything that people tell me about another person.
Yeah.
You can't tell me nothing about Abraham or Kazakh, right? I got to see that. I'm not going to roll off that like that because this guy's a liar. Okay? I got to see this to be true first.
Yeah.
I'm not just going to roll on him like that. Okay? Police, this guy Kazakh out here. He got a gun on him. He don't have a gun on him. I lie. They don't care about that. They're going to go by what they're told. They're coming to get Kazakh. They're going by what they're told.
True.
Okay? And then they let you out later.
True.
And you can sue them for that.
Yeah.
Because they arrested you. No evidence.
No witness.
Okay? That was a lying witness.
That was a lying witness, brother.
And you know that today they know. See, after a while, the cops catch on to the liars that call and lie to them. Because people call them pops and lie.
Sure.
So they catch on.
Yeah.
They say, nah. You gotta make sure, this guy hates you or something. Y'all had something. They start asking questions that are valid. That's what the judge has to do. Sometimes I gotta ask questions that are out the box. Because I'm trying to figure out where this is coming from.
Yeah.
Why you and you can't get along? Why you hate him?
Yeah.
Why these are the things that I gotta figure out first because it's this matter, it's more to this matter.
Yeah.
It's a lot outside of it. So a judge, I gotta look and I gotta ask. Now you don't want to ask my question, I can't judge. Nobody want to listen. You can't have a judge. The matter will never be resolved.
Yeah.
And we are supposed to be right enough with God and His commandments. And we are supposed to be able to iron out any situation.
According to this book.
Because
it's easy. It's very
us living by God.
It's very easy.
God, this book.
It's very easy.
That's why I mentioned God.
It's very easy.
Okay? By God in this book.
Not by emotions.
Everything's supposed to be ironed out.
Not by emotions. Not by that's my dog.
Things are ironed out with heathens. Tom sheet.
Don't get into nothing else.
I should not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people. Now they should not stand against the blood of thy neighbor.
Don't stand against the blood of your neighbor. Yeah. I know somebody's about to go do something to my neighbor. My neighbor is the one that calling the same God as me. And I've seen that happen before. I've seen that happen before, man. I've seen that happen before. And it was ugly. Every time I think about it, it's still ugly in my head, man. You know, certain matters I don't speak about, but they're still here, and it's ugly. It's ugly, man. I don't care what going on, man. I don't care what going on. I know somebody coming to spill your blood, man.
Nigga tell you
an Israelite?
Blow the horn.
I'm blowing the horn.
They're gonna tell you safety. We going to party.
You know how I'm blowing the horn, right?
Blow the horn.
I'm gonna be right there with you. I'm coming there to you. Listen, this is what I'm hearing. This is what I'm seeing. This guy said it. This guy said it. This guy said it. And let the heathen rag us. No good. No good. No good, man.
No good. Talking about safety. I'm going against 3 niggas. Safety gang.
Word.
Niggas that say safety gang. Let me know how it went out.
That's right. That's right.
Where I'm at, Kazan?
At the end of 16, I know Israel. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart.
Hold on. I need you louder.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Oh, boy, that's a command, ain't they? How do you show that you hate him? What's the first order of hatred to your brother that you would show? Tell me.
Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer iniquity on him.
Okay, so that's telling me if I see that my brother is doing something wrong against the commandments and I don't say nothing to him, if I don't come and I say anything to him, I did the same thing he did.
That's a fact.
Because you know.
So all the arrows I throw and the stuff that I say to other people don't matter. I should have came to you. Then I would have found out that you probably don't even do it no more. Huh? But you still on that. See, that's the emotions that everybody be emotional. Damn.
Outside every day. Come.
I shall not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
He said, thou shalt not avenge. Avenge means I want to do the same thing you did to me, and it was wrong.
Yeah.
So why I want to do it back to you when it's wrong? Why I want to do it back to you when it's wrong?
It's not righteous. Not righteous.
Think about it.
You must say, what you don't like for yourself, don't do it to others.
Where I'm at, Kazan?
19. You shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed. Neither shall the garment mingle of linen and woolen come upon you.
Okay. He said, thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. That right there, love thy neighbor as thyself. All right, if you my neighbor, you my brother, I'm just not going to do something to you I don't want you to do to me, and we can keep living, man.
Say it again.
That's it. It's right here. We're reading about it right here, right now.
Brother, you coming with
I just don't want you, my brother. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to do nothing that is wrong that I would feel if you do it to me. I'm not going to do that to you. That's it, man.
You want me, bro?
That's it. Tell shit.
And whoso will rely carnally with a woman.
Shut up. Okay?
Verse 19.
I'm right there.
Came on. You shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind.
You say you shall keep my statutes. What are the statutes? The Shabbat. And all the feast days that are in Leviticus 23. That's it. Okay. Okay. The statutes are something
that don't change.
That
don't change.
You can't
it's forever.
Change the day.
Forever.
I can't say the Shabbat is not the 7th day. It's the 7th day. It's the 6th day or the 5th day. Use it for an example. Right. We cannot take those days and switch them.
No.
We cannot take those days and switch the priority of those days.
Talk about it.
That's what I'm saying.
Talk about it.
That's what's being done now.
That's what I'm saying. Take it how you want. Tell she.
Sukkot is not a loose day. I was thinking it's crazy.
He said, thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Okay? He said, you don't let your cattle, the ox, don't gender. Gender means live and dwell and procreate. Once the animals are around, once you put animals together, somebody gonna jump on somebody to have sex.
That's gonna happen.
That's an actual, because we was paying attention 2 days ago, the word brute had a long meaning to it. It also means one who has no compassion, sympathy, or intelligence. That's the cat. That's why the cat eat. The cat don't have no sympathy.
Talk about it.
You don't know nothing about sympathy.
Right.
You don't know about nothing about intellectuality. To be intellect is to know who God is. That's the highest form of intelligence.
Yes, sir.
For man.
So that's why they eat, huh?
Okay, that's why the cats eat.
Got you.
Okay, when you are able to understand this and make the discernment between good and evil, okay, you're not a brute. You're just a scorner.
You gotta read to do that, bro.
Because the brute now is like an animal, man. Because the man said, man, I am more brutish than any man. Meaning I'm more like an animal.
His name is Brutus.
That's why his name was Brutus. That's why you get mad and say, hey, you little brute. Because you're doing things without sympathy, without thought. And you're not trying to correct yourself. Intellect, to be an intellectual is also to realize when you are at fault and to correct yourself.
Say it again.
That is an intellectual.
Yeah.
Intellect means you're not thinking about the stars and science and all that. That's not intellectual stuff.
About it.
Intellectual means, do I know who I am and who God is? And what I'm supposed to do while I'm alive here? Do I know why I'm alive? These are questions you're supposed to be asking yourself now.
Understanding the laws of the Lord.
Okay? And that's going to make you, don't come ask me crazy questions. Ask yourself that.
Facts.
Understanding the laws.
Ask yourself that. And then open the book and read.
Facts.
Because that's where it is, all the answers is at.
Nothing's coming.
Okay?
Nowhere else.
All the answers. Now, what you're going to read and what's going to stick out to you is thou shalt and thou shalt not.
The first 5.
So what? So that's where all the good stuff we've been talking about come from. You're not going to understand it. You're not supposed to understand it.
That's right.
God wants to see if you do this willingly without understanding.
Right.
All I know is God said it, I'm going to just do it, man. That's what he wants. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed.
With mingled seed. Now, I got to clear a lot of this stuff up here. All right. When I take 2 seeds, put them together, that's what it's talking about. All right? Okay?
Not because my wife is Puerto Rican. He was mad because I ain't got a black wife. I got told that.
Somebody read that and used it as a metaphor, but you can't take this and use it as a metaphor. You have to understand what a metaphor is. Okay? This is only for dealing with seeds, fruits, okay, that you're planting in the dirt ground, because it says field with mingled seed.
Right.
That's why I said people just like taking things here to throw an arrow, and it don't even mean that. And I bet you he's mixed. What it means is I don't take the apple seed, the orange seed, and plant them together. So one Israelite guy hits me up and tells me, well, it's a word about germinate. I said, look, we don't have nothing to do with germinate. God just don't want me to put 2 seeds together. That's it. All the germination and all that, we ain't got nothing to do with that at all. We stick to fruits that have seeds. If the fruits don't have seeds, we leave it alone. And when in my studies, I come to find out everything now is hybrid. Everything. Mahabharata told me it was going to come to that point. He said, look, we come to that point, what you going to do? Not eat? He said, you just stick to the ones that got seeds in them. They're still going to have seeds in them. He said, because we don't control that. We don't plant.
And this was 10, 15 years ago.
Okay? And it happening now. To where 10, 15 years ago, they weren't all hybrid.
Yeah.
Now that I update and check, yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
But that still don't mean I'm going to eat grapes.
No.
Green grapes with no seeds.
No.
or lime.
No.
Can't eat lime.
No.
Eat the lemon.
Yeah.
Lemon produce seeds.
Yeah.
Grape juice.
grape.
One of the ingredients.
You gotta make sure those grapes got
One of the
seeds.
ingredients say Concord grape, then grape juice.
No, it has to say only Concord.
A sin before God.
Because Concord grape is now grape
Grapes
juice
with
could come
seeds.
from another grape, and we don't know what it could come from. Grapes that don't have seeds in it, because they like to take the juice of different grapes and putting it in other stuff. They like to put key lime, in other things. I said, man, why don't they just use a lemon?
Yeah.
Where they get this lime from?
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is everything's mixed, but as long as look, whatever the name of it, however it is, make sure it has seeds, y'all. That's all. Just make sure it has seeds.
That's right.
That's how we was taught, and that's what it's coming from the Lord.
Basics, man.
Stick
with the basics, man.
Is in it, whose seed is in itself. Because God knows stuff get germinated. Do you know that the wind blows stuff and seeds get mixed up together on their own? That ain't got nothing to do with us.
For years on top of years on top of years, limes ain't have seeds, and now they have.
Now they have seeds.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? It's
come on.
Look, I like to stick to the basics.
Stick to the basics, man.
I like to stick to the basics. Me personally, I ain't messing with lime with seeds or no seeds. I'm gonna stick to the lemons.
Yeah.
That's what I've been sticking to.
No.
They say they got tuna with scales.
Nah,
I'm still not eating tuna.
I'm still ain't eating tuna.
Right?
Facts.
We're gonna keep. If we use the same pattern over here, the same pattern over there. You understand what I'm saying? Because they say they got tuna with seed, with scales.
All of a sudden now.
Back in the days, Israelites said, when they take it out the water, the scales fall off. So that's telling us, right? They didn't have, that was saying all tuna was no good.
Yeah.
They don't have there's a scale. They don't have scales. But today now, you get some that got around the neck.
Years later.
You got some that got under the belly. Or you got some that got hit. I've never seen a fish that only has scales in one spot.
No, man.
Something is going on.
Something's going on.
I'm not eating it.
I'm good.
Okay? I'm gonna stick to what I kept doing.
I won't die.
You won't die.
I'm good.
You won't die.
I'm good. I won't die if I don't eat limes.
Or you know what it is? Evil. Wickedness. So strong. It's gonna get you. Everybody who's talking about this, gonna get you in every little way.
That's right. That's right.
He gonna get you over here, but he gonna get you over here.
That's right, sir.
Look, I can't get this guy, but I can get this guy.
Yeah.
Right? But over here, I can get this guy.
Yeah.
I can't get this guy.
Yeah.
Because he's stronger over here. He's weaker over here. Over here, he's stronger. He knows. That's why he knows who we could go to and mess with. Okay? That's why I said watch out. Because now he's going to mess with the pride that's in everybody.
That's a fact.
And you're going to think you're right.
That's a fact.
And you're going to think you're. And that's how he get us. Because we're too on point with physical laws.
Stick to that book. If you stick to that book.
If you stick to the book, you're going to detect it.
Stick to that book.
Because I be detecting it.
Facts.
Take the
Right?
fire out your
I
life.
be detecting it.
Me too.
Right? And you got to really, really
Take the fire out
remember
your life.
the sayings
That's a fact.
of the people who serve God,
That's a fact.
what they said in this situation, why they said it, and what they did in this situation.
Right.
Because that's going to keep you on point.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? You wind up saying the same thing that this godly man said. Because you treating it the same way he treating it. Now you starting to, you know what I'm saying? But the reading every day, man.
Talk about it, guys.
All situations
Talk about
is in
it,
here.
Yeah, man.
Talk about it, guy.
It's in here, even the wicked ones. He got the answer for everything. He's the creator. He created all of us. He created emotion. He created these things. So don't you think peace and loss is so perfect? It can make you 100% perfect.
Oh yeah.
He told Abraham, be perfect.
Oh yeah.
Abraham didn't know how to be perfect. So everything that the Most High told him, Abraham did it. That's why he brag about Abraham.
Right.
To Isaac.
Shout about it.
Abraham dead. He bragging about it. He said, yo, okay, Abraham did everything I said. Man. My voice. Anything that came out my voice, he heard my voice, he agreed and and lived his life upon whatever I said. That's just his voice. He said,
that's how you do it.
My voice, he obeyed my voice. Anytime he heard my voice, he stopped doing what he was doing. He paid attention to. Right? Then he said, my charge. I gave him certain charges. The charges are
that's not the law.
No, that's a personal.
Okay.
That's for you.
Okay. Something that I got soul in.
Nah, you got that. You hit it right in the dot. The charge is only for you. That's why certain things, my Abba said, I should have told him.
Yeah.
But see, we learned it. We learning as we go along. Stop being stubborn and listen. Yeah, because this thing is beautiful. Once you start seeing and understanding it, you're gonna smile. You're gonna smile, man. And you're gonna be like, okay. Yeah. Yeah. But that's only when you by yourself and you read it. That's only when you by yourself and you read it. Okay? You home. This is on your own time.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay? You can front right now.
Nah, nigga.
Okay?
During the week.
Go home.
That's right. Diligently teach.
Let me put the YouTube down for a minute.
Yeah, put the game down. Yeah.
Put the game down for a minute. Let me put the shows I like to watch down for an hour.
That's right. Kids, let's go. Come on, let's read. Yeah. Play that.
They think you're gonna get the repeat. You're gonna get the repeat. Ain't going nowhere.
You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this or get away from me.
The kids, what you said?
They're gonna love it or get away.
Or get away from me. You gotta show them that this is important for you, little one.
Yeah.
Ain't no Santa Claus. Ain't nobody come bringing you no gifts. Okay?
The only group of people God told you to teach.
Diligently.
That's right.
Every day.
That's because they're in your house.
Go out there in the corner.
No, look. Gotta be in your house.
Get up in their ears.
That's why he said, I know Abraham shall command his household after him. But really and all, if any of mine live somewhere else, I don't have full dominion. When you in my house,
You're gonna do it. That's a fact.
do it. Look. I'm not forcing you either. You can leave right or wrong. I'm not forcing you to do it. It's me forcing you to do it. No, I'm not forcing you, but you can't be here, daughter. I love you. You know I love you. Not doing anything to you, baby girl. You're not your son. You're my son. But listen. Yo, you my brother. Yo, you my little brother. But look, man. Yo, bro, can I stay over by you? Yeah, but you know the rules, brother. Because I live like this, and my brother don't live like this no more. Or he wasn't born in it like I was. We have these things in our family. So we got to be direct with them. There's no hard feelings here. But I cannot see the God that I serve is very, the way I have to serve him is offensive to you. You know why I say that? Because you got a tattoo with a cross. Okay? You could never come in my house. You got a tattoo of a cross on you. It ain't like he could take it off and take that off and throw that away from over here, man. You can't come in my house with that. But you got it tattooed on you. Okay? That's why I asked my man, I said, look, I know for a fact he don't have no tattoos. I don't know about nobody else. I don't bring nobody else. All my friends stay out. I don't know this guy personally. So who I know personally, okay, I know certain things. Okay, you can come up in here. You ain't got no Nikes on. Okay, cool. Take your hat off, put it out there. He could. I know he ain't got no tattoo, but the females, you got females that wear tattoos. You got dudes that wear tattoos. They got more tattoos than the men. That's correct. That's correct. And everybody that has tattoos got a cross on their body.
That's a fact.
You got Israelites right now who used to be heathens, got a cross tattoo on them, or a tattoo period, and they still got it on them now. So they need to be quiet.
That's a big fact.
You got a matzeba on you. You're a walking tombstone. You don't even know. This is what the Canaanites used to do. Anytime somebody died amongst the Canaanites, you know what they would do? They would paint a picture of the dead person on them in commemoration of their dead. We can't do nothing in commemoration of the dead, in memorial of. You know what we do in memorial of? The Shabbat day. Because the Most High, the day that the Most High, he created everything, and on this day, he stepped back from his work and enjoyed his work. So he made this. So every Shabbat is a memorial to this, right? And you got Yom Teruah. It shall be a memorial to you, a memory of the first of when this happened. This is a memoriam of what this happened. Our memoriams and our memorials are not a site where you go to and everybody stand up and hold hands and look at the monument.
Or a block where you go and light balloons and light it up.
What?
Smoke up.
What?
A block.
Oh, yeah, it's a new thing going on. People dead. When somebody die, right? People get balloons, right? Mm-hmm. This is a new thing to me. Mm-hmm. No, to me it's a new thing. It's new to me. I've been seeing too much of it. I've seen it more and more where people are releasing balloons. Yes. I don't know the significance of that, but
it's not up there.
But I remember when we went to our aunt's funeral, they took the birds, the doves.
It's like the same thing.
It's the same thing. Same significance.
Same thing.
Okay? This has to do with all that come from Egypt.
Yes, sir.
Y'all don't know that, right?
Yes, sir.
A lot of things that people do when somebody dies is the worship of the dead.
Yes, that's right. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Dogs are the idol of the worship of the dead in Egypt.
I'm not liking no people.
Jackals. You see when people, your eyebrows, man and woman, wax their eyebrows, they shape them, they cut them, they design it. Some of them take them off and paint new ones. All of that is worshiping of the dead.
Cut their eyebrows off and draw
them back on. Yeah. It's part of cosmetology. Yeah. What I told you about cosmetology.
Who taught that?
The angels that came down here became evil.
Yeah.
They taught humans a lot of wicked things.
Yeah.
Cosmetology is one of them. Okay. Yeah. Make up. Thank you, brother. You said it. I was being nice, but you said it. Make up.
I serve another God.
Whoa. No, it's another word they use. They call it beating your face. That's what they call it. Because they be doing this.
My mama,
your face.
My mama never
all of that.
My mama never used it.
Okay. Prostitutes, woman of the night.
Adorn themselves.
They would adorn themselves.
For who?
Okay.
The gods.
Okay. And when you go into her, you're gonna recognize her later. Right. Take it off.
Right.
Fast forward to the strip club.
Yeah.
The eyelashes.
Yeah.
The makeup, the heavy makeup.
Yeah.
The wigs. Pink wig. When she take it off, is that her? But you see, that's the way of the world now. Who took on these whorish the most?
Israel.
The daughters of the black woman. I would say, not just Israel. All black women. You see more Nicki Minaj's and Cardi B's walking around here. That's who they following. And all they do is promote whoredom. Yep. Those women are also whores. They will produce the whoredom. They promote it. Watch who you marry. That's for man and woman.
Yeah.
It's a disguise, man. And the place is dark. Okay? That's why back then she wore the veil. So now they don't wear the veil no more. They disguise it with a bunch of gook. Same thing that people use in a holiday for heathens that's coming up called Halloween.
Yeah.
What is it about? Disguises. It's about disguises. When you come out your robe, you in disguise now.
Right.
Yeah, because it says Saul came out his kingly robes and put regular clothes on, and he was in disguise. So when you don't wear your robes and you wear your clothes, once you out of it, you are in disguise. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Goodness gracious.
Look. I don't lie to myself. definitely not gonna lie to you.
Hit me. You hit me.
Because I tell myself that, yo, hurry up, deal with this situation now, right? Now. Because you're supposed to have this stuff on every day. That's right. You're supposed to have this on, not just Zitsy. You're supposed to have this on every day.
That's right. Stop waiting for 30 pieces, man. You ain't gonna get
it. You gotta do it. Look. Sit down.
Wait for 10 pieces.
Look. You sit down and see what you're saying. All of that what you're saying, that's meditating on the law.
Yeah, we gonna get it. Start now.
Yeah. That's what we just were saying. You saying all this in your head. Mm-hmm. And you say, yeah, man, you know what? Nah, do it now. Stop waiting until you get this. Mm-hmm. Don't wait till you get that. You ain't all of that is you meditating on the law. Even if you have one, use it, man. Because that's going to show God you real with it. Because if you're not real with it, you can have 10, you ain't going to wear not one. How about that?
That's right. Yeah.
You can have 10 robes and you ain't going to wear one.
That's right. No.
Okay?
You have 10 robes.
Okay? And you ain't going to wear but one.
You have 10 robes.
Okay?
You're just waiting for new ones.
Why?
That's right. You have 10 robes.
No. That's the lie you tell yourself.
Yeah.
That's the lie you tell yourself.
Yes,
sir.
sir.
When you get the new one,
yes,
you
sir.
still don't wear that.
Yes, sir.
Look how messed up we are, man. And that's where I'm at. Recognizing my wicked self.
Yeah.
Recognizing the thoughts that's in my head. And guess what? My reaction to what people say and do, I am starting to become circumspect with.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, man. Because at the end of the day, I could point the finger. But when I die, it's my sins.
Yes, sir.
When I die, it's my iniquity.
Yes, sir.
When I die, I go on that journey alone.
Yes, sir.
I go on that alone.
Right.
So I have an unsocial attitude right now. Nothing personal. Right. But I can't keep my mind on everybody, and I gotta keep my mind on me now.
Facts, that's me. Go along,
I keep my mind on me now. Do it. On me, man. On me to keep myself in line.
Get away from me.
Okay.
What are you waiting on?
Where I'm at, Chief.
Now that y'all gone mingle of linen and wool and come upon me.
Now that y'all a garment of mingle of linen and wool. We don't wear mixed fabrics. Okay? We are only supposed to wear 100% cotton, 100% linen, 100% silk, 100% linen. Wool. Wool come from the sheep and the lambs. We get that off the animal.
Sheepskin.
Okay? The silkworm. You got a worm that produces silk. And you take that. All these things the woman would take and put it in a beam called a weaver's beam. And they would weave it and it would go into fabrics, threads. They would make threads out these fabrics. So you can't wear something that's 90% cotton, 10% linen.
99%.
99% cotton, 1% polyester. You can't wear these things. Now, but the polys, all the polys and the esters and the dichroic, all of those things are chemicals. They're plastics that are hardened by air. They're not fabrics, but they still didn't wear these things because they didn't take things and make plastic. They didn't have plastic. First of all, they didn't have plastic. That's why they're saying plastic goods are no good. You heard that before, right or wrong? They didn't have that then. You had to do a lot of chemical burning and a lot of toxic stuff to get plastic.
That's how you get it now.
That's how you get it right now. Okay? Time sheet.
And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to an husband.
Carnally means to have sex. Uninhibited sex. Time sheet.
Betrothed to an husband and not at all redeemed.
She's promised. Betrothed means she is promised to him. Meaning that I'm the woman. I didn't promise you that I'm gonna marry you. My parents promised.
That's right.
You or my parents promised your parents.
That's right.
I didn't make the promise. The woman, I didn't make the promise. The promise came from parent to parent.
That's right.
But then when there's no parents there, keep the daddy out. Daddy out. All these houses don't have no daddy. So mama don't know how to do this. So the daughter gonna go out there and do her own picking. And she don't. I just heard, what they call it, TikTok. The dude said, "Look, man, stop listening to all these stuff the women be saying up there, because they don't know what they want. They say they want this and this and this and this in a man, and they pick the wrong man. And by the time they figure it out, nobody wants them because years pass and it's too late.
It's too late.
That's why it's good for the woman to keep your virginity.
That's right.
Why are the young Israelite girls so quick to want to get married?
Yeah.
Is that fire burning so hot down here? See, for years we was on the men. Right? Wasn't watching a woman. I know, I could tell. I've been through it. The boys, they was on us hard. The girls wasn't getting watched. Okay? Most of the girls went out there and did the same thing. Had kids with heathen men.
Yeah, man.
I'm not talking about marrying Israelite men because they're supposed to marry Israelite men.
Yeah,
I approve of that. I applaud it. I'm down with it. But look. At least we could go out there and turn some of these women. Yeah. You ain't turning no man.
Yeah.
It's not for you to go out there and do that. Okay? It said Moses had an Ethiopian woman. It didn't say Miriam had an Ethiopian husband. Let's think about it. So all the girls and then the parents now are linking them up early. They ain't even finished college, high school, and you betrothing them. That's not gonna help, y'all.
Right.
That's not gonna help.
But they're getting trained from young.
Because they're getting trained.
They're getting trained from
and all you doing now is when they feel they ready, they're gonna consummate the marriage when they feel like it.
They train themselves.
Okay. They train themselves. Oh yeah.
They train themselves.
The husband
between the father and the other
father.
The two parents.
They didn't. No. A lot of times that she don't even know.
Right.
To get a certain age, I say, yo, man, you know, I promised you to somebody, right? I'll let you know soon. And keep it moving. I ain't gotta tell her. I ain't gotta tell her. And guess what? She gonna go with whoever I tell her to marry.
That's right.
My daughter gonna marry who I tell her to marry, man.
Facts.
That's what Mikal did. Talking about Mikal. Mind your business, because David was her husband, he regulated her, and she took it. But look, her relationship with her father was great. He knew that she liked David. He peeped it. He said, look, they didn't try to kick it to each other. Look how holy these people are naturally, man. David had the eye for her. She had the eye for him. Right. Saul seen it. You could tell when two people have the eye for each other. They don't have to say nothing, but it's a mutual treatment and how they look at each other, how they answer each other. He said, yo, I see that my daughter like you, man. That's when Saul went to him. Saul linked that up. I could do that. The father could do that. He said, yo, man, my daughter like you, man. Go ahead, I'm going to give you to her. You can have her. He said, oh, come on, I'm a dead dog, man. I'm nobody, man. Who am I to be royalty? Man, come on, man. Me and my father's house, we ain't even royalty, man. We regular people out of the south of Bethlehem, Judah. He said, I'm a regular citizen. Who am I? But yo, he had no pride.
That's a fact.
That's what make people want to deal with you more. Because if you got too much pride, say no. He's too full of himself. She's too full of herself.
Get away from
I can't talk to her.
Get away.
Because every time she gotta make it known, and he gotta make it. No. Go grandstand somewhere else, man. This ain't for over here. That's what they're not trying to do. They didn't do that back then. So I could talk to these people. We could talk and say and make deals and keep covenants. And that's how they got married. No, very rarely. See, in certain cases was different. David was already an adult. Abigail was already an adult. Okay, all right. And that's the godly man. Things gonna happen different with godly men. Exceptions and privileges gonna happen different with godly men. I say Moses married an Ethiopian woman. And they talked about it. His brother and his sister spoke against it because it's in the law.
It's in the law.
They got in trouble.
But they got in trouble for it.
Right.
Because he said, yo, the way I did, no. He didn't say Moses is better than you.
No.
He said, the way I deal with him, you should be scared to even say nothing to him. That's it. Yeah. Because I deal with him face to face. Everybody else was dreams, was dark sayings, was signs, this, a prophet. I never sent nobody to Moses. A prophet never went to Moses. So you got to chill with him. He's the one that I got doing all of this. He's the one that got certain insights y'all ain't got.
I don't treat him like
I don't treat him like I treat y'all. And that's your brother. That's your youngest brother. He was the youngest. Moses and Aaron and Miriam, if I'm correct, Miriam was the oldest.
Miriam was first. She the one that took him out the bulrush, man. The water.
She was the oldest.
Way older than him. She was about 20 years. She had him.
She was way older. You know what I'm saying?
She act like his mother.
But the thing was, he did not like it. Nobody heard what they were saying. God did. It was just them two. They said, no. Because this here, y'all the three heads. Y'all the three heads. I can't have this go down because it's going to show what? Dissension.
That's right.
And y'all the three. You the priest, you my priest.
Only one person.
You know, he said, Aaron, the saint of God.
Facts.
Right.
So y'all chill. Leave that man alone.
Off on them.
Right?
Miriam.
Okay. Boom. But then now it hit Miriam. Why? Why it hit Miriam? Why leprosy jumped on her, not Aaron?
I've always said because he got on the holy.
What he has on.
The holy. Yeah.
What he has on will not be holy no more.
Exactly.
You can't take him off.
That's right.
And get leprosy and put him back on.
That's right.
God don't move like that.
That's right.
Okay? And look, it was as if Aaron had it on him because when he saw his sister, he said, alas.
Moses said, heal her now.
He said, heal her now.
Aaron didn't get punished for that. Nothing happened.
You know what? That's right.
Yeah. Because he couldn't separate the names.
You heard him, man, when he saw that.
He died with the case with Moses. That's not Moses. He got hit.
He died in the case when Moses didn't separate. He still was angry.
Definitely. Yeah. That's why he calls him.
He was angry. But Aaron's position was certain things with Aaron.
Positioning. Facts.
Certain things Moses couldn't do. He had to tell Aaron, yo, hurry up, get up and go do this.
Moses can't do it.
Moses can't do it.
That's a fact.
So it's certain jobs, certain things that look. My Imam Mahaba showed me that. I said, no, come on, I'll do it. He said, no. Malak know how to do it the way I like it. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
He said, no, I want Mick to do it because he's gonna do it right. And then I look at my email yesterday, and she was so damn happy, man. I'm watching her. She was real happy that her place was clean, her kitchen was clean.
Yesterday, right? Yeah, I've seen it. Tell me what is going on.
I'm gonna have to really start keeping this house more clean and being more, because that's what pleases Mama.
Yeah,
we gotta do what pleases her, and that's honor. We're looking what pleases her. We're not looking at too high. That's what I told myself last night. I said, yo, I start mopping in here more often.
Talk about it, man.
Okay, we need the cat to change more often. It can't be one person doing anything. We're not gonna chump each other. Okay, but it don't take for nothing for once a week. God can come in the house, just check stuff around, because
brother, I got that every morning.
It means a lot.
Yeah, I got that every morning.
It means a lot.
I got that.
It's not supposed to be only one or two people doing things.
I got that.
Because
I got that.
I seen it last night, man.
I got it.
And then I had to recollect. I said, wow, every year she get happy like this. I said, damn. Sometimes we tell her, chill, we're gonna take care of it. She say, no, I want it done now, and y'all ain't gonna do it the way I want it done.
That's a fact.
Yo, that's all that's up under honor. All that is honor. That's why I said we don't know what honor is, man. We still finding out. And I thank God I was able to realize that. Nobody had to tell me that.
Gotta get on it.
And I didn't get that in here. Just by watching. Paying attention. Right? Rightful attention. Rightful regard to who?
To who your mother.
I don't care who's mad or happy. When she's left, that's what affects my life.
My life.
Yeah. That's what affects your life. God, your father, and your mother.
Everybody getting shot.
When they're happy and sad with you, that's what affects your life.
Everybody shot.
You don't want to have your mother and father say, look, I'm tired of telling him this, so.
Let me just agree with him.
You don't want that.
Let me agree with him. You keep bugging me.
I'm going to show you something. God did it. God did it. You know what? Who? Balaam. He kept coming to him. Balaam already knew the deal. He said, yo, ain't going to be none of that. Because I don't feel no iniquity in them. You're not going nowhere. Tell them dudes, get up out of here. And he told them, yo, whatever the Most High tell me, I got to say, I can't take none of that. They said, look, man, we'll give you a whole house full of silver. We'll make you ride on you, go second to the king. Blah, 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 blah. And he wanted that.
Of course. He still ain't listen to that.
So guess what?
He still ain't listen to that.
He went back to God.
Yeah.
Now, look, he wasn't supposed to go back. God already told him,
He said, wait till they come. If they come, that's when you go. He said, but don't go.
But don't
he
go.
Just went. They didn't come.
He didn't want him going. He knew they was coming. But you know, this guy, he said, all right, go ahead. After a while, he said, go ahead. But I'm going to put the words in your mouth. Yeah. Go ahead. And look, he almost died on the way. He had no business going.
He had no business going. God told him, don't go. You keep bothering.
If they come, go. But if nobody comes,
but you know why? You know why? Because he didn't make it final to them the first time.
Yeah.
Like I don't make it final to my family the first time. They're not supposed to come asking me again because they already know the answer.
That's right.
They say, oh, no, don't even ask him because, yo, I asked him and he went crazy on me. Sometimes you got to go crazy on people to get your point across with these laws, especially your family, because your family think they run you. Your family think better than you because now you doing this other crazy weird stuff. You don't eat this, man. You was doing it all live with you. Who make you think you better? Yeah. And inside their wickedness, don't like that stuff. And sometimes they don't even know why they do spitefully things to mess with you according to the commands that you live by.
Yeah.
That's why you got to get away from them.
Yeah.
And you make them respect your space when they come around.
That's right.
They can't respect it. Bah! I ain't speaking to you no more. Don't speak.
That's right. Fact.
You not, look. You ain't my daddy and mama.
That's a
first of all.
That's a big fact.
You know, why is it that people who ain't your mommy and daddy require honor from you and respect from you? Like I'm supposed to give it up to you like that.
You damn sure don't make my world go round, John.
I noticed that too. You ain't my daddy. You ain't watching you talking to. You ain't my mother.
Right.
Get your finger out my face, woman.
Talk about it, gang.
Because your wife will wind up thinking she your mother.
Talk about it, gang. Talk about it, gang.
Yeah. I see. Look, your older sister talk to you like she your mother.
Talk about it.
I've seen that too. I've seen that too. See, everybody got a place, man. Huh? Yeah, and it be the young ones.
Humble yourself.
I seen the young ones, man. Everything's out of whack.
Humble thyself, woman.
Say it again.
Everything's out of whack, man.
Humble thyself, woman.
Everything. Where I'm at, cuz
End of 20, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death because she was not free.
He
shall bring his trespass offering unto El Israel.
What verse you at?
21.
I'm all disorientated up here. I'm hyped.
Yeah.
I got constant goose pimples here. You know
Roll
why?
on.
Because I ain't got no food in me.
Roll on.
It does something to the stomach. I mean, it does something to the spirit,
Roll
man.
on.
That's the time
It does
to go
something
up.
to the spirit.
That's the
It
time
does
to
something
go
to
up.
the spirit, man. Okay?
That's the time to go up.
Yo, who did? Who did? She fasted. The only time she ate was on Shabbat and feast days.
Yup.
Six.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1,
Yup.
2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yup.
That's hard, man.
That's hard. That's harder.
I ain't hear nobody got to that level of fasting like she did.
That's harder than hard, bro.
That's hard, man.
That's fasting
She
every day.
fasts every day except
Except
Shabbat.
Shabbat and feast days.
Feast days.
So what that tell you? You don't fast on Shabbat.
Say it again.
You don't fast on Shabbat.
There
She
we go.
caught the $1.10.
Can't afflict yourself on
Can't afflict
Shabbat.
yourself on Shabbat.
Time sheet. See, you read a little here, you read a little over there, you will find the coming and the goings and the ways of God.
Facts.
Now you're going to understand.
Gotta read.
Say it again, brother.
Gotta read.
Say it 2 more times.
Gotta read. Gotta read.
Thank you. Nobody want to read. That's why they want to tell you wrong when you declare the law. But you read. You read. You know what it means in the Hebrew. I could break it down to you in English. I could break it down to you in Spanish. I could break it down to you in different languages. Okay? So you got to be quiet because you don't read.
Talk about it.
You don't go to school.
Talk about it.
So you ain't going to pass the test. You want to tell professors what's right and wrong? I got the manual. I live with the manual, man.
Facts. And
You don't even have the manual. You got a carbon copy of a manual.
Talk about it.
You don't have the 1611 King James Version.
Talk about it.
Okay?
Talk about
They got words in it that's different, that allow you to eat blood, that allow you to cut your hair, that allow you to say the Shabbat is on Monday.
Yeah. And Yom Kippur is on Tuesday.
And Yom Kippur is tomorrow. A lot of people is doing it tomorrow.
Talk about it, man.
It's confusion, man.
Confusion.
There was a time when all Israelites did these days correctly in the same time, same
Yes,
form,
sir.
same fashion.
That's right.
Why does everybody have their own version of the Sabbath, of this, of what carrying a burden is?
Yeah, man.
Everybody. So that's telling me God don't want all.
That's right.
God don't want everybody.
I just said that statement.
But it's freedom of speech, bro.
God don't
America's a
want
free
you.
country.
You said what? It's freedom of speech,
And I
right?
can do what I want. I'm in America.
Okay, so hey, my brother, knock yourself out.
Not yourself
I am
out.
not gonna fret myself over you
Right.
in your life and how you want to live it.
Facts.
You don't live in my house.
Facts.
All right.
Knock
That's
yourself
me.
out.
That's me. That's me.
That's a fact.
If you disagree, fine by me.
That's a fact.
You'll find out the hard way when it's too late.
That's a fact.
Go ahead, do you, man. We ain't all meant to be on the same page.
Yeah.
Everybody can't be chiefs.
Yeah.
Everybody can't be students.
Yeah.
Everybody can't be leaders. But we do. But everybody's a teacher and a leader now.
Yeah.
Everybody's a teacher and a leader now.
I got something to say.
You can't even run the house,
Talk
man.
Talk about
You
it.
said
Sit down, man. You can't even run a household. Sit down, man. Sit somewhere.
This
Sit down.
is shut them down.
That's a fact.
Shut them down.
That's a fact.
That's what you got to do.
That's a fact.
Because what? It said they contend with the priests. Back then. He said, these people here, they argue with the priests, man. The priest, God said, when you go to the priest, he gonna give you the law. And you go by what he say, or you die. You know that, right? It said the sentence of the judges and the priests, whatever they say, whatever sentences, you got to do it. If you don't do it, you shall be put to death. They started arguing, said, no, I don't mean that.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Look, Kohen. So they look, Kohen.
Come
It
on.
don't go.
Come on, y'all.
And after a while, it get to the point where they put their hands on the Kohen.
Yeah.
And after a while, it get to the point where they kill the priests, where they kill the prophets.
Dathan and Korah.
Come on, Akshaw.
And
The
they
same thing,
they
man.
Come on,
were the
Akshaw.
priests and prophets themselves.
Dathan and Korah.
People's the same today, man.
Go to. No, keep going. Keep going.
And he shall bring his trespass
Go,
offering
finish
unto
this
the
one out.
Most
Then
High,
we'll go to Nehemiah.
unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation,
Mhm.
even the ram for a trespass offering.
Uh-huh.
The priest shall make an atonement for him,
Uh-huh.
the ram of the trespass offering before Israel for his iniquity which he had done. And his iniquity which he had done shall be forgiven him. When you shall come into the land and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then you shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you, it shall not be eaten of. But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise Israel withal. And in the 5th year, you shall eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am Israel your El. You shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall you.
All right. See, because all these things here, we don't have this no more. This is our agricultural the laws for our agricultural use. Okay? Now it says, ye shall not eat anything with the blood.
Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
It said, ye shall not eat anything with the blood. The only thing you can eat that got blood in it is flesh. The meat of, or your blood, or another person's blood. It said, ye shall not eat anything with the blood. God, when they made their food and prepared their meats and their flesh, it didn't have blood in it. Yeah. The reason why it didn't have blood in it, because they made their own kill. Right. Whatever I was going to eat, I'm eating cattle today, I'm eating ox. Either me or someone in my house make the kill. That's right. And I taught everybody in my house how to make the kill. How you make the kill, you take the animal and bring them upside down. You have to string them upside down. Right. And you don't gut them.
No, you hit two spots.
You don't hit them and gut them.
Hit two spots.
You're not going to get rid of all the blood. Right. You hit the jugular. You hit here. You damn near take the whole damn head off to where you could pick the whole neck up. That thing gonna go pop. It's gonna come out like a fire hydrant. I've done it, so I know what I'm talking about. And that's just gonna stay like that for hours, man, hours. It's gonna stink, and that's why you gotta make a hole there. So that when you do that, you're pouring the blood in the ground, like God say. You're doing exactly. That's how you get the blood out. And then you cover it back up. That blood scientifically regenerates. There's a lot of regeneration. Y'all don't even know. The feces, a lot of things in the body, the animals when they die, leave that. That's why it's not for you to eat. God said, leave that thing there. Let that thing do what it do. It's part of that cycle that he created. Leave that alone. You don't eat roadkill, man. Don't eat nothing that died of itself. How you know that this flesh died of itself or not? You don't know because it's meat markets, stores, big business. You don't have your own. You ain't making your own kill. So now when you buy the meat come with blood and fat in it. So now how you get that blood out?
That's why you can't comprehend.
You get that blood out. You can't take that meat and eat it still. You still got blood and fat and it's frozen. So the process is even more meticulous now. Now, meticulous meaning you have to be slow and careful without the desire to hurry up and eat the food, the meat, the flesh. You have to have patience because you're not going to be able to. The reason why they was able to eat the flesh the same day because I made the kill that day and then
the same time you make the kill.
The day drain it. So in a matter of hours, I could prepare my meat now and eat it.
The kill is the death. The blows that you put to drain the blood.
You hit the jugular. You don't cut it. Oh, man, you hit it. It's an art to hunt. Yeah. Now everybody you gotta know how to hunt. Yeah. Okay. That way, how you get the animal and kill the animal, it is still valid by God's laws for you to eat.
The blood is not seasoning.
Okay. All blood is salty. All blood got all blood got a taste to it. You know why? I know everybody did this, but man.
Everybody other than this household.
Oh yeah, we ain't do it. That's how I know everybody else did it. Because we seen everybody do it. We seen the Israelites do it, and we seen the heathens do it. We was taught not to do that.
That's right.
Keep the suction.
We ain't never did that.
Keep the suction in my mouth if you're gonna pull my
look. If I cut my mouth, I'm spitting
blood out.
Until I don't see no more blood. I'm not swallowing nothing. Take water. And I keep doing that.
Fact. That's a fact.
And you can keep doing that until you don't see.
Yeah, we never did.
We never did that.
No.
There were certain mannerisms and customs and ways of people that we were cut. Yeah. We never experienced. Yeah. Thank God. Yeah. Okay. Where am I cut up? Oh, I'm still on the blood. Hold on. This is a big issue here. Okay. So I make the kill. All that blood is out. Go back into the hole in the ground. Right now, I could prepare that meat. So today, I have to soak the meat in very cold salt water, constantly changing that water because the blood in there that's coming out will spoil the meat. Yeah. Ain't that something?
Yeah.
Ain't that so? You see why it's detrimental getting that blood out.
Yeah.
Salt helps draw things out. Okay? And you ain't gonna have to season your meat when you finish soaking it. It's a science to all of that. You ain't gotta do but so much. Now you got the meat look like this. But
it ain't over.
But I'm not gonna tell you how many days. Nah. You keep checking, open it up, look inside.
When the meat is pale,
the outside is like this, the inside is like this. Yeah. It has to be like this.
That's a fact.
If it's darker, red, brown, dark, blah, 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 it's not ready yet. It has to look like the outside. The epidermis has to look like the dermis. The inside gotta look like the outside. The outside gotta look like the inside.
Majority of the time,
now,
you soak meat.
How long that take?
More than a week. More than a week. Majority of the time when you soak meat, it takes about 14 days to get the blood out, right? And then when you look at the meat, you cut it open, it's like you never soaked it.
Guess what? That depends on how the meat was cut.
That's true too.
What I told you, I said the person that gave you this, the person that did this, that killed that deer, did not have in mind to get the blood out.
Right. Yeah.
They killed it, brought it in, skinned it, and start making chuck steaks out of it and giving it out. You don't, because now the way it was given, you can't soak the blood out. It's gonna be a waste. Throw it away. That's why the man threw it away.
The man threw it away.
I said, you know why? Because they didn't prepare it to be soaked. They cut it different.
And the man was soaking that meat for over
a month.
Over a month.
No. It took more than 2 weeks. It took more than 2 weeks for the outside to look like this. It was a month.
Man.
I ended up throwing it out.
I stick with fish. It's easier to get out of fish.
Now, once you get the blood out, you take that body, you put it over the fire. It's not done yet. You got to get the fat out now. How you get the fat out? See, they didn't fix their flesh the way people fix their flesh.
No, man. When they
kill no ovens. The whole body is over the fire.
Over the fire pit.
I just killed it earlier today. Bled it out, skinned it. I looked for it. There's no defects in it. The lungs is the same color. There's no yellow stuff. Yellow thing. That's not bad. That's tumors. That's cancers. They cut that stuff out and still sell it to you.
Yes, sir.
Right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You see that? No. Oh man, I don't waste my time. I can't eat this animal. Garbage. It has a defect in the lungs. It has cancer. It got a growth. It got a boil over here. All that, I can't eat it now. Okay? But now I check it and it don't have none of that. Okay. I skin it. Boom. And I put it over the thing, over the fire. And guess what? That fire starts to heat. Intense heat, right? That direct heat from the fire make the fat melt.
That's right.
You hear
That's right.
When you don't hear nothing dropping no more, that's when all the fat is out. God, that's how I was. I sat right there. I used to watch it. And I said, so.
Now
I said,
you
so.
the onion
Why
and
did I? He said, yeah, it's gonna take a while. But you hear that? I said, what's that? He said, that's. Mama said, that's the fat dropping. He said, that's the fat melting and dripping. He said, but you can't do that with the blood because when you put heat to blood, it gets hard and congealed and become part of the meat. So you got to get that blood out first. The fat, when you put the heat to it, it come out. Now, but if you put it in a frying pan, ain't nothing coming out. The fat ain't coming out.
No.
Okay? The blood ain't coming out.
It's a part of your season.
Hey, like Cuzzo said, man, there are now vampires. Israel has become vampires, man. Blood eaters.
The whole
year
eats their food.
Yeah.
It is normal.
It's normal, man.
It is a natural thing.
This is crazy.
It is the right thing. It's the right way to fix your stuff.
Crazy, man.
Okay? I was just talking to the dude. The dude said, yo, man. He said, man, you think you eating good? You in a pot? But this is a heathen that said this. Okay? He said, man, you think I hear him talking to somebody else. She went to a 5-star restaurant. 5-star restaurant,
The best.
they're supposed to be the best, right? But they serve the worst food. I heard a heathen say it. He said, man, I ordered some chicken or something, and when I put the fork in it, it was done on the outside, but oozing juice on the inside. He called them back and said, look, man, I want this well done. He came back. It was a little bit scorched, that's it. See?
That's why the food channel.
The food channel, yeah. They tell you to sear. They don't cook. They tell you sear. You know what sear is? Lightly burned.
And they eat it like that.
And they eat it like that. That's what you call rare and medium rare.
Yes.
What we call well done, it's rare to them.
Hey, but well done means.
They say they do the meat, they put it down and do something else because they have to let it rest.
Let it rest.
Because if you cut it, the juice.
It just come out.
That's the blood.
That's because they still got blood in it, and they haven't fully cooked the meat. They still got blood in it.
Yeah.
It still got blood in it.
Yeah.
And then you ain't fully cooking it, so it's not congealing. And that's how they eat their steak.
Yeah, bro.
Beef steak Charlie's.
Hey.
Olive Garden.
I don't eat fish.
The whole of Israel eat well done meat from restaurants.
Yes.
Well done meat means
Got the blood
it's
and
cooked
fat.
all the way with the blood in it. That's
All
what
the
it
way
means.
with the blood and fat.
Blood don't evaporate. Am I right or wrong, man?
That's no, don't. Blood don't evaporate. I heard people say it, but if you went to school, you would know it doesn't go nowhere.
So where it goes?
It becomes a part of
A
you.
part of the meat. Yeah.
Because you eating the meat,
Yeah.
and that becomes a part of you.
Yeah.
And in time, you get worms,
Yeah.
you get cancer,
Yeah.
you get this where a lot of these diseases be coming from.
Yeah. And that's why you go against God blatantly. Person telling you right there in the book, and you say you can't do it. You know why? Because you eat
You don't
blood.
want to do it.
Because you eat blood and
You
fat.
got so much and you so hooked.
Yeah.
You're so weak
Yeah.
that you can't even pull your own coattail. You can't even pull your own coattail.
Get up out of here, man.
That's why. You've been doing it too long. You've been denying too long.
Come on, man.
And now it went past the point of no return.
Yeah. Talk
You
about it.
can't
man.
do it. You can't.
Talk about it.
You feel that you have to.
Talk about it.
It said, neither shall ye use enchantments. You know what enchantment is? Spells.
Yeah.
And witchcraft. They put spells on you. Put curses. That's what the spells are. Curses. And then a lot of times, the person, which is the witch or the warlock, their diet, to be a witch and a warlock, you have to drink blood.
Snake
You
charmer.
have to eat your meat with blood.
That's right.
You have to eat it rare. You have to eat it raw. It is the rule
Facts.
in witchcraft,
Facts.
in devil worship.
Gotta get it in your
Facts.
You have to drink and eat blood and fat. And when you want to go higher in devil worshiping, you eat semen and period blood and feces and urine, and you put it in cookies, and they put it in the hot cross buns
and body parts.
and body parts. That's what they're doing now. There's levels to this stuff. That's why they got songs. Look, man, that's why you're not supposed to put your mouth.
About it.
They didn't put their mouth on women's bodies.
That's right.
About it.
I'm gonna put it to you like that. Okay? They didn't put their mouth on women's bodies. Nobody ate feces.
About it.
Because all of that is devil worshiping too.
Yeah.
About it.
You think it's just gays? Oh no. You gotta be, oh no, I'm not gay, but he's eating feces out of somebody's body over here.
Yeah.
I'm telling y'all, it ain't just the gays, it's levels to that stuff.
Yeah.
They be doing some other stuff. Then you got the other guy, I'm just sacrificing, but I just give you bodies.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you bodies all day, giving you bodies. Those are guys that go all the way up. Murders, cloning people, they doing all of that, man. And they come, look, eating of blood.
That's it again.
They're eating
Say
of
it
blood.
again.
All of that, what I'm talking
Say
about,
it again.
derived over the years, over thousands of years in mankind history.
Yeah, that's why you keep shaving your head. You keep eating blood.
Okay?
Tell it.
And that's why
Yeah.
a teacher
Yeah.
will tell a congregation,
Yeah.
you can go to the restaurant.
And get well done meat. You fool.
Make me want to cry, man.
You fool. You
You made me want to cry. I brought tears to my eyes, man. You can't do that, man.
You fool. You know why? Because he ain't no teacher. The renegade.
That's not right, man.
Come on, man.
Tell your house that, man. Keep that for your household, man. Don't be telling call Israel these things, man. Because they going to believe it, man.
And it's falling on you.
And what? It said Manasseh, who caused. Who to sin? Who?
Israel.
Caused Israel, the people.
Yeah.
Why? Because he told them, no, this is not who brought us out of Egypt. This is who brought us out of Egypt.
But he was a king.
He was a king.
Who are you listening to, buddy?
Huh? He's a king. He's a king.
You listening to no titles?
Look. And you know what? Look. In other words, right?
Got no titles.
It said the people love to have it so. So it came to a time where they was like, yo, these ain't your gods, these your gods. And everybody was like, oh, okay, let's go. By that time, that's what it was. But it's still your fault. Because you told them they could do it, you allowed them to do it, you didn't stop them.
Someone in position.
Okay? So someone in position, so I can't tell you could do something that God say not to. It's the same thing. I don't have to be a king.
Head of a congregation.
Because I got the people are listening.
Head of a congregation.
Okay. You have influence.
Head of a household.
You have it. Okay. You are a leader.
Right.
You have position. You can start and stop something.
Mm-hmm.
It's on you.
That's a fact.
Tamshi.
No observed time.
Observed times. Reading of the future. Don't gypsies. You know what gypsies do? They tell people their future. They are diviners. They divine. Nebuchadnezzar was a diviner. After a while, he ain't need his people to do it for him. He did it. He said he looked into the liver. I said,
that's being done today.
No, that's some ancient stuff there. People look into the water now. My Abba said people look into the water. He said, well, back then, he said, damn, it blew my mind. He said, man, I ain't never heard that in that world. He said, yo, look that up.
It was different.
Yo, we looked it up and see why was he gazing at the liver. Yo, man, I can't even tell y'all now. I can't tell y'all now. It's nasty, man. And when he looked into the liver,
he seen Jerusalem.
God put Jerusalem there so that he could go get him. That's you see how it go, man. In his wickedness, so okay, he gonna believe whatever he see there. So I'm gonna show him Jerusalem. So in his head, he gonna say, "Here, I saw in my divineness, I saw Jerusalem. It's my duty to conquer and make my name great." He's doing what God wanted him to do. That's how he get the leaders to do what they do. Leave the leaders alone. The leaders of the world powers, the countries, according to this book, there's an angel. God assigned an angel to each country, each nation, okay, to protect and govern that king. If he wants these people to go down, the king is going to make them go down.
That's right.
You can't do nothing about it. That's why you leave them alone. Let them lead. They lead because that's God wants them to lead them that way.
That's right.
They want them to lead them that way. That's why I always ask. I said, okay, where are these guys from? Where are you from? Because once I figure out where you from, I know how you think. Oh, you from these guys over here? Okay, so I know what they teach over
That's
here.
a fact.
So I expect you to say
That's
that.
a fact.
Right? Observing times. Horoscope. Leave it alone.
Yeah.
I am not
The signs. All of these things tell you your future. Don't let no female. I never seen a man do it to a woman. But I've seen a woman take a man's hand and say, oh, wow, you're going to have this in life. They read in the lines. Look, the lines that's all these fingerprints and all the lines that's in here, right? People know that this is your identification because nobody has the fingerprint and the handprint I have. Nobody. Okay? And they take that and use that in devil worship also, in witchcraft also. Okay? to identify. Okay? So don't let no girl look at your stuff about, oh, your lifeline. I mean, come on, I ain't into that.
Hey, they taking the men's shoelaces and their belts now. Men's belongings.
And doing stuff with it.
Yeah.
That's why you gotta stay away from these heathen women.
Yeah.
When they don't have their way, they gonna get you.
Yeah.
She told Yosef, come lie with me. Yosef said, nah, I can't do this and sin before my God. She said, lie, but you gonna lie with me, man. Right? He said, nah, get off me, man. She starts screaming, help, help. Make it seem like he's trying to rape her. He ran out his garment. She got the garment. They don't know that this, when you ever heard of a man running from a woman,
right?
And she wanna get sexual, right. And he run. Because only godly men do that.
Godly men.
Men that are not gods ain't running.
Right.
Sound like she was doing that to all his others.
Okay. She ain't the first time.
Tried to be Yosef.
That ain't the first time. She tried it with him. Right? Boom, he gone. He run off. She gonna say, oh, now she talking to her husband. Yeah. You brought this Hebrew in here to reproach us and do this to us. And she's the one that
add on to it. Gotta add on to it.
The whole time. Wow.
Gotta make it official.
And the man get grabbed up and put in the dungeon, man.
Years.
But God protected him through all that.
You know
what I'm saying? All this was supposed to go down.
God. That's what
I'm saying. He said, okay, I'm gonna let him run into this wicked woman. Because I gotta get him over here.
That's a fact.
Because she been doing it.
Fact.
I'm gonna let him run into her to get him over here. He ain't gonna die.
Fact.
That's how God works.
And he man enough.
And he's
fit.
Look, what he said.
He fit.
I cannot do this in sin before God. You are a married woman. And at the same time, my master, you're married to my master.
That's right.
You're married and you're married to my master. I'm living in his house. He has not withholding nothing, only you from me. I would be a dog
he said
in front of God to do. That's what he said.
The only
thing he withheld from me is you. Because you can't belong to nobody else. So, man, yo, you can look at everybody else and say, huh, man. Right or wrong. Right. I don't care where we at. A man gonna make it declared that's mine. I don't know, but she a hoe. Listen, man. You know what I tell dudes? I said, that's his hoe. It's my hoe. Whatever he said, that's what it is. Where yours at? Where yours at? Where your wife? Where your girlfriend? Where your hoe? Where they at? No woman won't be around you. Where they at? Mind your business. That's the very bad thing to be in a life, the man and the woman life. Right or wrong, I'm all up in your house. Concerned, yo, that's not good. It's just speaking out of other men's lives. Stay out my house, man. Look, if it's a violation, you're supposed to come and say it to me. Not go out there and speak about it. When you go out there and speak about it, I don't care if it's to another brother, you did the same thing he did. That's what the law said. That's what the law said.
Factual.
Now, you had people who have come to realization certain things that they used to do, they don't do no more.
Big father. That's
and they ain't got to prove it to you.
That's me.
They prove it to God.
That's me. Baruch Elohim.
Tamshi.
You cannot round the corners of your head.
Man, rounding the corners, the Africans, the Canaanites, they used to take wires, metal bands, and put big giant bands around the kid's head so it could be shapen. That's why a lot of them had that nice
Hamitic custom.
Yeah, mostly you see Hamitic. Hamitic mean African descent. Because Canaanites came out of Ham. All Africans, Canaanites, Nimrod, all those guys came out of Ham. Like I was explaining to the brother, all the Hamites moved into Africa. Mitzrayim became Egypt. Lud became Libya. This guy became Ethiopia. And then you had one son named Canaan. He didn't go into Africa.
No.
He stayed into what is Canaan land, what became Israel later on. Those were the people that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was living amongst. And that's why they said, man, please, son, do not marry none of the daughters of Canaan. If you read Leviticus 18, you will understand why Rebekah did not want her son to marry the daughters of Canaan. Everything you read in Leviticus 18, they did it. Incest, eating with blood, eating with fat, and beyond that, they ate dead things. They ate roadkill. Okay? I said incest, right? Okay, cool. They literally lie down. They lie down with anybody. They have no sexual limitations. They were like animals. They lay down with beasts. They had sex with beasts. They had sex with inanimate objects.
Yeah.
Okay? Can't go no further right now either. But y'all know what that means. Objects that are not alive. The woman had sex with like they do today. They call it toys. Y'all don't know where all this stuff be coming from, man.
Yes, sir.
The average woman have a toy.
Yes, sir.
She got a husband and she got a toy.
Yes, sir.
Y'all know what's going on, man?
Yes, sir.
Listen, man, I don't need you.
Yes, sir.
Get me some new batteries.
Yo,
that's the mentality, man.
They were really light candles in the bathroom with
Yes.
rose petals, bro.
Yes.
And they body sell.
Yes. Yes. That's masturbation. And masturbation is also worship of the devil. It's also worship to the idol. And it's also worship of the Lord of the opening. We ain't got nobody else around, you do yourself.
Men too. Yeah, men
No,
too.
masturbation.
Men
That
too.
cover everybody.
Men too.
They got dolls. They got devices for this stuff, man.
They make devices.
They got devices for the stuff that's Bluetoothed.
Yeah, man. Men make devices. Women buy it, the men make it.
Make you more comfortable and make it more accessible and easier for wickedness in the world. That's what all the machines and all this stuff is about.
Where Susie come from?
Oh, the Susie.
Come on, man.
They tell you, as soon as you get there, they tell you about, yo, man, you get a Susie. That's a damn lie, man.
Word.
Come on.
Only if you knew.
A pillow.
Come on.
Boy, son, wow, y'all.
Right
You
back.
gotta get a hold of yourself, man.
Get grip.
That means you would go into anything.
Yes, sir.
You just give him enough pressure, he gonna go into anything, man.
That's a fact.
Or deprive him enough and he'll do anything.
That's a
He'll
fact.
eat anything.
That's
He'll
a
lay
fact.
with anybody.
That's the world.
That's why God put pressure on people to see what they're gonna do. He said, you shall run a corner. Neither shall you mar the corners of thy beard. Every extremity, every part of your beard is a corner. Okay? You can't touch it.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
Now, where the bald heads is coming from? Because as long as I remember, right, Egypt was the only ones back here that were bald headed. No beard, nothing. And the reason why, because of lice.
Joseph was good to be bald-headed.
Okay?
He was good to be bald-headed.
Yeah, he had to shave.
They ain't recognize him.
No, they didn't recognize him.
So he probably
Remember, he
bald
had
as shit.
he shaved, he looked like an Egyptian. He sounded like one. That's why you say, yo, it's me, your brother Joseph. They're like, wait a minute, the voice sound the same now. He's speaking Hebrew. Only this family know Hebrew back then. It was only one family.
That's a fact.
Jacob, his wives, sons.
It ain't no more Hebrew.
That's a fact.
That was it. They was the only ones that spoke the language.
That's where Hannah and her sons, right?
They was the only ones. They said she spoke to them in the language. In her native tongue, which is Hebrew.
Yeah.
They didn't understand.
They didn't understand.
You know what I'm saying? That way, if they knew what she was saying,
They're gonna
they would
stop
stop
her.
her.
They're gonna stop.
That's why she had to speak like that. That's why sometimes when we get around each other, we have outsiders around, we gotta go into Hebrew right or wrong. We go into Hebrew. No, this guy's Spanish. We can't speak Spanish in front of him, so we gonna go into Hebrew. Boom.
Yes, sir.
They don't know that. The man said, he said, speak to us in your language, not in our language, because the people here, we don't want them to know what you're telling me.
Put fear in their
I
heart.
will, he said, because you're going to put fear in it, because you know what he was telling them, right? He said, man, if y'all don't, he said, if y'all don't bow down to Nebuchadnezzar, no, Sennacherib, he's going to come here and make all the men that you got here drink their own urine and eat their own feces. Ain't that some drama? And he said, don't let the people hear that, because now, certain times, everything ain't for the people.
Yeah.
Panic.
Yeah,
You're not going to panic. You're not going to panic. I'm not going to panic. We're going to say, okay, look, this is what we got to do. But we can't let everybody know because they panic and their trust is not in the Lord like that. Okay?
Yeah.
So you got to leave the beards alone. It said he grabbed him by his beard. Joab grabbed Amasa by his beard. Okay? Keep going.
28. You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. I am El Israel.
That's the tattoos. You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. Read that in Hebrew.
Incisions or writing in the flesh.
28.
Tattoos.
Read it.
Weseret lenefesh lo tiknu. Big Sadakan. Big Sadakan.
In your flesh.
Uktobet kwa.
Incisions or writing.
Incision. An incision. Look, you know what an incision is? When you're about to get surgery. They have to cut you. So an incision is a cutting. A lot of Nigerians, you see cuts. You see boom, 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 boom. That's an incision.
For the dead.
They said you don't, and sometimes you just pick a spot and just cut. It said, do not incise, do not cut yourself or inscribe. That's where the tattoos come in there.
That's right.
Because you're using it, you're writing, you're inscribing on your body.
Now you're inscribing on yourself.
Okay? That's why tattoos are no good.
That's right.
And this is a Canaanite cousin.
The incision is the needle.
The incision is the needle, or whatever you use to cut yourself. Whatever you use to cut.
That's my end of tattoo.
But the tattoo is still a blade. It's a needle, but it's a blade,
but it's still incision.
And it's inscribed.
That's right.
You know why? It's blood.
That's right. You see the blood. You gotta wipe that. That's right.
You gotta wipe it.
So that's an incision too.
And some people
right.
get infected. It goes into your skin. It has to cut past your skin. Once anything go past your fingernail, it incites the skin.
You see a tattoo because
Yes,
the needle injects
it's
ink
in there. It's
in
embedded
your skin.
in there. So the needle,
Causing harm to yourself.
or anything that can cut you can be used to make a tattoo.
Yeah.
Right or wrong. I've seen it in jail. I've seen them make it in jail. They take the part from the Walkman. They take the engine part from the Walkman, the motor, right? And then they got the ink, and they got a needle. I don't know where they get the needle from, but in jail you can get stuff. And they put that on it, but a lot of dudes caught AIDS like that too. Why? Because it's an incision. It's going through, and it gets into your bloodstream. Now, I just gave this guy a tattoo. I didn't clean it. Now this guy couldn't get a tattoo. What he had, whatever blood thing he had in his blood, is going in his bloodstream. All these things. That's why these things happen. See, wickedness proceeds from wickedness. When God say, "Don't do this," and you do this, you get these things that happen now from it. Well deserved. The man said, "Well deserved." That's right. Time sheet.
No print any marks.
Am I finished? Oh, yo, what's your number, baby? Write the number down. Write the number down your hand. You can't write. You can't inscribe on yourself, even if it don't cut through. You can't take a pen and write somebody's number down on your hand. You better off putting it on your clothes. Oh, man, I ain't gonna do that. That's my clothes up. Well, you vain. You really don't want the number there. Just as long as you don't write it on your skin, that's what matters. He said, do not prostitute thy daughter. How do you prostitute your daughter? To cause her to be a whore. How do you cause her to be a whore? They say, look, man, listen, we ain't getting no money. Come on, baby girl. He go there and he sell her. Or he calls her to prostitute herself for money. They used to do that with their daughters. God said, you, Israel, don't do that.
No, like Rahab took care of her family. Took care of her family.
Yeah, Rahab was a harlot from Jericho.
Yeah.
She wasn't an Israelite.
No.
Right.
They went to go and destroy the whole thing.
Yeah.
But she, you know what she said? She said, I heard about you guys. I heard about what God did with y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I believe everything that I heard.
People,
I'm gonna help y'all.
Yeah.
She got saved for
Okay.
Yeah.
And what?
She got
saved for that. Her family got saved for that. Because she was a harlot in Jericho.
Jericho.
She's allowed to be a harlot.
Right.
Because she ain't even daughter of Zion.
She took care of her family.
And she took care, but look.
She
The
took care of
harlots
her
back
family.
then took care of family.
Respect for that.
There wasn't no escorts.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
They wasn't on the street corner. They didn't have pimps.
Right.
Mhm.
That's a fact.
Whatever, she was a harlot. She was taking care of her family.
That's a fact.
That's what was
And
going on. That's why they said don't prostitute your daughter to be a whore.
Right,
because now she's a prostitute and her
Now
money
you made
goes.
her damn whore. Right.
But you know, now today, it's different. You cause your daughter to be a whore in a whole different fashion.
That's a fact.
What?
When you let her wear
That's a fact.
pants,
That's a fact.
when you let her wear mini
That's a
skirts
fact.
and short shorts, when you let her have sleepovers,
David,
when you let her have boyfriends,
David,
when you let her go to trips,
Talk about it.
when you let her watch anything she wants on
Talk
TV,
about it.
when you don't watch, when you let her have a TikTok,
Talk about it.
and then have the Facebook,
Talk about
and the
it.
Snap,
Talk about
and the
it.
Instagram,
Talk about it.
and Twitch,
Talk about
and
it.
Twitch,
Talk about it.
and Witch,
Talk about it.
and Plenty of Fish,
Talk about it.
all of these things.
Talk about it.
Who you think she's gonna run into?
Talk about it.
Godly people?
Talk about
Who you think you're gonna run into? Godly people?
Talk about it.
What deadbeats. You leave the family, leave the kids. That's not good neither.
No, you can't do that, man.
Talk about
Deadbeat.
No, you can't do that,
Deadbeat. Who
man.
won't reteaching the law?
Talk about
Can't
it.
do that. Now, some
Deadbeats,
dudes,
not the bad mothers.
yeah, well, you gotta make a clearance.
Talk about
Because
it.
you got some dudes, they ain't got no reason to go nowhere.
Talk
Yeah.
about
We was just talking about that last night. You got men that know
Some
that that's
men
their
out there.
baby.
That's
You
right.
know that that's your
That's
baby,
right.
and you say, I ain't taking care of
That's
it.
right. That's
I
not
see
right.
that on
That's not
what's
right.
that? You are not. What's that show?
Maury.
Maury. Dude, tell him straight up, yo, this baby yours. DNA said it's yours. He said, man, I'm out of here, man.
Right.
Word.
Hey,
All
hey,
right, man. That's not
hey,
right.
That's not right.
hey,
That's not right.
Man, that child
Sticking
that
the
child ain't gonna have no life.
no good.
And this cycle keeps going. And we fill the world up with children like this.
that's a fact.
Why do you think the children want to they become murderers? Because, you know, what's wrong with him? He's unstable. Look how he was born.
And they ain't
His
listen
parents,
to
his parents.
ain't listen to his mom either.
Some of these people rape their own children.
Yeah.
You got fathers that rape their own daughters.
Mm-hmm.
Rape their own daughters. She's gonna always be bugged.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Have a child with his daughter.
Mhm.
That child is a super bastard.
That's a fact.
One guy said, man, the way I was conceived, I know God is never going to accept me, no matter what I do. He's a celebrity. He's a celebrity. Look at all those people, most of the world is bastards, man. A bastard is someone who was born out of wedlock, incest, whoredom, okay? Or rape. Those four.
Not a child without a father.
No.
It's a fatherless child.
This guy was made in an evil bed. You had no business going into her and making a seed, because that's not your woman. You had no business going into her, because that's your sister. You know what I'm saying? That's your aunt. You had no business taking it by force and conceiving a child with her. Because she didn't want to. She didn't want to marry you. She didn't want to lay with you. She didn't want to be with you. She didn't want to be around with you. You took it. And now she has a child. God ain't got nothing to do with those kids because of the way they was made. It was made of an evil bed. She don't even remember who she gave opportunity to. Okay? All right? She sleep with Tom, Dick, Harry, and Joe. But she's pregnant now. She got to get all those guys. One woman had 25 men on the show, and none of them was the child's father. One guy was on the TV. He didn't want to show his face. You remember that? He was on the TV. That one guy on the TV, silhouette. You only see the shadow. Another guy, he was too far away. He couldn't make it, but you could see him. He was there. But none of them, no, she don't sleep with him. But how old are you 24? These are grown men.
And none of them is the father.
None of them are the fathers. How long have you been doing this? Then you dig back and she'll tell you. When she sit down with you, you know what she's gonna tell you? You're gonna see why she's like that. He said, "Oh, well, this is you remember who took your virginity? My father took my virginity. My older brother took my virginity. My grandfather took my virginity. My uncle took my virginity. My auntie took my virginity." Yo, the stories that I've been told. Damn.
Oh, I've heard it.
I know you've heard it. You've been around. We're old enough to know now.
Yeah, I've heard it.
We've met women, and when we sit down with them, they tell you just how they lost their virginity. Most of them, it wasn't due their fault. It was taken by people who ain't had no business taking it.
It was out of town, nugging with their rap.
And then here I come and have a baby with her.
Ooh, you gotta watch it.
So the less mileage, the better. You get a virgin, better. You get a virgin, keep it. You know, that's how it is. She said, look, you got me, you took it. The worst thing for you to do now is to put me away. Ain't nobody gonna want me. Back then, you ain't a virgin, I don't want you.
Everybody is due a virgin. Because everybody know they get married, they get a virgin.
That's me.
They don't want no whore.
I don't want no whore.
That's why
She
she
was good. That's why the man would say, yo, she gave me him to be. He gave her for me to be to wife with me, and she had somebody's been there already. The man was scared to say that. Say, yo, he expected her to be a virgin. That's why.
That's right. Everybody got a virgin.
He expected her to be a virgin. So now you give me your daughter, she ain't a virgin. I have a right to say something. I don't pay you in shekels. A lot of things went down. You can't be lying to me, man. Your daughter was a hoe, man. I would have never laid down with her like.
Get a daughter. I don't have the skirt.
You don't have men like that.
I lost the skirt.
You don't even have men like that. We want hoes.
Hero Israel.
We want hoes. You don't want no virgin. You want that. You don't want the virgin.
Hero Israel.
Okay? The daughters of Israel were virgins. That's why the law was set like this. That's why I say, do not prostitute thy daughter.
You sound like a gangster.
See where we get all this from? You see how much roads we went into? Right. All of this was whoredom.
Yeah.
All of this is the heights of whoredom. And it has to be said because Israel is doing it. It's right next door. We can't act like this don't exist. Where I'm at, cousin?
Not prostitute your daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom.
See, lest the land fall to whoredom. All the things we talked about, that's what happened.
Yeah.
That's why. Everything we just finished talking about, the land fall to whoredom. All these things go down now. That's why. Tamshi.
You shall keep my Shabbats and reverence my sanctuary.
Again, said it again. Said it before, right? Said, on top of all that, Sabbath, reverence my sanctuary. Have respect for where my name is at. Okay, Tamshi.
I am El Israel. Regard not them that have familiar spirits.
Don't pay attention to people who talk to the dead.
Snake
charmer. People
watching David Blaine.
Okay. Who's that? David Blaine? Yeah. Oh, that magician dude. Yeah. He's a medium. He's familiar spirit, meaning he's familiar with dead spirits. He's familiar with dealing with demons and dead spirits and evil spirits. Okay? He said, and people go to them to get to find out answers.
Satanic worship.
All right? He said, don't regard them, pay them no mind, don't ask them nothing, don't inquire of them, don't go by anything they say, don't have them around you, don't read them, leave them alone, don't regard them. Regard them means pay them no mind. Okay? We said, neither seek after wizards. A wizard is the male version of a witch. Okay? When they're into the devilry, when they get into the devil worship, the women are witches, the men are warlocks and wizards. So it said, don't neither seek after wizards. Because back then, man, people today, same thing. They didn't have God. See, they had God to call upon when you get sick, when calamity comes, when destruction and when things are going. These people ain't got it.
So that's why the Most High told Israel, I have not suffered you to do so. Meaning, made it possible that you didn't have to go through all that to get in contact with me. I have made it possible that you don't have to defile yourselves to get an answer. Okay? They got to do that. That's why I gave you this law. So you don't have to follow everybody else seeking answers. Because that's the problem here. He said, neither seek after wizards. So now what they do, they go to the witch, they go to wizards. If people are sick, they go to the cure them. Today, right now, in the islands, in Haiti, in Panama, in Puerto Rico, in outside of of cities, in the woods, the countries, the wizards and the witches is always where? Deep in the forest. And you got to go out there and find them. Okay?
Out here right now.
Okay? Voodoo doctors.
They live out there by themselves.
Okay? And they have legal businesses. Okay? And these guys come and you tell them whatever the problem is.
And they only use cameras.
And they do their voodoo stuff. They do their witchcraft.
Now they got commercials now.
They got commercials for it.
Quit promoting that.
Yeah. What God is saying is don't pay that no mind. Don't go by them. Don't regard them. He said, because if you do, the spirit will be defiled by them. God will look and see, man, this guy got in the spirit. You got some dirt on you from regarding these people. And I don't see where he said anywhere where you can get that defilement on people. Time sheet. Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head and honor the face of the old man.
And fear thy God, I am Israel.
That's amongst us. I don't rise to every hoary head.
No.
Because every hoary head don't serve God.
These laws wasn't for heathens.
You got to remember, some of these personal laws are for who serves God like you. It's for us. Okay? Certain signs of respect and honor only for us. Okay? It's not for outside.
You should know this. You ain't gonna steal from them.
Now,
I'm saying, but
old people that are heathens, I give them a certain respect until they get out of line. Because that's how my mother and my father told me to do.
I used to say that. Definitely. You definitely used to say that.
So we got to remember these laws. So our father and our mother tell us how to do these laws. So
he'd be like, definitely say that. Yo, man, I has to be an older man.
A lot of times,
he
told us, he said, yo, man.
That's a fact.
He said, yo, man, because
that's a fact.
He said, you want to get old one day, you want some young sucker talking to you the way you did?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
See, when you get old,
you
don't want nobody anyway, all that teasing and playing games and jokes. See, when you get old, physically you lose hair, you lose teeth, you lose things, you move slower. When they mock you, what happened? What happened when he got mocked?
Died. Nobody touched him. They spoke to him. They said, "Go ahead, boy. At least look."
They spoke about his head being broken. He didn't like it.
He said, "I."
So it's not good to tease and mock people, man. It's not good to have everybody laughing. You want everybody laughing at this guy.
Exactly.
Every time he comes, the joke is on him.
Exactly.
Yo, he gonna shoot everybody.
Exactly.
This is why people get shot in schools. Well, you trying to play me?
The nigga go and get a shotgun and shoot the whole school.
Now it's a problem. Because what? Every time I come, I'm getting picked on. And I'm getting provoked.
That's real.
That mocking is a provoking. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Mocking is not only bald headed.
No.
Like come on, blog
authority. Someone who has authority over me. I'm not supposed to question their order.
That's mocking.
Or don't do it. Your father and your mother,
right?
You mock them.
Out of my mouth, I question the order. I mock them. I didn't question it now. I just still go and do what I do. I still go against. I mock.
Okay, good. Your parents' order. Only say you don't do what I tell you, you mock me.
Yeah, that's what it is. If you give you an order, you don't do it. You say, yo, you mocking me or something? Like you're acting like I didn't just say this.
Right.
That's where the word mocking come in. Okay? If I ignore you, I'm mocking you. You know that? I hear you, but I'm
I'm not hearing you. I'm like, you still talking? I'm still like this. You know what? I'm mocking you. I'm talking, and you want to talk over me. Or you don't like what I'm saying. I'm talking to this guy. You don't like what I'm saying, so I get in and say, that's a mock to me. See, all these things you get killed for. You do it to the wrong person, right or wrong. You can't do these things to your father and your mother. You can't do these things. It's not a good thing to do. You know why? You don't like when it's done to you. Just stop doing what you don't like doing, what you don't like done to you. That's it.
Right.
And that's how you become right.
I got you.
We ain't got to read the book for that.
That's the ways God told him.
You know, I don't like it. But why I keep doing it to you? I'm wicked. Now I want to check myself. Right. My pride is so high that I'm justifying that I can do it.
Right. That's the way.
When it happened to me, oh, the world, boy.
That's the ways God told him.
Right.
That's our pride. That's the ways don't got so bad. The pride set.
Emotional.
Even when you think you're doing good, you ain't gonna be doing good.
Emotional damage.
Well, I'm at, cuz
33. And if a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, you shall not vex him. For the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you. Thou shalt love him as thyself.
Okay, that's the command right there. Now, okay.
Stranger.
Like he said, everybody who serve God ain't gonna come from an Israelite line, Israelite descent. That is gone back then. That was gone back then, where it was only Israelites.
That's not now.
It's not now.
That's why anybody can keep.
You know what my father said? Our father said, he said, I'm a stranger.
That's right.
I'm a law doer.
That's
I'm
right.
just a command keeper.
That's right.
You said, son, we are the descendants of slaves that came from one spot, that got brought from another spot.
We are not a nation right now.
He said, so we all strangers.
We are not a nation right now.
We ain't no nation. Okay? All right? What we have to do is recognize our plight and just be a servant of God.
That's it.
Because it's not about a people no more. Certain things that came to Israel back then.
About illegal. It's individual about your ways and what you do.
A Chinese man could be born serving boo-boo and learn about God and wind up serving God better than the ones who were born serving God.
That's right.
Better than the ones that was born.
Yeah. That's a fact. You gotta do it though, man. It's not the type of cat. Just mention it. Do it.
We ain't gotta go into all that. We've been talking and detailing. We know.
Do it.
Stop
the cat.
Do it.
Okay. Real, man.
Keep going.
For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am El Israel, your El. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, meet God, and wait on measure. Just balance.
Wait, measure. Yo, man. Listen. Everything is sold by weight. Right?
Yeah.
Everything is sold by weight. Everything. Legal things, illegal things. You selling stuff by weight. Whatever you selling by weight, it has to be correct. If not, you violated that law. When you go to the store and you buy certain things, you say, nah, man, get another one, because this thing ain't even full. I'm not paying for this because it's not right. The amount doesn't meet, the amount of what I'm getting does not meet the price. This is faulty here. Yeah, give me a full bag. Right or wrong. Same thing with selling. Because back then we were merchants. Everything was sold by weight. So a lot of guys had their weights rigged. In illegal business, certain substances are sold with water. So it'll be heavier. By the time you get to it, it's light. So they got you for $150. This is also why a lot of people get shot, killed. Because it's a lot of money being spent. And now, I find out this guy jerked me, I ain't getting no money back. So now I want blood, I'm going out there. All this unrights, all these things That's the reason why the world is gone. Because these laws, if everybody in the world was doing these laws, we wouldn't have problems. Wouldn't have problems. Jails wouldn't be filled.
That's a whole of my body.
We wouldn't have jails. Because either they dead and everybody else here fear and do no more such evil.
That's a whole of my body.
Time sheet.
Just balances, just weights, a just ephah, and a just hin shall ye have. I am El Israel, your
Does just mean
Just.
the correct?
Just.
If this amount is supposed to be like this, make sure your weight is according to it, and it's just. You don't have to nothing special, nothing special coming out the sky to be for you to be just.
Yep.
You don't have to do certain acrobatic flips or do a magic process. You don't have to do nothing. You don't even have to say a prayer to be just. All you got to do is be truthful with yourself.
That's it.
And stick to, well, you know what? It won't be right if I do that. I ain't gonna do
That's
that.
right.
That's just.
That's right.
That's your way.
That's just, man.
That's your ways.
Just is dealing with your ways.
Yeah.
And you learn how to be just by being just in the law. All right, when you're selling stuff, be just. See? The performance of that law makes me just all around. Like, well, I can't do that. Because over here, I can't do it. Well, I'm going to do that over there. It don't make no sense. Now I'm reasoning with myself. Before, I didn't reason with myself. Before, I never reasoned with myself. I thought I did.
Injustice.
You know what reasoning with yourself is? When you stop yourself from about to do something because of God's law and God's ways that He wants, and you stop yourself and you stay in lane, you are just. That was a just act.
That's right.
And the more you do, the more you're gonna be able to be that way in all things.
That's right. Injustice and judgment.
I am El Israel, your El, which brought you out of the land of Egypt. Therefore,
Why you gotta tell you that all the time?
Well,
Sometimes you gotta remind people who started this.
Right.
Sometimes wait, no. He ain't the one that said it. He said it,
Right.
and he ran with it. He ran with it so much, everybody think he made it up. He the one that made it up. People take glory and credit that don't belong to them. Quick, fast. So sometimes you need somebody to say, oh no, it didn't go like that.
right,
Talk about it.
You something that happened 25 years ago,
right,
right?
yeah.
You're gonna hear a different version from 5 different people.
Hell yeah.
Look, that wasn't. No. Listen, let me finish. You will hear 5 different versions from people who wasn't there.
It ain't got to be 25 years
You
later.
hear me?
It's a couple hours
You
later.
hear me? But they wasn't there.
Exactly.
So what are you talking
And
about?
so what are you talking about?
I don't want to hear from you.
Facts.
You can't tell me what you
You
heard.
can't tell me nothing.
I want to go to the person that did it or
Can't
came
tell
up.
me
Well, I wanted
nothing.
the source. I
Yeah.
really don't want to hear from you right now.
Oh, yeah, man.
The only reason why you telling me because you hate the guy.
Exactly.
I've done told people
Be
that.
that tenant lies.
So that's the only reason why you coming with me. Is I don't believe everything you saying because you already don't like this guy.
Lying before God.
Get up out of here.
So I can't really believe everything you say.
Liars before God.
Yeah, man, I can't.
Liars before
Because then
God.
you're gonna have me moving on the lie.
This is
And
why-
I'm gonna be counted.
This is why I involve God in everything I do.
Hey, what
Got
you said?
you.
I involve God in everything I do. If I lie, God kill me. Crazy. I involve God in everything.
Tell me.
Therefore shall you observe all my statutes and all
He
my
said,
judgments.
he said, I'm the one that got you out of the land of Egypt, so you got to do what I say. That's what that means. Therefore means, I'm the one that did this. Therefore, you shall observe my statute. I'm the one that got you out of that, man. You would have been dead. Y'all would have been wiped out by now.
There's a lot of doubters in there.
Okay? So, yeah. So, I'm the one that did that. So, you got to do my commandments, my laws, and my statutes. So, what's taking them so long? They're supposed to been catch that.
Talk about it.
You say, why they taking so long?
Doubters.
That's why you got to keep telling them.
Talk about
I'm the one. I'm the one that did that.
Doubters.
I'm the one that, because after a while, you'll give the credit to somebody else.
it. Talk about it.
He said, man, he ain't my brother, he's my father.
Talk about it.
Have you heard that before?
Yes, sir.
She ain't my mother, she's my mother.
Talk about it.
Because you mad at them.
Talk about it.
Time sheet.
And all my judgments and do them. I am El Israel. Chapter 20.
Okay. Go to Nehemiah. Nehemiah chapter 1. That was Leviticus 19. That's a chapter that People, certain verses in there, like the cutting of the hair, baldness, the eating of the blood. These things
we're breaking all of them.
These things are getting broken on and my father, every time my father got up and taught about it, somebody got mad at him. Okay? Somebody got mad at him anytime he taught these commandments, anytime he taught these rules. So I don't expect nothing less.
That's a fact.
Okay? Time sheet.
The words of Nehemiah, the son of Hilkiah. It came to pass in the month Kislev, in the 20th year, as I was in Shushan the palace.
Shushan is in Persia. You have my man. Yeah, I like that. Oh, yeah, I like that. You know what Persia is? That's what I'm saying. Uses they don't know what Persia is. That's what I'm talking about, man. I like that.
I'm being scribed.
He said, Shushan is in Persia.
Yeah.
Now, the children of Israel got snatched out of Jerusalem, Judah, not the whole nation. The whole nation was already gone. Judah, that tribe, Benjamin and Levi that was in there, they got snatched out and did 70 years in Babylon, right? The latter half of that 70 years, they was in Shushan the palace because Babylon ran it. See, Babylon, the Babylonian captivity and the Persian captivity went together for Israel,
right?
Because it was a control power shift, right? While we were slaves, we were still in Babylon. The Persians wound up taking over. They took over in one night. You can read about that in Daniel later on if you like to read. Right. You'll see they got taken over in one night. God did that. Cyrus, right? So when the Persians took rule, we got right up. Okay, whoever the Babylonians was over, they became over us. So now we in Shushan the palace. Now guess what? When Persia took over, we were taken further out. We were taken further away.
Esther was at.
In punishment, in the jail system.
Where Mordecai was at.
In the jail system. The higher your crime, the further away in the mountains you're going to be. And that was the same thing. That's how the kings did it. So Babylon is here. Israel is down here. Took them. We here. When Persia came, we wound up over here in Shushan. Persia's all the way over here now. So we spread it out all up here, man. All going up into Europe. We've been spread it out. Most never came back and became Europeans. Okay? Canaanites had the Hittites, had the Girgashites, had the Perizzites, right? You see the Hittites? Half of the Hittites, half of that tribe left and went in Europe and went to a country that we call Turkey right now.
Right.
Okay? Before it was called Turkey, it was called the Ottoman Empire. Before it was called the Ottoman Empire, it was called the Hittite Kingdom. Yeah. Look up the Hittite Kingdom. Not all of the Canaanites stayed in one place. Okay? These guys spread it and went up there.
Right.
Morocco.
Right.
The city of Morocco, that was the ancient Hittite Kingdom. That was the capital. It's like Iran, right? That's further than Iran. That's where Ararat is at, where Mount Ararat is at. That's way up. That's Europe. A lot of the people in Turkey, they're dark-skinned people with straight hair. Okay, there's a well-blended mix in there. The Canaanites had that. Hittites. Before anybody came there, the Hittites. A lot of them didn't stay down here. A lot of Israelites didn't stay in Persia. They said, you know what? We're going to leave. We're going to go keep going where no man is at. And we're going to do the Shabbat and this feast days there.
Right.
Time sheet.
That Hanani, one of my brethren came, he and certain men of Yehuda. And I asked them concerning the Jews that had escaped, which were left of the captivity, and concerning Jerusalem.
And some of them escaped. Now, when they call Jews only is short for Judah.
Right.
But inhabitants of Judah.
Right.
That's where the word Jews come from. Okay? These are the original Jews. They call them Jews for short. This is when everybody started having nicknames. It's when they start breaking your name down. See, back then, before that, they said the whole name. Now, they start cutting things short. This is where you get the term Jew from. Okay? The people, the Israelites that were there, of the tribe of Judah, were named Jews by the people. Because all of Israel is gone already. Remember, Israel got taken up by Assyria. Excuse me, thousands of years ago. Tom Street.
And they said unto me, the remnant that are left of the captivity there in the province.
The remnant. The what? Whoa, the what?
The remnant.
The remnant. Who was left after the captivity of the 70-year captivity? That is the remnant.
That's right.
What we had now, who we are now, we're not even part of that remnant. Okay? You know what? That's what Abba said. We crashing the party.
That's right.
We're outsiders.
That's right.
Don't know where we coming from.
That's right.
But we know we here. And we want that too.
That's right.
And we gonna crash the party.
That's right.
That's how my Abba put it.
That's right.
There's a time.
Not everybody crashing it.
No. Not everybody's gonna crash it. No.
Everybody crashing it.
No.
So you got all types of
Mostly everybody loves where they at.
God don't want.
Look, back then, when they came back, why do you think a remnant came back? Why? Why? Where was the rest of them? You can answer me. Why only a remnant came back?
That is comfortable.
They stayed.
It was good. It was good when it was at. Yeah.
Same thing. Not everybody gonna crash the wedding. Same thing. That's why there was a remnant. That's why there's all gonna be a small amount of just. So I don't want to hear nothing about no remnant today. That remnant been gone. This is something we are
Individuals.
We're just individuals trying to get our lives saved.
That's right.
Salvation through these commandments.
That's right.
If you really got your descendant line pointed out, you might be disappointed. You find out where you really come from.
That's
But
right.
it don't matter. You can do these commandments.
That's right, monkey.
Okay? So the remnant that are left of the captivity,
there in the province are in great affliction and reproach. The wall of Yerushalayim is also broken
they're going
down.
through it.
And the gates thereof are burned with fire. And it came to pass, when I heard these words, that I sat down and wept, and mourned certain days, and fasted, and
When
prayed
he
before
heard
God
what
of
was
heaven.
going on in Jerusalem, he said, because Jerusalem ain't get built back up yet. He said the ones that escaped the captivity, they went back home. But they went back home to nothing.
Chilling.
You know what I'm saying? He said they are in great affliction. They still suffering. There's no farm out there. Nebuzaradan burnt everything. He threw salt on the farmland. Once you throw salt down there and burn it, nothing can grow out there no more. So they're being afflicted and they're in reproach. People passing through their land, looking at them like, oh, y'all them people. Y'all call yourself God. Look what happened to them now.
That's your temple? Let me make a crib in there.
You got bums, got rooms. We got renting rooms in the temple.
With the sandbala.
Tobiah, Sambala, all these guys. They got rooms up in there.
And everybody was scared of them.
Yeah, Sambala, yeah.
The horror night.
And he had a little crew with him.
Something like the horror night.
The horror night. Tom Sheet.
It said, I beseech thee, O El Israel, El of heaven, the great and terrible God that keepeth covenant and mercy for them that fear, that love him and observe his commandments. Let thine ear
See how
now
you
be
pray to
attentive.
God? See, this is the reason why we were directed to use David's words, because we're never going to get to their heights to know exactly every word to say to God. So the best thing to do is do it the way Hezekiah did it. Do it the way Josiah did it.
That's right.
They didn't say, I'm going to make my own words. They took the words of David and used them as their prayers, and it was accepted as God. They said because they praised the Most High with the prayers and the Psalms of David. So you want to praise his name, say the Psalms of David.
Sure.
For his mercy endured forever.
Sure.
Say Psalms 136, 124, 125, 130, 131. These are songs of praise. You ain't gonna make no prayer better than David did. Oh, you heard me, man? You ain't gonna make no prayer better than what David did.
Somebody said they're making poems for God.
No, God ain't listening to no poem. He only hear the prayer of the righteous, first of all.
Niggas say they pose to God.
First of all, you have to be right with God and his words in order for him to hear your prayer.
Exactly. Gotta be right first.
Okay?
Yeah.
You got to be right first. And then now, if you are right before God, you ain't going to make no prayer because you know that's not the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can't make nothing up concerning the law. You're adding on.
Yeah.
You can't bring nothing new to this.
That's right.
Okay?
The blueprint is written.
It's there already. We finding out. When we say new things, this is of old.
Yeah.
This thing is of old, but it's new to us. We say this picture here is new to y'all, but old to me.
Yeah.
This thing is new to us for real. That's why we got to sit down with books. We got to book. We got to study to make sure we got the trend. You know, because in the translation, okay, so we gonna learn how stuff is translated. We're gonna learn all these languages. We're gonna get all this down pat. Because thou shalt not steal is still thou shalt not steal, no matter how you translate.
Right. That's right.
Okay? Thou shalt keep the Sabbath day is still keeping the Sabbath day, no matter how it's translated. So I don't think the white man or whoever they say, because they say the white man messed with the Bible, the white man did that. Okay, cool. But thou shalt not steal is still there. Honor your father and your mother is still there. They didn't mess with that. They didn't mess with that. It was just translated from different languages. And in translation, it gets a little watered down. That's all. That's why we read what it says in the English, and then we read it in the Hebrew and see what the word says for the Hebrew. And that's what we go by.
This thing is the closest thing.
It's the closest thing. Stop trying to make up things closer to it. You're not going to get no closer to it. Accept what God has left here for you and use that. That's it.
Yeah.
That's our problem. We don't want to accept nothing, man. Time sheet.
Let thine ear now be attentive and thine eyes open, that thou mayest hear the prayer of thy servant, which I pray before thee.
He said, I beseech thee, O Lord, God of heaven, the great and terrible God that keepeth covenant. He make deals and he keeps deals. Okay? And mercy for them that love him. He keeps his part of the deal, okay? And mercy for them who love him. If you love him, that means you're keeping his commandments.
That's it.
Right?
That's it.
That's how you love God.
Hand in hand.
You see, that love him and observe his commandments.
Go hand in hand. I hate when people say, "Oh, I love God." No, you don't, man. You violate it right now.
I love you, Come on, man. You don't love me because you don't do what I said.
Get out of here, man.
You don't love me because you always getting me upset.
Get out of here, man.
You don't love me because I'm always wanting to run from you. You don't love me because I'll be over here.
Yeah.
Fake love.
I'll make sure I get away from you.
Yeah.
That means you're not pleasing to me.
Right.
So we're not pleasing to God.
Right.
We're not showing God we love him.
Yeah.
Because the only way to show God that you love this God, Almighty, you can't hug him. You can't even see him because you're going to die. So the only way to get close, man, is to be like him.
That's a fact. Please stop saying you love God and you mention his name 50 times.
We don't love each other. Talk about you love God. We don't love each other. We're still learning that. Talking about you love God. Leave the love alone. Gain fear. Get fear first. Get fear first and start believing everything you read.
Yeah.
All right? And that's what Abraham did. When God appeared to Abraham, he just downright believed everything. And everything else filled in. Because he believed is why the fear came in.
That's right. Right. It's not a religion. It's not a religion walk in. No, you got to start doing. And Abraham did. Everything God said.
And the reason why he started doing because he believed.
That's it. That's right.
My belief.
That's right.
So
shut everything off.
Right.
And then after a while,
that's right.
The fear develops.
That's right.
And then after the fear,
right
after the fear, you will say you love God.
Fear. And then sometimes you have people fear. Fear will bring honor too.
Yes. It brings respect and honor.
God whip your butt.
That's correct. It brings respect and honor.
And you don't want
That's right. I'm gonna fear now. And to dishonor the Shabbat.
What God
I'm gonna be afraid to dishonor my mother and father. I'm gonna be afraid.
What God did at the foot of Mount Sinai. Moses said, fear not. He said, God did this so his fear be before your faces, that you sin not. So you're not going to sin because fear.
A game.
Hold on. I want to get back what I was saying. I lost track of what I was saying. Get back the last thing that you were saying so I don't forget what I was trying to say.
Day and night for the children of Israel, thy servants, and confess the iniquities of the children of Israel.
No, read before that.
Let thine ear now be attentive and thine eyes open, that thou mayest hear the prayer of thy servant, which I pray before thee now.
Okay. There's certain words that you have to use, like beseech. You don't say you to God. You say thou. Okay? You see how you speak? That's right. And that's why you can't make your own prayers. Because that's what I was talking about, prayers. That's why you cannot make your own prayers. Your own, what do you say? They're making their own poems. Those are rhymes. You writing rhymes to God? We don't do that.
Right.
You can't make a hip hop song.
Say the songs of David, man.
Leave that alone.
The songs of David.
Okay? How we praise God with our lips is using the words that David made.
Songs of David.
Okay? David and Solomon established a lot of things for the people towards God.
Songs of David,
man. Solomon say, hey, man, be far away from you, man. We can face this spot and the Most High. So we stick to the songs of David, man. Right? You can't make up your own stuff.
Songs of David.
And you're making up your own prayers. Then you want to say his name. Then, no good. You can't serve God the way you want to. You have to serve God the way they did. The way God tell you to. And if you don't hear, well, God didn't say it, but you see all his servants did it. So at one point in time, he said it. He said it to them. He didn't say it to everybody because everybody ain't serving him. Time sheet.
That thou mayest hear the prayer of thy servant, which I pray before thee now, day and night, for the children of Israel, thy servants, and confess the iniquity of the children of Israel, which we have transgressed against.
He said, and confess the sins of the children of Israel.
Yeah.
Which we have sinned against thee, both I and my father's house have sinned.
We have dealt very corruptly against thee, and have not kept the commandments, nor the statutes, nor the judgments.
This is me acknowledging what I did wrong. Even with God, he said, before we do anything, you gotta come. You gotta come and acknowledge what you did, man. No. When you go to court, you get a sentence. You take that guilty charge, you plead guilty. You know you gotta say
I did that.
What you did.
I said yes, I hit him with the hammer.
They said, well, on the day of May 17, 1963, you, John Smith, did you do this, do this? Yeah. And they said, yes, yes, on the day of such and such, you got to repeat everything. On the day of such and such and such and such, I said this, and yes, I did that. I said,
they're going to make you say it. That's a fact.
When I first got convicted, I said, oh, wow.
They're going to make you say that.
Look. They got to make you, got to say
they're going to make you say
right?
it, bro.
And for people, the higher your pride, the harder it's going to be for you to say it. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? That's man, woman, and child. A child told me the other day, I said, man, you can't do that because that's not right. Okay? I said, hey, do you hear me? Okay? She said, I don't want to say okay because I don't want to agree with you. The child was 7 years old. Child was 7 years old.
Yeah.
And told me straight up, this is the reason why she is not uttering okay or yes. Because if I say yes, then I'm agreeing. So that 7-year-old child knows that we ain't got to explain too many things to adults. I looked at her, I said, okay, you ain't got to agree. You do it again, I'm going to tell your moms, and you're going to get your butt bust.
That's right.
Since you don't like to agree. Time sheet.
Nor the statutes, nor the judgments which thou commandest thy servant Moshe. Remember, I beseech thee, the word that thou commandest thy servant Moshe, saying, if you transgress.
So he going back now to something that was declared thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
And that's what we have to stick on. He said, remember, I beseech you. He's asking God to remember the word that God said. He said, sometimes say, yo, God, remember what you said that day. He said, command this thy servant Moses, if ye transgress, what?
I will scatter you abroad among the nations.
Read that verse again.
Remember, I beseech thee the word that thou commandest thy servant Moshe, saying, if you transgress, I will scatter you abroad among the nations.
He said, remember, God, I beseech thee, please remember the word that thou commandest the servant Moses. He said, he asked God to remember. God remembers, but this is how you have to speak properly to God. If you remember, when you told Moses that if you transgress, I will scatter you abroad among the nations.
Yeah.
He said, but if you turn unto me, and this is what he told Moses, he said, tell these people, man, I will scatter them among the nations if they transgress. But if they turn to me, the word that thou commandest, okay, and do them, though there were of you cast out into the utmost parts of heaven. He said, yet will I gather thee from thence. He said, don't worry about it. He said, even though they're scattered all over the place, okay, long as they following me with their heart, they're following them commandments, I will gather them. See, the one who scatter is the one who can gather. I can't gather the people. My job is not to go around make everybody call Israel a God, right? But it's not my job to do that.
No.
God scattered the nation. He scattered the nation. When he's ready to gather them, he's going to do it. Time sheet.
But if you turn unto me and keep my commandments and do them, though they were of you cast out unto the uttermost parts of the heaven, yet will I gather them from thence and will bring them unto the place that I have chosen to set my name there.
He said, I will bring them to Jerusalem. That's the place where he put the name. That's the place where he chose to put his name in to be praised forever and ever. His name is supposed to be praised right now. Y'all know that, right? This is why Israel messed up so bad. It said his name is supposed to be praised in that place, Jerusalem, forever and ever. That was not supposed to happen with them messing up. And then God allowed a heathen to come up and you know what I'm saying? That's their fault. All of that is still on them. It's their fault. That was supposed to be a continual burnt offering. You know how long that burnt offering kept going? You know how long the time that Moses and Aaron was there? That thing was going. And then it got stopped in Shiloh. It got stopped in Shiloh. And after Shiloh, it started back again.
Right.
In Solomon time. And then it stopped. It got stopped into Nehemiah time. Time sheet.
Now these are thy servants and thy people whom thou hast redeemed by thy great power and by thy strong hand. O El Israel, I beseech thee, let now thine ear be attentive to the prayer of thy servant and to the prayer of thy servants who desire to fear thy name. And prosper, I pray thee, thy servant.
He said, and the servants who desire to fear thy name. He said, I beseech thee, let now thine ears be attentive to the prayer of thy servant and to the prayer of thy servants who desire to fear thy name and prosper. I pray thee. He's asking God for this. To let his ears be attentive to the prayer of his servant. Those are the prayers. Those are the only prayers that are going to be listened to by God.
Blessed be the name of the Most High God.
Okay.
So
that means that you know what that tells me? I have to become a servant of God.
Blessed be his holy name.
When I pray to him,
he answers.
Using those same words of David,
it goes down.
Because like I said, I can't make nothing more impactful. I can't make a more impactful prayer than David can.
No, you can't.
Do you think I can?
No, that's what I
do. Do you think anybody can?
Nope,
can make a better prayer than David?
Nope. No. My main guy is them songs.
It's those songs.
Don't copy songs.
So I'm getting myself right, and I'm using David's pattern. You can't go wrong with God. Time sheet.
And prosper, I pray thee, thy servant this day, and grant him mercy in the sight of this man, while I was the king's cupbearer. Chapter 2. And it came to pass in the month, Nice, in the 20th year of our taxes, the king, that the wine was before him, I took up the wine.
Okay, you see it said it came to pass in the month Nisan. All right? The Babylonians call that month Nisan.
Yeah.
Like Nisan Maxima.
Yeah.
Okay? Most High told us the beginning of our months to start counting is Abib. Okay? Abib. So the Hebrew month is Abib.
Right.
But in Babylon, they call it Nisan.
First month, yeah.
Here in America, they call it April.
January.
Right. April,
Right.
Nisan, right? All of these come, and they have different names for different people who don't worship God. They're gonna have different names for stuff.
Didn't I say that though?
Yes.
Tim said that.
Yes.
He said the days of the week and the months of the year.
Yes. So now I'm gonna explain why everybody's doing everything different with the calendar. Okay? In Babylon, you had Israelites, priests that went in Babylon, and they made what they call an updated version of the Torah, which is the Talmud.
Right.
The first Talmud and the first Mishnah was created by renegade Israelites when they were in 70-year captivity in Babylon. This is when they started writing the Hebrew backwards. See, so once you start doing things backwards, that's what devil worshipers do. Right? They speak Latin backwards. Okay? Rock and rollers, you listen to their records, they speak English backwards. Prince, the dude that died, he has songs. At the end of his songs, he was talking backwards. And when you play it, it's some weird stuff he's saying. He's talking some weird stuff. A lot of cryptic, it sounds like a poem. It rhymes and everything. But look, it's very cryptic and dark, and he ain't talking about God. So you got Abib, April, and Nisan. They all
first month
are being called. No. To us, it's the first month. God told us this is the first month. In Babylon, Nisan is not the first month. Here in America, April is not the first month. Do y'all get it? The last month in our Hebrew calendar is now. Now. This is the last month.
Right.
And that's why we got so many days to uphold in this month. The Most High says, Feast of Booths at the end of the year.
Right.
So Feast of Booths is in the 7th month. God said the 7th month is the end of the year, right? So if we go by what people are saying, that Yom Teruah is really Rosh Hashanah, the New Year, that means the New Year only lasts for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. If Rosh Hashanah, Yom Teruah is Rosh Hashanah, that means New Year only lasts for a couple of weeks. Because then God says the end of the month. So when the month ends, what now?
It was a New Year.
And then you got people that say, oh, you know what? We're going to take over everything. January the 1st.
Yeah.
That's what everybody goes by. Right or wrong. That's the man, that's the world. That's the time when the ball drop. Okay? That's the time when people go to Times Square and do all that craziness. Yeah. So look, everybody has a new year except Israel. Our year starts that we begin counting our first month is Abib, which comes in the calendar on April. God did not say it shall be a memorial unto you. Okay? So we can't hold that day in commemoration. So we don't celebrate New Year's Day. That's it. It's not in here. Where you get it from? Time sheet.
In the 20th year of our taxes is the king. That wine was before him. I took up the wine and gave it to the king. Now I had not been before time sad in his presence. Wherefore the king said unto me, why is that countenance sad, seeing thou art not sick?
See what Nehemiah was doing before he was governor? You see what he was doing? He was the cupbearer. He is the one that brings the king his wine.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you can do. For you to be the cupbearer, do you know how high of a status that is? It would sound, oh, he's just the cupbearer.
You could poison him.
You could poison him. That's the one who he trusts the most.
That's the one who take a sick pint.
Look, his woman ain't the one giving him the wine. You are.
you're the closest person to the king when he's sitting on that throne, because he drink wine. Okay? Right. Hey, today I'm the king. I don't drink wine. I'm gonna have somebody there to roll up for me. The person that sit there and roll up for me all the time, like how I used to sit in there and roll up. Mm-hmm. While you're sitting there, you're getting jewels. Mm-hmm.
That's a fact. Rolling up about 26.
That because of that job, while you get close, the cupbearer.
That's a fact.
Who did Pharaoh kill? The one that brought his cup to him? The baker back there, man.
He had more feelings. Like he had more feelings.
He got more affinity. I got more affinity with my man right here that always roll up for me. He roll everything up. He crack every bottle I drink.
He just got him mad. That's what.
That's it. Just got him mad. But no. I want him. I don't trust nobody else. Okay? How about that? Because what you said earlier, you can get poisoned. Mm-hmm. It's real easy. You got people that sit down to test stuff before the king gets it. Okay, I sit here.
Some kingdom the bubble. Before he give it to him, nigga, hit it up.
No, I hit it. He said, okay, this one of wine. Well, look, take a couple of this, take a couple of this. Boom. Cover the bowl. Look, you guys drink.
It's good.
It ain't good. So, okay, take this to the
king.
There you go, king. Now the cup. Now I take it to the king. Somebody drop. This ain't going to the king. Everything's shut down. There will be an investigation. Mm-hmm. We gotta find out every hand that touched this bottle. Mm-hmm. Tamshi.
This is nothing else but sorrow of heart. Then I was very so afraid.
Okay, he said, it came to pass in the month Nisan in the 28th year of our taxes, the king. That wine was before him. And I took up the wine and gave it unto the king. And I had not been before time sad in his presence. He said, it's the first time I was ever sad, that my spirit was down. Mm-hmm. Usually, when you see me, I'm a happy dude. I'm not like this. Mm-hmm. Usually, your spirit's supposed to be up. But this day, he was down. He was sad. When someone is sad, you're going to notice it. Mm-hmm. Somebody's going to say, yo, you all right? Mm-hmm. The ones that care.
Right.
Not everybody going to come ask you, all right? You'll be sitting right there looking. Only the ones that care is going to come ask. So he said, man, what you looking sad about? He said, wherefore the king said unto me, why is thy countenance sad, seeing thou art not sick? You know what that means? Ain't nothing wrong with you. Ain't nothing happened and nothing wrong with you. Why are you down? Yeah. You're not supposed to be looking like this. Right. He said, this is
nothing else but sorrow of heart.
He said, this ain't nothing but sorrow of heart. That's all this could be. You know what that means? You know what that means? Something here in my heart got me very sorrowful. There's certain pain in your heart, losses that you get in life. Mm-hmm. That's a sorrowful heart, man. And it's painful. Mm-hmm. It's painful, man. It's painful. Mm-hmm. So that's why sometimes you say, oh man, let's not talk about it, right? Right? Because it's painful. It's going to open up that pain more, right? That's what he said, man. The only reason why you moving like this because you got something in your heart that's been there for a while, and every time it surfaces up, that's what you call sorrowful of heart. Mm-hmm. Tamshi.
And said unto the king, then I was very so afraid, and said unto the king, let the king live forever.
Now, the reason why he was afraid, because look, the king's pride was so much that you can't come around a king who's sad. If he's happy, you better be happy. That's right. If he laugh, you better laugh. If he's sad, you better be sad. Yeah. So he can't be all happy and you come around him open. They didn't go for that back then, man. Amongst men, we didn't go for that, man. I ain't go for that.
Look, y'all don't think it's funny? He said, so good, I'm laughing at it. F y'all.
You know what he said? He said, yo, it's dishonor. When I laugh, and y'all don't laugh when y'all don't think it's funny. And I make a joke, and I'm laughing at my own joke, and y'all don't think it's funny. He said, look, even if you don't think it's funny, it's me. You better laugh. Fake it. Damn right.
You did that at a young age.
Yeah.
He said, I would say, yo, yeah. That's why he did you.
Yeah. I
said because he didn't even understand the joke.
I just laughed.
He started laughing.
Because I already know, and I already know from young, I already peeped how he get down. So I said, you know what? Whatever he say, go. Yeah.
It's honor.
I didn't know I used to do that. He told me I did.
Yeah, honor.
So why now I grow old and I'm not laughing? I better keep laughing.
Like the king start mourning.
And I've seen kids do that.
That's right.
Matter of fact, I've seen children do that.
Yeah.
It's like, man, they don't even know what he's laughing at, man.
Yeah. Like the king start mourning. You don't know what he's mourning for. You mourn too.
Guess what? You can't get old and get all spoiled on me,
Sure.
son.
Sure.
Laugh at my jokes now, you laugh at my jokes later.
Sure.
Okay? Come see.
And said unto the king, let the king live forever. Why should his not my countenance be sad? When the city, place of my father's
He said,
sepulchres.
man, how am I going to be happy with the place where my father's is at?
Lie waste.
Where my people is at. So I'm looking at y'all people, y'all got everything straight.
Yeah.
He said, well, I'm thinking about me and my people, and our stuff is desolate, man. He said, so I can't be happy. He said, sometimes I'm gonna think about stuff. Sometimes I listen to some songs, I get sad.
Yeah.
Because of the plight and what everybody go through and what we went through. Yeah, man. So he's sad. I'm not gonna be comfortable every day in America. There's days I'm gonna be like, man. You understand what I'm saying? That's how he felt. He said, you gotta excuse me and let King live forever, King.
Sure.
Enough respect to you, King. Me and being sad don't stop you living forever.
Sure.
He said, but how can I be happy when the city, the place of my father's sepulchres, which is Jerusalem, lieth waste, and the gates thereof are consumed with fire? That's why we say the prayer for Jerusalem today.
Yeah.
That's why we still pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and that one day God ignites. I'm talking about us. When I say we, I talk about us in here. I can't talk for everybody.
No.
All right, I'll make it clear. Yeah, us in this house here, we pray for the peace of Jerusalem.
Yeah.
If there's some individuals out there, okay, but I don't see that on the level.
Hearken Israel.
And that's the reason why, man. This is why the man said, I'm gonna make a prayer because, this is where God's name resided. That's why they cried for Jerusalem. Do you understand the respect? God's name, man.
Yeah.
His name.
The spot.
His name was being called upon and worshipped there.
He chose that.
He didn't have an idol in there or a picture of himself in
He
here.
loved that.
And he loved it, man. And the thing that he liked to smell come from where his name is being praised at.
You don't want to smell it nowhere else.
You want to smell it nowhere else. Right. You want it from there.
Right.
All that good stuff coming from one spot. Man, y'all good. I'm going to bless you all. Oh, I love it. Oh, man. Man, I'm blessed. Everybody get blessed. That's how you get blessed, man. We had the system to keep sin off us. You understand? But we still got it. It's a little harder because know why? You got to dig yourself out. It's easy for you to lead 300,000 people. It is hard for you to lead yourself out of wickedness. So you need this. You need this. Me applying it to you is not going to work.
No.
You applying it to yourself, that's what's going to work. Okay?
What about other people? What about your household and you?
Then the king said unto
he said, see, everything that's being said, like, see, I'm not eating, right? We not eating. We on a fast.
I'm hyped.
So you know how much stuff going through my head? There's so much stuff I want to say. It's still not going to be enough time.
I was teaching in the crib. I'm coming out.
It's a fire that you can't control. Yo, once you fasting and you only talking about this, is put you in. Look. While you doing it, you make decisions. I don't know about you, but decisions are being made when you do this. When you fast to God.
Only would have been up from 3 in the morning.
Yeah. I didn't go to sleep till like 2 something.
I went to sleep after 11.
Came back, came back, sat right here and read. Listen to some of the guys, because some of them guys are still up online. It was up
all night.
Yeah. And I stayed there until I could, because I'm not a person to go to sleep early.
I was out from 7 o'clock,
Okay.
Johnny.
All right? Yeah. And I can't get drunk.
Right.
Fill up a food.
Right, like how we usually do.
Nah. So, just rocked it out. said, my confession. Oh, my confessions last night. That's when it's
Daddy,
better that way.
He said, Daddy, you not tired? Last night. No, I ain't tired, right?
Look at my man. You feeling it. You feeling it. I see you.
It.
You don't worry. I'm hungry too, man. Look, I don't even want to eat. You know what I want? Something icy cold. That's what I want. That's what I want. My soul is begging for it right now. Every minute I feel nauseated. My stomach is making sounds.
It's a good one. It's a good one this year.
This is good.
It's a good one this year.
This is good.
Feels different
This
this
is
year.
good. This is what we rejoice in. Because all of this is what we have to do to get ourselves right.
It's a good one this year, man. I feel it.
I told him every time you feel the stomach growl, say Baruch
Hashem. That's your soul being afflicted.
Because
it's not getting what it wants.
He said, ye shall afflict your soul.
Look, you know why? You get your spirit's attention when you ain't feeding it. When you don't feed it, you get its attention. And for some reason, it tends to be like, okay, I'm
gonna listen. I'm
gonna behave to you. Hey, man, I'm gonna behave. Yo, that's something else, man. Yo. God said, I have not suffered you to be like them. I did not set these stuff up. You do not have to do no abominations to get close to me. Tongue sheet.
Then the king said unto me, for what dost thou make request? So I prayed to the God of heaven. And I said unto the king, if it please the king, and that thy servant have found favor in thy sight, that thou wouldest send me unto Yehuda, unto the city of my father's sepulchre.
This is how it started. All it took is for that man to look sad for his city. And the king had a heart. They think all these kings, they're full of pride. He had a heart that man served God. So when you serve God, when you serve God, people act differently with you. People act differently with you. You don't see David serving people. David said, "Oh no, you David." He said, "Look, I heard about you. I heard God with you. Go do whatever you want." Because I heard. That's right.
God put that heart on the king.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's why. That's why he said, yo, this is the best king the world ever had. David. David is the number one. Guess what? Everybody, you want to walk, you gotta walk after him.
Nobody's like him.
Shema Israel.
You cannot Jeroboam.
Does be named El Israel.
Not Solomon. Not this guy. Solomon was good. Josiah was good. He said, good King Josiah. Hezekiah was great. These guys reformed. These guys stopped people from serving idols. Nobody had the heart that David had that was the same as God. God said, wow, this guy got a heart like me.
That's wild.
He let people go that deserve to die.
That's ridiculous.
He let stuff David was known for his mercies.
That's true. That's right.
Okay? He was known for his mercies.
That's right.
Because
a
lot of things that I ain't letting slide right now, I'm telling y'all the truth.
David let slide.
Dude is not gonna be spitting and throwing rocks at me. I'm gonna kill you. I don't have that heart yet. But guess what though? That was my people. That was his people. That was his people.
That's right.
Ain't no heathen was gonna be able to do that.
That's a fact. Say it again.
You know, outsider
We'll be able to do it. My brother's able to do it.
was able to do that.
Talk about it.
You ain't gonna talk to me like that.
Talk about it.
Don't think because he talk. That's my brothers, man. Look.
Talk about it.
He don't mean
Talk about it.
nah.
Talk about it.
Look, you kill you.
You
got the audacity. And that's why I said David ain't deal with that with nobody outside.
Right. Israel.
It's about that time now. Whew, I ain't gonna lie, I want to stay up here, y'all.
Yeah, because ain't no food.
I want to stay up here
Because
because it's gonna get worse when I come down. Shalom Aleichem. Shemini, all right. All right. Next week, this Shabbat, Friday evening, is the first day of Sukkot. Okay? It comes in Friday evening. Now, the next one is Shemini Hatzeret, October 7th. It's on a Shabbat. So you ain't got to worry about calling out.
Yeah.
Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum.
Y'all hungry yet?
Yes,
You laughing. You got a lot of energy. You hungry?